HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Well Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
In the air, center field. Playable for Brenton Doyle. And the Astros are going to drop this one to the Colorado Rockies 6-1. Astros strand 11 compared to 2 left on for the Rockies. Colorado with 4 runs in the third, all unearned runs, and 2 more in the fifth, win the opener of this 3-game series and the opener of a 10-game homestand by the final of 6-1.
Good, the walks. He saw a ton of pitches, a couple of plays he left. He judged that it was a high fly ball. He judged the ball really well and made that play on a deep fly ball. So, but he was moving around pretty well.
Well, yeah, it was a hand injury. I mean, he's moving around pretty well.
Everybody, and when asked about Yordan Alvarez yesterday, after Yordan Alvarez misses a huge swath of the season with a hand injury, nobody seemed to want to directly answer any questions about his hand.
Yeah.
When asked if he was was still in pain, Yordan basically said, "Hey, everything's going great,
right.
And we're just gonna
Did you see how well I was moving in left field? Yeah. Look at that.
So there's. I don't think they've actually going on with his hand other than that he's a hell of a Double-A baseball player, and nobody wants to pitch to him.
Right.
You got to see him fly out. That was great. But the other 2 at bats, that kid was staying the hell away from Yordan Alvarez.
I was last night. I was at the. They had the soft open for the new Kirby Ice House up in the Heights, so I was invited to that. So I went there, and the game was obviously on there. There's 500 people in the place, and Sammy met me, my son, and he met up with me there, and he got there as the Astros game was starting, and Yordan Alvarez coming to the plate, and I said, "Son, let's watch this momentous return right here. This is an event, son." That back when Yordan was putting up MVP numbers, there was no greater event in the city of Houston that was must-watch more than a Yordan Alvarez at-bat. Let's sit and let's watch. Let's just take it all in. And he walked on 4 pitches. And I'm like, okay, well, at least he walked, But
at least they gave us the show.
Yeah.
Instead of just doing the intentional walk, they just gave us a show of it.
Right.
Yeah.
They nibbled on the plate. Yeah.
You can't fault Yordan for that, obviously.
No.
I think you can fault the Astros for leaving 11 runners stranded in the game. It was against a team that had a 5.96 ERA coming into Houston.
It's just a crappy. You can bring up any number. They're a horrible baseball team.
It's one of the worst baseball teams in the history of baseball, and I don't know if this fledgling league is going to make it. If that's the kind of if this is the kind of performance we're going to see out of the worst baseball team. One of the worst baseball, and the Astros eke out a run against them.
Yeah. And, well, it was a majestic run, though. When Jesus Sanchez hits home runs, they don't just barely get over the fence because he swings hard. So that's good to see. It was good to see old Jesus get a home run. It was a bad day. They lose to the Rockies, but tell me if you've heard this story before. The Mariners went out and lost last night as well.
Yeah, buddy.
They're still a game and a half up on the Mariners because the Mariners are equally pathetic right now.
The Astros and the Mariners are basically running that beer mile that you talked about yesterday, where you chug a beer every lap. You chug a beer and you see how you can straggle to the finish line.
I'm glad you brought up running a mile. Can I just tell you that this whole everybody at the station runs a mile thing and we see who is the best has really picked up some steam with some of the other shows. I was listening to the toss yesterday between In the Loop and The Drive, and boy, is Clint Stoerner angry that the people picked you to beat him in a mile.
Is he mad at me because of it?
I think there was to the point where Ron was kind of stepping in, like, "Hey, your anger at all the people voting is drifting into anger at Seth right now."
Right? Yeah, I've been very open in saying I think Clint would beat me in the mile.
Right. Well, here's the thing, and Clint may very well do that. His. I don't know if we have I got to go check the Area 45 to see if this made their show audio. I haven't had a chance to check. His rationale for why it's plum-ass silly, to use his words, that you would beat him. This is a guy who used to be 300 joints out there, and I'm like, yeah, used to be. He's 250 now, right? Like,
yeah. And I've run a couple marathons.
Have you really?
You know?
Okay, where? Okay. Well, how did that not come up in the last 2 days when we're talking about this thing?
I don't know. I didn't really think of it. It's not like I ran them fast or anything.
Yeah, but you ran them.
Yeah, I mean, I ran an ultra marathon. I ran a 50-miler once. So when I used to be as big as Clint is painting me out to be, just some big fat doofus, and then I decided to start running marathons to get down to a better weight.
Remind me if I'm ever in trouble, like accused of murder, to not hire you as my lawyer. Like, you might want to bring up the whole marathon thing when we're talking about running a mile.
Yeah, but that's different than running a mile. Like, I shuffled a few marathons. It's not like I was out there like some Ethiopian just gliding along the surface of the earth.
Again, we're not comparing you to Olympians. We're comparing you to the staff at Sports Radio 610. That is material information. For comparing, Now, Sean Bijani's run 3 marathons, as it turns out.
Yeah, and he's probably run a respectable time.
Maybe, I don't know.
By layperson standards.
But he was texting me yesterday when this topic came up, and for those who missed it, Seth brought up an analogy about running a mile the other day, about us choosing him as if that were like something stupid to do. And I said to Seth, I'm like, look at our staff.
Choosing me.
Yeah, choosing you. Yeah.
And so, Bijani is my choice. I think Bijani would crush all of us.
Right. Well, and Bijani was listening yesterday when we were rehashing it, and he's texting me like, hey, I would smoke all you fools. I've ran 3 marathons. So I said, okay.
So Clint's going to do that thing with me that you had to fight against with Tebow. I always tried to make hate Tebow at all. I hate the people who are idiotically championing him for no good reason whatsoever.
He's Tebowing you right now.
Yeah.
They were talking about it again. I was listening to the drive on my way home from Kirby Ice House last night, and boy, Bijani was agitated that anybody would be picked ahead of him in this whole thing.
All right, I'm gonna get out to the track on Saturday and just do a little diagnostics here.
I don't think
I'm gonna see how fast I can run a 400 at a comfortable pace.
This could be fun. We might when it gets cooler outside. We might need to make an event out of this.
This might be a bye-week activity or something.
I'll be gone on the bye week.
It's not going to be cool outside by then.
No. And I won't be here for the bye week.
So speaking of the bye week, do we think that by the bye week that the Texans will only have 2 tight ends on the roster, 7, that they'll have a bloated wide receiver room of 7, that they'll have... I mean, right now, after final cuts, the Texans have a total of 12 defensive linemen, which is a lot. When you include the 2 guys that are on the PUP list right now, the cuts yesterday, there were some pretty notable, not necessarily earth-shattering surprises, but some notable surprises.
The three that I didn't have, because I do a 53-man roster after the 3rd preseason game to try to predict what I think it's going to look like. The 3 that I had making the roster that didn't make the 53-man roster were Miles Bryant. He didn't make it. They're only carrying 8 defensive backs right now, too. We should point that out. They're really light on a couple – not really light. They're light by a guy or 2 at a couple positions, tight end and DB. They're heavy on a couple positions right now. And when you add in the guys on PUP, they're really heavy on defensive linemen. So I had Miles Bryant making it. He didn't make it. I had Jakob Johnson making it. He didn't make it. And then I had Irv Smith making it. He's going on IR, so technically I got that one wrong. He didn't make it. Instead, the 3 guys that did make it, Graham Mertz, they're carrying a 3rd quarterback, so you could argue they're overloaded at that position too right now. British Brooks made the team, which maybe we should have seen coming. He had a really, really good camp, and he made the team last year. And then Jamal.
Well, they love him. They love him on special teams.
They love him on special teams.
And Jakob Johnson, I pointed this out a couple times. I like having a fullback in the game. I wasn't super enthusiastic about his actual blocking in the preseason games. There were a couple times where he just didn't actually do a great job of getting up to the linebackers and safeties. So, but we didn't see British Brooks. I don't think he took a snap at fullback in the preseason. I might not remember. I might be forgetting something. But that's where I kind of thought, all right, it looks like Jakob Johnson's going to be their fullback. And now you don't they're either feeling good about British Brooks or they think that Cade Stover can just be the classic what most teams do in the league anymore is he plays H-back when you need a fullback.
Yeah, and Jamal Hill made the team. I didn't have that one, but that's not a huge Mertz, I'm surprised they carried three quarterbacks. British Brooks, I'm mad at myself that I was surprised at that because I shouldn't have been. Jamal Hill, I'm not totally surprised. Jamal Hill had a very good training camp, and he's a young player. Thank God, because they cut Nick Neiman, who they've got to pay $4 million to. Nick Neiman had the most lucrative training camp of any player in a Texan uniform. He got cut and is getting $4 million guaranteed.
Then the other, I've seen people concerned about this, and understandably so. There's rumors, or at least reported by Adam Schefter, that the Texans are shopping Cam Robinson, the offensive tackle, around. And Blake Fisher is the only other offensive tackle on the roster right now.
Besides the starters, yeah.
You look at that and people immediately think, okay, well, if Cam Robinson gets traded, then Blake Fisher all of a sudden is your swing tackle, and we don't feel super duper cool with that. I think the interesting thing to watch will be what they do with Trent Brown, because Trent Brown might end up on the practice squad. Mm-hmm. Remember, ever since COVID, you can have 34-year-old guys on your practice squad.
Yeah, it's a certain amount. You've got like 5 or 6 spots you can bring in vets. Yeah.
Yeah, and then also I think I remember this is the initial, as the Texans themselves put it on their graphic they put out. It's not the final 53-man roster. It's the initial 53-man roster.
Totally, yeah.
So if Cam Robinson were to get traded, the big offensive tackle trade that we saw yesterday was Austin Deculus actually getting traded to the Chargers. So
yeah, for a 7th-round pick. Nick got a 7th-round pick for Austin.
A conditional
Deculus.
7th-round pick.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
So I don't. For one, I feel better about Blake Fisher after his second preseason performance. But at the cornerback, at offensive tackle, at where's the others? Oh, tight end. I think there's still potential that is on either waivers right now or is somebody the Texans trade for.
Yeah, I know you were asking tongue-in-cheek, are they going to have these guys on by the bye week in week 6 or whatever? But, I think it's going to change in the next 2 days. This 53 will not be the 50. You and I will come – by the time we come in on Friday, I'll call it, this will not be the 53 anymore. There will be – I think there will be 1 or 2 new guys on this team.
Yeah, no, my tongue wasn't in the cheek when I don't even remember what reference I made, but things are going to change, obviously, by the bye week. This is a Nick Caserio roster. There's going to be churn.
Yeah, for sure. Nick meets with the media today at 9 o'clock. We'll carry that live.
My tongue was sticking out Michael Jordan-like as Clint Stoerner lagged 400 meters behind me. I'm going to lap Clint by the end of the mile.
I want to see this. I think we could do this stack it like a WrestleMania card. You versus Clint.
Yeah.
As I predicted, Lopez was completely dismissive of me being able to beat him in a mile yesterday. When I asked him, not on the air, I asked him off the air, I said, do you think you'd beat me in a mile? He's like, I'd blow you out. I'm like, okay. You don't have a swimming pool anymore, buddy.
Now that I find out that Clint's been talking smack about me, and
he was very agitated yesterday.
I'm gonna have to. I might even go get cortisone injections for this one.
Okay.
My knee is in no shape to be running, but I'm gonna go assemble a crack squad of consultants to help me get through this 1 mile somehow.
I think Reggie. Well, Bijani was most angry that the people picked Reggie.
Yeah.
Would win, and so I think if we did a race with Bijani versus Reggie, you versus Clint Lopez, I think we could stack a nice little card here.
I think if we do it all in one heat, it's just there's lots of drama to go around in that one. Just do one race, and I'm not even going to be shooting. I'm not even going to be trying to win the thing. My whole goal is to bronze this MFer.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse my language, everybody. I apologize.
Yeah.
I'm going to bronze this son of a gun.
Yeah. All right,
so I got the competitive spirit in
that's
me.
what I'm telling you, dude. If you go back and listen to it, you're gonna get however you feel right now, times 5 once you go listen to the audio. He was
he called me a fat piece of crap.
Said you were at one time 300 pounds, and somehow that was his rationale for saying he could beat you. I was
intentionally 300 pounds. It wasn't like I had no self-control or anything.
He wasn't saying that. He was just pointing out the fact that you at one time were carrying a whole lot of weight on those joints that you have right now.
Well, that's what. Yeah, and do you know what it's like to try to play 50 snaps in an NFL game while carrying all that weight? Right. You got to develop an engine, man.
Yeah, man.
You got to. Your cardiovascular system is working overtime. People don't realize those linemen out there. Yeah, they're carrying a lot of extra weight, but their heart rate's staying at 140 plus for long stretches of time, 160 plus.
I'm on your side.
Stretches of time.
I'm on your side in this. I'm on your side.
All right.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus. all season long. C.J. Stroud on First Take yesterday. Feels like the gloves are off now when it comes to talking about the 2024 Texans offense. We'll have the audio coming up next.
Hey, I'll tell you what. There's two things I'm going to do this week.
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll dig a little deeper into the Texans roster at the top of the hour. They have their initial 53-man roster all set, ready to go. They put out a graphic yesterday, so that makes it official. It's graphic official. A question on the text page. What do y'all think about trading Mechie for Harrison Bryant and then cutting Harrison Bryant? I don't. It was that level of trade. It was.
Yeah, I think it was a classic. It was kind of like what they did with C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kenyon Green, where one team, at least, with the Kenyon Green trade, both teams were gonna cut that player anyway, most likely. Yeah. So they just go ahead and swap it, so they have some control in the matter. Yeah. I think with the difference being that C.J. Gardner-Johnson's still a good football player. Right. With John Mechie wasn't going to make the squad. Mm-hmm. And the Eagles wanted to, they had some competition going on at the back end of their receiver group. They had too many tight ends. Texans needed a tight end for part of their competition. So I didn't even see if John Mechie made the squad.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Seth. I'm guessing Mechie made it. Otherwise, it would have floated across my timeline that he didn't make it. So
I mean, that's what I don't. They kept 7 wide receivers. Like, he wasn't going to make the team.
Wasn't going to make the team.
So that was That's I don't have a second thought about that at all. One other thing too was. Somebody yesterday said that it was a waste of money signing Cam Robinson. I don't look at it that way at all because there's a report by Adam Schefter that the Texans are thinking about trading or shopping Cam Robinson. You got to remember the timeline of it all. Yeah. The Texans signed Cam Robinson to a 1-year deal in March because they didn't have any they had traded away Laramie Tunsil. They didn't have any offensive tackles they felt good about necessarily. Yep. And you don't know what's going to happen in the draft at that point. Yeah. So it's an insurance policy. And now they might not need the insurance policy as much, but it's not 100% guaranteed they're gonna trade him. Yeah, they're shopping and seeing what's out there.
If you were someone who said that it was a waste of money at the time of the signing, then fine. Then you've thought it's a waste of money from the beginning. If you're somebody who didn't say boo when they signed him, and now you're saying it's a waste of money, then think about why you're saying that. It's because Ariante Ursary, the second-round pick, has massively overachieved to get to where he is. It's for a good reason why you're feeling that way, that the Texans actually have finally found somebody in the second round that's worthy of starting as a rookie on the offensive line.
I'll tell you what, the Eagles, at least on our lads right now, it shows them with 5 wide receivers. Yeah. So John Mechie made the cut along with Darius Cooper.
With only 5 receivers, Mechie, okay, you can see why they wanted to trade for him then, I guess, that they have so little depth that 5 receivers are on the team, and Mechie's actually one of them. That's wild.
Yeah, they've got like A.J. Brown, Dotson, and Devontae Smith.
Balls off lift. Yeah. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in on the text page here. C.J. Stroud was on First Take yesterday, and, man, the more questions pop up about last year's offense and comparing it to this year's offense, it feels like the gloves come further off when it comes to the frustration maybe over what was going down last year with this team offensively. C.J. Stroud was asked by Stephen A. Smith about the offensive line and other improvements that they've tried to make on the offensive side of the ball.
Did you bribe them? What is it that you did in the offseason to get them to make sure you don't get sacked 52 times this upcoming season like you did last year? Because, damn it, what are you supposed to do if you're not protected? How do you feel about your offensive line this year?
I feel great. I think, we brought in a lot of great pieces. Of course, we know we traded Laramie, but I feel like we brought in a rookie who is hungry, wants to get better, is doing great in camp. Titus is back at tackle. He looks great. So we got a lot of good pieces, man, and versatile. We're young. We have a new scheme. I think that had to do a lot with it last year. Was like, we got to be able to get rid of the ball, move the pocket, help those guys out. Everything can't just be drop back pass. We play action. So that's running the ball. So there's ways we can help those guys out. And by me, I got to do a better job of getting the ball out when it's necessary. So it's not just on them, it's on me as well. So I think we're doing a great job by setting that foundation in camp. And I'm excited, man. Our line is great.
like he's not going to come out and bluntly say it. He said it though. Don't make it so hard and challenging for the offensive line either, and understand the situations you're in and get rid of the ball quickly. They've been working on the quick game a lot. They drafted a receiving running back, and that's something that when the running back becomes more of an asset and a threat, that makes it easier on the offensive line. They've done a lot to clean things up. There is, as we enter the regular season, though, now, I've been kind of stacking up the positive things I've seen. The one big hanging issue is we still don't know how good these guys are individually. Yeah. We don't know how Ariante Irisri is going to be in actual NFL games. Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram, who was benched in Minnesota last year. Is Titus Howard the best version of himself in this scheme? We just flat out don't know until we actually see him do it versus live NFL action. But a lot of the things that were holding them back last year that we could see in training camp, those things are absent. Some of the discombobulation, the mental errors, the free runners into the backfield, they've cleaned a lot of that up. So I think, as I've been saying all offseason or all training camp long, they're going to be a better offensive line. Yeah. I just don't know if they're going to be a good offensive line. They were an atrocious offensive line last year. Yeah. Can they be a above-average offensive line? There's a chance, but I got to see it with my own eyeballs.
Man, if they're above average, look out. Seriously, I'm not being cute. If they're above average, this offense is going to take off.
Right, because then it's a matter of, okay, you don't have the offensive line dragging you down.
Correct.
Jay Stroud and Nico Collins and hopefully the developing young receivers and Christian Kirk and everybody else. It'd be really nice to lean on Joe Mixon too, but that's let's
talk about that. CJ Stroud was asked about that yesterday. He was on First Take, and by the time they did this interview, Mixon, the news had already been announced the day before that Joe Mixon would be going on the non-football injury reserve list. He's going to miss the first 4 games. What do you think about your running back room without Joe Mixon, at least to start the season, CJ?
Yeah, Nick looks great, man. I'm, hoping Joe gets back healthy soon. But Nick looks amazing. He looks, fresh. He's powerful. In this type of scheme, I think he's going to do great. I think Dameon Pierce is going to have another great year. This is his type of scheme, downhill running. And then, we got a couple young rookies that are really good. Woody Marks, who we got from USC, is a baller. Great, smart young kid who loves ball. And I think, that room is doing great. Our tight ends are blocking their tails off, running great routes. I think it's going to be trending up.
Yeah, I made the mistake of going back and putting together a little highlight reel of Joe Mixon from the playoff game versus the Chargers, and I kind of wish I hadn't done it because physiologically, he's just it's a different level than anything we've seen out of these running backs, including Nick Chubb in the preseason. Yep. Nick Chubb, so far, I haven't just seen that same explosiveness and speed that you get out of Joe Mixon. We've seen the strength and we've seen the vision. And right now, my hopes for Nick Chubb are like his old self. But if we're talking about improving over last year, he looks viable and he looks like a guy who can churn out yardage. So it's also the preseason where guys like running backs and wide receivers and everybody else, they don't really have a chance to really show the best version of themselves. But Chubb right now looks way better than he did back in OTAs in the first week of training camp when it looked like he was really shaking off a lot of rust.
Oh, yeah. Amazing might be a reach. This is what CJ described, that Nick looks amazing. But you can win games with this version of Nick Chubb at running back is what I would say. Like if the version that you saw, certainly the version, the only sample we have in a game is the Panther game where he played in that first series. 5 carries, 25 yards. But you were talking about it. You did a cut-up of those carries, Seth. You can win games with that version of Nick Chubb.
Right. Yeah, no, and the biggest thing by far is eliminate the negative plays. Yeah. And because of the style of runs that they've been calling so far, and because Nick Chubb's skill set he's still strong as hell. I don't know how explosive he is, but he's still really strong and he's got really good vision that – compared to last year, you're so far ahead of where you were last year if you're just not getting tackled for a loss or hit in the backfield.
Yep.
If you can just keep the line of scrimmage moving forward and stay on schedule, you're ahead. And then again, you're leaning on those skill player positions to be the thing that's special about the team.
Yeah, on the tech page, any worries that Ursery struggles once the regular season defensive strategies start? Yes,
of course, 100%.
Lots of them. Yes.
Don't mistake any of my positivity for irrationally exuberant, proclamations of greatness for the offensive line. I think Ariante Ursery can be really, really good, but offensive tackle, it's just guys develop at different rates. And Dwayne Brown is the classic example of a guy where it took several years for it to really click for him. But I think Ariante Ursery, the biggest thing is there's going to be times where he loses. There's going to be things he hasn't seen yet. He's seen a lot of the classic, hey, Rook, just take it with a grain of salt because you haven't seen everything yet. Between Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, he's seen a lot of the scary stuff that he's going to see in the NFL. Yeah. I mean, he's seen speed to power out of Will Anderson. He's seen a vast array of moves and counter moves by Danielle Hunter. So I think he's better prepared than most rookies just by virtue of the fact that he's going against a couple of defensive ends who are among the best in the NFL and who practice really hard. Will and Danielle are not divas that sit out there and try to be vets and don't take a lot of reps. They're out there every single rep. Yeah. So there's gonna be hiccups along the way, as there is with any rookie. But of all the things that I might be irrationally optimistic about, the Ariante Ursery is probably right.
Of course. Yeah. Another text. I worry that we're going to trade an experienced tackle and lean on a rookie that's only seen vanilla preseason defense. That's a valid concern.
You know what, though, too? Laramie Tunsil was an experienced tackle who actively damaged you multiple times. Yeah. I don't think Ariante Ursery is going to stab his own teammates in the back as many times with pre-snap penalties. And I also think that Ariante Ursery immediately is going to be an upgrade in the run game over Laramie Tunsil. I mean, you could say that about half the offensive tackles in the league.
Sure.
Half the offensive tackles in the league are better run blockers than Laramie Tunsil. And this is a team that's going to run the ball a lot, I think. And Ariante Ursery is an immediate upgrade over that.
Yeah.
Even as a rookie, he's going to be better than Laramie Tunsil as a run blocker.
Yep. All right, I'm going to save this for headline. We should mention Jimmy Ward is going on the commissioner's exempt list. Probably deserves a little bit more than the 35 seconds we've got left in the segment here, because there's Jimmy Ward. There's a handful of other guys. Seth already touched on a couple of them, Danico Autry and Kurt Heinisch, that are still Houston Texans, but they're off to the side right now on various injured lists, whether it's the PUP list or whether it's injured reserve. So let's dig into those in headlines. We've got the Astros losing a baseball game yesterday. That'll be in headlines, and we'll dig more into this 53-man roster at the top of the hour. We've got the group of players for the Texans that are in the NFL Top 100 rounded out yesterday. We got the final one yesterday. We'll get into all that in the 7 o'clock hour as we roll on. Nick Caserio press conference today at 9 a.m. We'll carry that live on the show. The day after roster cuts are made. Somebody asked on the text page, will this mile race that you guys are doing be on Prize Picks? I don't think so, but boy, there is such a wide range of sports on Prize Picks that who knows? Maybe it will be. I doubt it. But
Lawyer. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
In the air, center field, playable for Brenton Doyle. And the Colorado Rockies 6-1. Astros strand 11 compared to 2 left on for the Rockies. Colorado with 4 runs in the third, all unearned runs, and 2 more in the fifth, win the opener of this 3-game series and the opener of a 10-game homestand by the final of 6-1.
Yeah, one of those weird games where Hunter Brown loses the game 6-1. He gives up all 6 runs, but only 2 of them are earned. So he technically got a quality start. He pitched into the 7th inning in that game. He pitched 6 in the third and gave up 2 earned runs in that game. Hunter Brown, by and large, was all right in that game if they could have made some plays in the 3rd inning to get out of the inning. But Jeremy Pena not standing on second when they tried to turn a double play and they tried to cut down the lead runner, and then the runner, Kyle Karros, bumps into Pena's glove and the ball rolls into the outfield. And then the Astros just didn't handle adversity very well. They give up 4 runs in that inning, and the bats went silent again, and they lose 6-1 to one of the worst teams in the last decade in baseball.
The recipe for how this Astros team has had to win is your defense has to be better than everybody else's in the league, and your starting pitchers better just go get through 6 innings and be immaculate. And so as you said, he only allows 2 earned runs, but lets up 6 runs in the outing.
Total. They gave up a home run in there too.
And the defense is just, there have been some more defensive flubs in the last week than I care to see out of the Astros. But you're at the end of the day, ultimately in Major League Baseball
get out of
history.
The inning. Yeah,
or score some runs.
Yeah, score some
at
runs
some
too,
point.
Yeah.
You've got Yordan in the lineup. Hey, he's going to make everybody else better, right?
Yeah.
Look at it. They're not even throwing him strikes.
Yeah.
Hardly ever.
Yeah.
He walks twice with 2 just easy at bats. That should be. But they leave 11 runners on base against one of the worst teams in the history of Major League Baseball, and that's what we have here late in August when it's crunch time. And the only thing that they're really good at is watching the Mariners suck as well.
Yeah, they're excellent at that. So the game and a half is the lead right now in the AL West. The schedule for next year came out yesterday, just dropped yesterday afternoon. The Astros will open next season on Thursday, March 26th with a 7-game homestand. How about that?
Nice.
4 against the Angels, 3 against the Red Sox. So that'll be fun. The home series against the Yankees. Man, the early part of the season next year, you get a 7-game homestand to start the season. The Yankees come to town in April. The Dodgers come to town a week later. And then you have a 7-game homestand a week after that against Seattle and the Rangers. 4 against Seattle. By the middle of May, you'll have played 4 or 5 of the series that are probably the most anticipated ones on the schedule. So that'll be really cool. The other noteworthy thing, there's an 8-game homestand literally a year from now, middle of August, where it's Seattle, the Angels, and the Athletics. So you get 9 games of all divisional games. So that'll be cool. But, the season opens at home next year, March 26th.
Did you say the Red Sox are the second team they face?
Yes.
What are you putting the percentage chances that Alex Bregman is on that Red Sox team?
I think he'll be on that team. Yeah.
He's playing. His numbers right now are very much on par with 2018 and 2019.
Yeah.
Which were previously by far his best seasons.
He would be in the MVP conversation if he hadn't missed 8 weeks with a quad injury or whatever it was.
He's only played 87 games.
Yeah, he would absolutely. Yeah, so he missed about 50 games. He would be in the MVP conversation, I think, in the American League. All right, switching over to the Texans. They got their roster down to 53 yesterday. 3 o'clock deadline. They got it done. Probably the biggest news, I would say, Seth, roster-related with the Texans, other than maybe some of the surprises on there, which we'll get into at 7 o'clock. We've not talked about this yet, but as you've forecasted, I think, on our show, Jimmy Ward to the commissioner's exempt list with his legal issues right now. That's, for those who don't know what that is, it's basically a place that they park players where they're being investigated for some sort of off-the-field issue. That's Jimmy Ward's situation right now. He's got a criminal case open against him. He's got a civil lawsuit open against him. He cannot practice nor play with the team while he's on the commissioner's exempt list. We should mention he still is dealing with the aftermath of a foot injury from last year. So I don't know how much practicing or playing. If he didn't have these legal issues, he'd probably be on the PUP list, if I had to guess.
The commissioner's exempt list is what the league came up with, basically, because it's a PR nightmare. If you want to afford a guy his due process, yet at the same time a woman something, and it turns out that he plays 12 games and he totally did something, hypothetically, then it's a bad look for everybody. But you also don't want to jump to conclusions and anything. No. So they park him off the side. You don't lose any money. You keep getting paid. Yeah. With younger players, it feels more punitive because these are guys that are trying to prove themselves in the league, and you only have so many years to play pro football. With Jimmy Ward, it doesn't feel punitive at all in that regard because he's a guy that's had a hard time playing an entire season anyway, each of the last 3 seasons, and his better days are behind him. Yeah. So they're genuinely just parking him off to the side until there's more clarity on the legal situation.
Yep. Yeah, and he still, as you pointed out, he still gets paid. So we'll see how it plays out. And D'Amico Ryans was asked about it last week, and it seems like the team's stance on this, if I'm taking D'Amico to represent the Texans' view on this, is that they are going to let this play out and see what the end result is. So I don't think Jimmy Ward's career as a Texan is necessarily over. If his career as a Texan were over, they would have cut him already. So this is, they're going to let it play out.
I think D'Amico is pretty open about saying we don't know the facts about the situation, and you have to let it play out and learn it. You don't jump to conclusions on either side of it. So.
Yep. Where were you yesterday when you found out that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are getting engaged?
I think I was...
Do you remember where you were?
I think I was sitting in this chair and you told me.
No, it happened after the show. It didn't.
Oh, all right. I was still sitting.
Oh, okay.
Because you texted me. That's where I was. Yeah. Sean T. Pendergast, page 6 of Payne and Pendergast, let me know yesterday.
Yeah. My daughter said she was screaming for like 5 minutes about this. My daughter's a huge Swiftie. I think, as the audience knows, I pointed that out before. I asked her if she was happy about it, and she texted so many exclamation points. I'm screaming. I'm so happy for them. Jesse Watt from Mix 96.5 did a video. She was running around the hallways here looking for somebody to talk to about this. This is a huge disconnect for me. And I don't think it's an age thing because we've had this issue with the royal family, too, when there's been weddings and things like that. I am just not into famous people getting married and going gaga over it. I was being sarcastic when I asked you where were you when you were like. I don't get that. Now, I hope they have a nice long marriage. I would say the one thing, this is so bad it might wind up in Take-A-Mania on Friday. It's not an audio take. It's a tweet. But the Kansas City Chiefs understandably tweeted out about this. It's why wouldn't you? Engagement, if nothing else. Taylor Swift is in a picture on your timeline. But the Chiefs tweeted out a picture of the two of them on the field after the Super Bowl, the confetti falling down, they're hugging each other. And the Chiefs said this: "Today is a fairy tale." Heart emoji, engagement ring emoji. "Congrats to Travis and Taylor. We're excited to have you as a permanent member of the Chiefs Kingdom." And I thought to myself, and I actually retweeted this, and I said, 50% of marriages end in divorce. Let's pump the brakes on permanent here,
Yeah, and the Chiefs of all teams should know. I mean, they've got one of the most unsettling track record of how men have acted as husbands or boyfriends when they're with the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah. So, they should know that this isn't for life until proven.
Well, the social media team.
We need to give it
someone needs to dial in the social media team because they use the P word. Yeah, permanent.
No, they're going to capitalize on this. So this, I know that most of our listeners are super excited now that they get to see more Taylor Swift content during NFL games as much as possible. Yes.
No, and I'm being tongue in cheek. Well, not really. With the 50, that's factual. It is a 50% divorce rate. Like I'm not obsessing over this marriage failing necessarily. I just don't. That is something I need explained to me. Like, why do people get so excited about celebrities getting married to each other? That's I don't understand that.
They're happy for them. It's like when you get excited about one of your okay, let's say when a family member gets married, and you know that like
it's a family member.
Never really thought he was the marrying type. But there's also a little bit of like, let's give it a go. Good for you.
No.
Good for you.
But I'm talking about the people that, like my daughter, that are legitimately happy as if they are family members.
Because she cares about Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
So she's excited about it.
Yeah. No, I get it.
The number of, Sean, it's women that are getting excited about this. The men are, there's very few men that are super excited and stoked and happy for Travis or anything about marriages.
Yeah.
You know this.
No, I know it, obviously.
Yeah.
I referenced the royal family for years 5 minutes ago. I just don't understand it, is what I'm saying.
Right, because you're a man.
Yeah.
It's like this. I'm trying to explain to you that women get excited about marriages.
Yeah.
You don't understand it because, in general, you don't get as excited about the men in your family getting married as the women get excited. You don't get as excited about people getting married in your family as the women in your family get excited.
That's probably
in general.
True. Yeah, that's
to
probably
generalize. True. You're just a generalized male.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Now the royal family is a whole other dynamic because it's the whole thing is dumb. Like the entire country of England has been duped into putting these people up on a pedestal when every other country in the world cut their heads off long ago.
Yeah.
You know, everybody. The fact that the royal family of England is still walking around with heads on top of their shoulders, it should be a point of shame for that entire damn island over there.
Visual.
It's true.
No, I know.
What do you do with a king? It's the 1800s. What should we do with our king? Kill him. Cut his head off.
Right.
Yes, that's what you do.
Yeah.
England, they're like, well, no, let's be fancy lads for another century and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, not only just letting them hang around, they still get celebrated. But Americans celebrating the royal family makes zero sense.
No, zero sense.
They taxed this for years without representation. It's okay, good. I'm glad we had this talk.
I don't know if you heard.
Yeah. Go look up Schoolhouse Rock, No More Kings. Go listen to that, kids, all right? You'll learn a lot. Let's get to the Texans' 53-man roster. Easy segue from Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. The three surprises I had on this roster, the couple of positions that I think are going to change over the next couple of days, we'll dig into that coming up next. But first, Yuengling. Oh, yeah, our Flight by Yuengling college football watch party. Ran into my Yuengling peeps out at Kirby Ice.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, text message. Sometimes divorce is a good thing. Lovey.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not rooting for divorce with Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. I'm not. I'm merely pointing out the folly of the Kansas City Chiefs calling this a permanent induction into Chiefs Kingdom for Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I'm not rooting for it, but I don't see anything that makes them special that they would necessarily fall outside the possibility of the 50% divorce phenomenon.
As celebrity marriages go, I think they have a few things going for them. Okay. I know, like Travis Kelce, it seems like his parents are like a solid, been married forever. Are Taylor Swift's parents? I know her dad's real involved in her career, but are they like? Did she grow up in a pretty stable household or whatnot?
I think so. Yeah, I think she did. Yeah.
You know, I say as somebody who didn't grow up in a stable household, I had to relearn a few things about the way you should operate in a relationship.
In a relationship.
Yeah, or I had to learn them for the first time.
Right.
So, like I always I feel better about if they both come from stable home lives, and that gives them a better chance. And also, Travis is, for the vast majority of Travis's career, he's not going to be distracted by of his marriage.
Yeah.
He's only going to play another year or two of football, I would guess, max. So that's a big part, is that those first few years after you retire from football, it can be stressful. It's a huge life change, and you're trying to figure out exactly who you're going to be for the rest of your life. And it's not always as simple. Obviously, the financial part's not a big deal, but it's just it's all the existential stuff after that.
Yes.
Is Taylor going to be there and available for Travis as pillow at night about a lack of focus and direction?
Right. Taylor, I used to have every minute of my day spoken for, and now I've got all this free time on my hands.
And this is what jumps up and bites a lot of former football players, myself included. I had a real good plan for what I wanted to do when I was done playing football, but within the first 2 years, I realized, I don't actually enjoy what my plan was going to be.
Right.
And I'm not cut out to do certain things that I thought I was. So you got to pivot.
Yeah.
You'll pivot.
Yep.
And it's hard. It's hard, especially when, your wife's off on some tour of Asia doing God knows what.
Yeah.
Forgetting to FaceTime you every couple of nights, all of that starts to wear on the brain.
What was Brandy doing in Asia? Oh, no, I know.
That's what I'd like to know. And what I kept on asking.
What was she touring for?
She would be like, stop it. She said, you're being very controlling. No, Brandy, you haven't been home in 3 months.
Very controlling.
You've been, and she's like, why are you trying to control me? Everybody says that you're being controlling.
Yeah.
It's really a problem. And I'd be like, oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I love sometimes divorce is a good thing. It might be my favorite hotkey that we have in there.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
To be clear, I'm not rooting for that.
I think they make it. I think those two make it.
They seem to really like each other. That's the thing. Like I watched the podcast with the two of them.
Yeah.
I came away liking the two of them watching the podcast that they did last week. It was like 2 hours long. They broke YouTube. But
they've been dating 2 years here. That's still in the schmoopy face. I don't know. Is he farting openly in front of her yet? I don't know if they
Travis
spent enough
Kelce,
time to
probably.
be in that point.
I'm guessing he is.
Yeah, but it's Travis Kelce on his best behavior.
Yeah.
Right? We know Travis. Listen, Travis, we know who you are.
Yeah.
And you've been on your best behavior because you know that you're the one. You do not have the upper hand in this relationship.
No, that's fair.
You're the one that sought after her. Thought she was just like some unattainable thing. You went after it. Kudos to you.
That's the amazing.
I don't think he's farted in front of her yet.
That's the amazing thing about it is he was like this was not something where they like kind of clandestinely met at a party or they share an agent or something. Like he was openly like, I want to date Taylor Swift, and now he's getting married to her. It's pretty amazing actually when you think about it. Text message, if your daughter, my daughter, this texter's talking to me, Sean, if your daughter was a true fan, she should hate that Taylor Swift is getting engaged. What's she going to sing about now? All her songs are about breakups.
Right, that's what's the first time Taylor Swift hits a lull in her career, which I don't know if that'll ever happen. Her fans are so intense.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe she puts out a stinker of an album or something. She's going to start giving the side eye to Travis. Feeling like, why don't you give me something to be angsty about, right? You're too good. You're like, you go, oh, you're not jealous of other guys? Maybe you don't care about me. That's where she's going to start creating things in her head for songwriting material.
What if this is all a work just to release the ultimate breakup album, her divorce from Travis Kelce? Like that? Because I'll tell you right now, I would be standing on the curb waiting for that. Wait, figuratively. I know we'll just download all the songs to our phones. But boy, that'll be something, like an actual divorce, not a breakup, like an actual divorce with paperwork and what. So is there a prenup for this thing, do you think?
I mean, she's worth a lot more money than
8 times, according to Darren Ravel yesterday.
And I think they're both, like they're pros. They've been around. They know the deal. I think they all got representation.
Yeah,
I'd imagine that somebody in Taylor Swift's camp. She probably might float it to Travis without Taylor even knowing about it.
Yeah.
And Travis would be like, yeah, what do I get? Yeah, we're both fine regardless. Yeah, let's just this piece of paper, fine.
There's a texter asking if my daughter's boyfriend Charlie, who's a big Swiftie, he was the one on Survivor who rattled off 107 Taylor Swift songs. Is he excited about it? I just texted Judy. Huge, like one of those fonts on a text that like gets big and small, and small. Obviously, with 7 exclamation points afterwards.
Well, unlike you and I, he's not your stereotypical male.
Right.
He's more evolved in a lot of ways.
Got a sensitive side. Yeah, absolutely.
He gets excited about the stupid emotional stuff.
That's right. If you're coming, this is the pettiest show on radio. If you're coming for a celebration of the nuptials, that you come to the wrong place.
Listen, you were asking earlier why people get so excited about this stuff, and I basically said, look, it's basically, to generalize, it's a male versus female thing. Most guys, more times in their life, are kind of sad when a guy's getting married. You're like, great.
What are you doing?
Yeah, cool. You're getting married. Good for you.
No, you get excited because of the bachelor party. That's what we get excited about.
Yeah.
Where's the bachelor party? All right, Texans 53-man roster. Let's just take a quick run through this thing. I'm just going straight down right here. All right, I'll start at quarterback. How surprised were you when old Mertzy made the team yesterday? I
was a little bit surprised, but not as surprised as I would have been if he didn't have that third preseason game performance.
Well, that's how for people that dismiss the third preseason game, that's why Graham Mertz is on the team probably because of that.
Yeah, I think the Texans, when they drafted Graham Mertz, probably thought, okay, there's a chance we cut him, but we keep him on the practice squad. Yeah. But after that performance, I think he did enough that it could have been tantalizing to some teams out there. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Browns at any given time might have 17 quarterbacks on their roster. I wouldn't put it past the Browns just to stay relevant. The Browns are going to go full Jerry Jones mode. Just keep signing quarterbacks and putting them above Shedeur Sanders on the depth chart.
Oh, God.
Wait a second. I think that him performing as well as he did in the third preseason game he was 14 of 16, and I think the 2 incompletions were more miscommunications. They weren't poor passes. That he could have easily been 16 for 16 in that game and looked really comfortable running and doing all those things. Yes, it's in the preseason, but that's when teams are looking and evaluating their various. There are a lot of quarterbacks on rosters around the league didn't show much promise.
They weren't looking comfortable. Yeah, you're 100% right. Running back, Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, Woody Marks, Dare Gumbawale. No surprises there. I guess the surprise would be, and maybe we shouldn't have been surprised just based on how he played and the fact that he made the roster last year too. British Brooks is on the team.
Well, but the surprise was that you're looking at the numbers with the running backs, but then especially if Joe Mixon were active, then it would have gotten really interesting.
Yeah.
But in the preseason games, they were using Jakob Johnson as a fullback, and they did a fair amount of it. And British Brooks was used as a running back. And for a team that really seems to be all about running the football this year and do it in an old school way, I thought that they were going to want a fullback on the roster. Jakob Johnson is the fullback that they signed in the offseason. And I wasn't really all that impressed with his blocking, but it seemed like that was the direction the Texans were going. I still wouldn't be surprised if they went out and signed a fullback or picked one up off of waivers or something, because they might just not have been as impressed with Like, it's great to have a fullback on your team, but you don't have one just to have one.
Yeah.
You got to have a guy that you feel good about. So that's where I was surprised, just because I still assumed that, all right, they like Jakob Johnson at fullback.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a position where they're not at least shopping around and seeing what's out there, but fullback is one that, British Brooks is your fullback right now, and he's not a classic fullback. I think.
Yeah, I'm not saying he can't play fullback.
Yep.
It's just that Jakob Johnson seemed to be the guy they had designated as fullback.
No doubt. Surprise level, over 7 wide receivers making the roster.
That I'm surprised going to be just a victim of the numbers game. But they like him on special teams. Obviously, they like him as a receiver, at least in the role that'll probably be used. I think there are a few position battles where special teams is going to be a big factor. Nick Neiman, the linebacker, was a guy that I was curious about because they signed him really just based on his special teams work.
They gave him $4 million guaranteed.
Yeah, and he hasn't played a lot of linebacker at all. So I kind of thought, okay, that's a guy they're probably going to keep just because of special teams. But Frank Ross can't keep everybody.
No.
So they lost Nick Neiman.
Well, and Jamal Hill made that decision hard for them. You know, he had a really good camp, and he ends up making the team. Ironically, on offense, like the one position group where they're not heavy or light in terms of numbers, where there was very little surprise, I think, ultimately as to who made the team, was offensive line, which is the one that's been a massive state of flux throughout the entirety of the offseason. Like you and I were talking about these 9 guys a week ago as the 9 guys that they're going to take into the season.
It did. Remember Nick Caserio told us early in camp that they hoped by the Minnesota game, the first preseason game, to have a good idea who were going to be the starters.
I do.
And by and large, at the time, it still didn't seem like they had settled in on their guys.
No.
And yet, except for the fact that Blake Fisher was playing instead of Titus Howard at right tackle, that offensive line from that first preseason game ended up being pretty much, if Titus Howard were going to play, if we're going to play him, he would have been in there at right tackle. That ended up being the Minnesota offensive line ended up being the correct indicator of who the offensive line was going to be.
It did. It would have been interesting if Cam Robinson hadn't gotten hurt at the Greenbrier, if that would have been a more competitive situation with Ariante Ursary.
But remember, before Cam Robinson got hurt on a day in which he was actually running with the second team at offensive tackle, and Ariante Ursary was out there. So, I think they seemingly had a pretty good idea of who they probably, like Nick said, by the Minnesota game, I think it was starting to round into shape.
How are you feeling about those 5 heading into week 1?
I feel optimistic. Yeah. I think they're going to be better than last year just because Kaylee has done a lot of good things fundamentally with that group, and they've just been a cleaner operation than they were during training camp last year. Mm-hmm. But when you start to look at the individuals, the only guy I'm really bullish on is Ariante Ursary. Mm-hmm. Like, if I look at those 5 starting offensive linemen, I think of, okay, who's got a really bright future and who I think could be potentially an all-pro caliber player? It's Ariante Ursary. And then everybody else is a wait and see how they operate in this system, and with C.J. Stroud as their quarterback.
Yep. Over on the defensive side, I don't think any major surprises. They're taking 10 defensive linemen. I think what's interesting is there's still two defensive linemen, one more than the other. Like Danico Autry, I think healthy figures in easily with this group. Kirk Heinisch might have seen his last day as a Texan. I mean, the talent level is just higher now than it was when he made. But they're keeping him around on the PUP list because why not? I guess he and Danico Autry both on the PUP list, so they're going to miss the first 4 games. But they've got 10. They are numbers-wise loaded at defensive end and defensive tackle right now.
They've got 10 plus the 2 on the PUP list,
right,
in Danico Autry and Kurt Heinisch. That's a lot of defensive linemen. I mean, those 2 on the PUP don't count against the roster, but I think that part of it there is I think they genuinely like all those guys, and at some point they figure, especially if and when Joe Mixon comes back, I don't know what the deal is, when that would be, but there's going to be some natural attrition because of injuries. So some of that will just – I think D'Amico loves to have as many defensive linemen as possible so you can rotate guys in. If you want to play 8 defensive linemen on game day and you've only got 8 guys on the roster, guess what? You're not going to have 8 guys on most game days. Somebody's going to be injured at any given time.
Yeah.
Tommy Togiai is, in my mind, like a better version of what Kurt Heinisch is.
Yes.
That I don't expect him to ever be a double-digit sack guy or anything else like that. He's where he's supposed to be. He can play the run. He can provide push in the pocket. But Togiai just does it with a lot more strength and a lot more power. And he's got a really good feel for the game. He's just a really smart football player. I like watching Togiai play. 6
linebackers make the team. Jake Hansen survives again. And Jake Hansen's a good special teamer for this team. When he gets in at linebacker, he does some decent things. Alshire, speed, Jake Hansen, Jamal Hill. So 6 linebackers.
Yep.
As you mentioned, Neiman doesn't make the team there.
Well, and Jamal Hill, I was kind of wondering if Jamal Hill and Hansen were going to be in a battle and that only one of those guys would make it. Because I think Jamal Hill's got a lot of upside, but he's very raw. Hansen, they love on special teams. They love that he can play all 3 linebacker positions. But he's the opposite of Jamal Hill. Doesn't have the ideal measurables, but he just goes out there and plays football.
Yeah.
So I kind of thought they were going to have to make a decision between those 2 worldviews or types of players, but they managed to keep both of them.
Well, for now, again, if they want to add a 3rd tight end, one of those guys might be in jeopardy, Hansen and
right.
Hill. So it's a for now thing, I think, at that position. They've only got 8 defensive backs right now. Also, if you're asking me a position, I think they are shopping heavy on the defensive back market, Seth, because we have been debating, the 9th and 10th defensive backs. Could it be this guy? Could it be that guy? It turns out it ends up being none of those guys. They cut D'Angelo Ross. They cut Miles Bryant. They cut Damon Arnett. Jalen Reed, the rookie safety, is on IR, designated to return. He's been dealing with some sort of leg injury throughout camp. They've got 4 cornerbacks right now: Stingley, Lassiter, Jalen Smith, Tremont Smith. And they got 4 safeties. One of them is Jalen Petrie, who's not even really a safety. He's more of a hybrid slot corner linebacker type. But Bullock, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, M.J. Stewart, and Jalen Petrie. Boy, I look at that, Seth, and I think back to that day that went down that injury, and I think, man, can you imagine if that injury wound up being what it looked like that day, what this safety situation would look like right now for this team?
And I think that they've got at least a couple of the veteran types like Jalen Reed and I don't know exactly where you put Arnett, but the guys that are might get picked up by another team, might not, but just know the system now at all. So you almost hold them in reserve as potential midseason signings.
Yeah.
But I guess the backup or the guy that you might want at slot corner versus certain types of players, that's where I thought Miles Bryant's ability to play corner or safety, I thought he was safe with that. Right now, Jalen Smith hasn't played in the slot at all that I noticed during training camp. He's been staying on the outside. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if they start to try to work him reps in at slot during these next couple weeks. And Tremont Smith's the likely guy that you would look at. But if Tremont Smith if one of those guys has to play as a backup for Kamari or for Stingley at some point, then you start to get really shallow there behind Jalen Petrie. So I think there's, as we've been saying for a while now, I think there's a cornerback who's not currently on the roster who's going to be there come game day, game one.
If I had to pick one position where I feel like they're shopping heavy off of the list of guys who got cut from other teams, or maybe even looking at teams that are overloaded at that position and looking at a trade, it's corner. It's corner and safety. It's in that secondary, no doubt about it. All right, speaking of the secondary, 18th on the NFL's top 100. How about that? Derek Stingley Jr. The video was good on Stingley yesterday. Boy, people love watching Derek Stingley Jr. play football. This was Stingley, and again, he's the 6th Texan to get named since number 58.
It's the most the Texans have ever had since 2011 when they started doing this top 100 list. It's the most Texans that have ever been on. So clearly, this will be the greatest Texans team in the history of Texans.
It may be. It may very well be. Now, and they're all in the top 58. Now, one of them is Joe Mixon, who's not going to see the field for at least the first 4 games. But I did the math yesterday, Seth, because I've kind of figured out who the guys – you can tell who the guys that haven't been named yet are in this thing. They're down to, number 17. So there's still 16 players that haven't been named. But if you just look at all pro lists and stuff, you can tell who they are. The Texans are going to wind up with the second most players in the top 58 of any team in the NFL. Only the Eagles will have more players from 58 higher. Mixon, Will Anderson, 46, C.J. Stroud, 39, Nico Collins, 32, Daniil Hunter, 25, and now Derek Stingley Jr. named the 18th best player by his peers. Here was Stingley, this is the very beginning of the video, being asked why should he be in the top 100.
Have you watched the show, Top 100 before?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you've been on it yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about it. Why should Derek Stingley Jr. be on the top 100 list?
I don't know. I feel like other people across the league, I just feel like they understand what a good player is. I just feel like I'm good.
And I'm good.
I track bulletin board material or anything.
Stingley?
Yeah, like it's just pulling teeth. He really, in that moment, he's like, all right, I guess I'll say something good about
rubbing
myself.
his face. You can't see it on the radio. He's like rubbing his face.
I'd really just rather it be working out right now. But all right, I guess I'm good. Yeah, makes sense, right? I guess. Not a big math guy, but I feel like I'm one of the top 100, I guess. I don't know.
Stingley does look like he wants to just go work out because he's got his hoodie with the hood pulled up over it.
He's got no appetite for any of the star stuff or the PR stuff or anything.
Well, check out this montage here. This is a slew of guys right here. They've got they've got other corners talking about Stingley. They've got teammates. Will Anderson Jr.'s voice you're going to hear. Kalen Bullock's voice you're going to hear. A bunch of guys saying Stingley's the best corner in football.
The top players at your position.
Derek Stingley.
Yeah, I mean, bruh, Sting for sure top 100.
He just wants to be so great, like it eats him up inside.
His tape jumps out.
He doesn't have to say much, but when you turn the tape on, it says a lot. His ball skills are unbelievable.
He's traveling with the number one receivers week in, week out, and he's shutting them down.
Williams put it up top for Moore, goes up, it's intercepted. It was Stingley, who had 5 last year.
Tremendous play by Stingley. Moore could not rip it out of his hands.
I mean, he's just a ball hawk. Whenever the ball's in the air, you just see him making a play.
By Stingley.
Yeah,
I would say if I had to choose Stingley, if I had to compare him to a villain from a crime show or movie or TV show, I would say he's like a kinder, gentler Gus from Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
I think that he just is, like everything about him is just about getting better at what he does without a whole lot of time for any of the other nonsense. He doesn't have to puff his chest like Al Capone or something. He's Gus. He's just gonna do what it's supposed to very effectively and as efficiently as possible. If you told me that Stingley drove a Volvo, I'd be like, sounds right. That tracks.
Yeah.
Like, give me something dependable that I don't have to think about too much or whatever. It doesn't need to have any sex appeal or whatever. I just want to go play football and be the best meth producer in all of North America.
I want to make my crystal blue persuasion. Yes. Yeah. When they're both quiet too. You feel like their heart rate is just... Yeah. Here's Marlon Humphrey and Malik Neighbors and a couple of other guys talking about Stingley basically being a wide receiver playing defensive back.
Stingley's a guy, I think his ball skills and athleticism are crazy. The stuff he does is super duper impressive.
He's a receiver at corner. Ball skills is crazy.
Intercepted off the deflection by Stingley!
Big time. Best in the business.
Catching the interception, like he is calm when the ball in the air, like he's catching the ball like a receiver.
Derek Stingley, the all-pro corner.
Hey, that's all-pro. All day. My man, Steve. All-pro Steve. Hey, best in the business, man. Keep going. 2 picks a day. Man, put the team on your back. Outstanding job.
I like that D'Amico, when he's hyping his guys up on the sideline. We saw this in the Daniil Hunter video, too, last week when Daniil Hunter was named 25th. And Daniil Hunter's coming back to the sideline. He's like, Defensive Player of the Year! Defensive Player! I love that he yells awards at his guys. Like, All-Pro Sting!
He should have belts and trophies made up for them, whether they win the actual award or not.
Dude, Tank's going to come back sometime this year or next year. He's going to score a touchdown, and D'Amico's going to be like, Comeback Player of the Year! Comeback player,
He'll have a notepad. He's going to check off their modified qualifications now. Remember, there's he had an actual injury that he was coming back from. It's not just career mediocrity or whatever. They got rid of that. And okay, cool. He's verified. Yes.
Oh,
wait. Has anybody else in the league almost died on the football field?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
You're not going to beat that. Sorry, Tank.
7th in PFF score. Yeah. 7th in PFF at right guard. That's you, Ed Ingram. That's you.
Sports Illustrated buzzworthy player to watch this year.
Right. Offensive player of the year watch list. Yeah, watch list.
People's runner-up sexiest man of the year award.
That'd be great. I love D'Amico.
No, you know what? Was it a receiver playing defensive back?
Yeah.
That's when I immediately thought of Travis Hunter. And I thought, man, one thing that's hard to do is play 17 games as a cornerback at a really high level. Mm-hmm. You know what? One reason that Derek Stingley won't be ever a defensive back / wide receiver, except maybe in a few spells here or something, is because it's really, really hard to stay healthy in the NFL.
Dude, yeah.
It's playing one single position. And yet Travis Hunter's already ready to redefine expectations and what it means to be a football player or a human being.
That is a very, very interesting way to frame the Travis Hunter phenomenon here. Stingley has the exact same skill set to do what they're talking about Travis Hunter doing in Jacksonville. And if the Texans were to come out and say this week, hey, let's pretend they only kept 5 wide receivers instead of 7. And Nick Caserio at his press conference at 9 a.m. today says, well, actually we're going to start toying with using Derek Stingley Jr. on both sides of the football. I would be terrified if I were a Texan fan. Terrified. Now, and we have an injury history with Stingley to fuel that fire, obviously. But even if he was fully healthy last year, and he seems fully healthy this training camp, it seems like he's figured some things out health-wise, I would be terrified. And they're all amped up for it in Jacksonville with a guy who's not nearly as sturdy as Derek Stingley Jr., who's a bigger cornerback.
I've always been a fan of doing it with your very best players, guys who are, classic, 3-sport athlete, captain of the football team, those types of guys that are just good at everything they do, like J.J. Watt. For a couple of reasons. One, it can be very effective. J.J. wasn't just a gadget when he played tight end. He had actual hands.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And look at his catches. And an athleticism and size that had to be accounted for.
Yeah.
But also, I think with those guys, it's the really great ones, a little bit of novelty. Sometimes you got to force a little bit of novelty on them to just to keep it fresh for them and everything, because they're so obsessive about everything. And that it can be good as a rhythm changer in a lot of ways, to where they're not spending half their time in practice, but it's a period or two during the week where you just kind of work with it.
Yep.
That I like those kinds of little challenges. I think it benefits everybody involved. So with Stingley, if they decided to have some kind of package that had Stingley as a receiver, I'd be cool with it. I'd be 100% cool.
I'd be cool with the package of him doing it. That's they ain't talking about a package with Travis Hunter. They're talking about him doing it both sides of the football. I would be terrified if they're like, no, he's gonna get 60 snaps on both sides of the ball. I feel like I'm out. I'm out.
It's like a lot of those tech companies they want their people to be working on a side project at any given time.
Yeah.
Like 10% of their time, just go ahead and spend it on something you really care about that might not be your core business, but it keeps things fresh. It keeps the
Oh, do they do
going.
that? Is that what they do with those tech
I
companies?
think Google started doing that, so I'm guessing a lot of people copied it.
Yeah.
I mean, the same thing goes with research scientists. Is sometimes teaching a class, it's usually a pain in the butt, but sometimes it can be a really good thing, because if your research isn't going well, you can you've got something to divert yourself.
Yeah.
27 more analogies. No, let's get back to Derek Stingley.
Let's go. Well, this last one from Derek Stingley. This was an easy one. I think this is probably the Texan fans probably have the same answer. Stingley's favorite play of the season last year.
What's the best play you made this season?
Game against Tyreek. At the end of the game, they needed to get down the field. Just figuring they were going to try to take a shot.
Here's a long pass, looking for Hill, and it's picked off. It's intercepted. Stingley's done it again. Stingley's done it again. His second interception. Hill had it, and then he just took it away. And that seals the Houston win.
What a
better play. That better be defensive player of the week right there. It's stamped.
He's really a receiver that just amazing at corner.
Man, that's probably the best play I've ever seen, all right? Best play I've ever seen. For you right there to close it out, man, ask you to cover in man coverage and lock guys up, that's what you do.
I forgot about that one, too. Like, he was campaigning for a weekly award right there.
It better be defensive player of the week.
I love that we stumbled upon this dynamic with D'Amico Ryans. And he's just yelling. When guys come to the sideline, he's yelling accolades and awards.
Well, that's where I think that D'Amico's such a good balance of old school and
guys
new
care
school.
about that stuff, man.
Right. Yeah, like D'Amico totally, you would think there's parts of D'Amico where I think he'd be the guy that's saying, like, don't worry about the awards, don't worry. And he probably does preach all of that, yet at the same time does want to celebrate the good moments. Like, he's a good balance of still just really drives guys hard, more than people would really tough on guys, and yet at the same time is campaigning for weekly awards, not just postseason awards.
Yeah. I just think it's hilarious that's what that's an environment where you're just saying what pops into your head, right? There's nothing rehearsed about celebrations down there, and the thing that's popping in his head, defensive player of the week. Defensive player. I love D'Amico Ryans. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Congrats to Derek Stingley Jr. Texans get a team record 6 in the top 100.
You love those. I know you love these lists and rankings so much that D'Amico, you realizing that D'Amico does this is probably, he's raised D'Amico up into, Sean, is he the coach of the century yet? Is he?
I'll let you know tomorrow at 9 a.m. when we power rank the coaches of the century on Payne and Pendergast.
That would be a tricky one. Houston, let's do that at some point during a slow day, during the bye week. Houston coaches of the century. Houston
Across all
sports coaches of the century.
Okay, I was going to say, if it was just Texans, it'd be pretty short segment.
Well, I mean, whoever gets to a conference championship game is going to be
That's it.
It's deadlocked right now until you get to a conference championship.
Are you glad that that there's no more Texans that are going to be in the top 100 anymore? That I'm not coming in with all this?
No. I've learned to love it.
Yeah.
I'm like an arranged marriage with this. Yeah. I see its attributes and can't go anywhere else. So yeah.
Thanks. Middle screen says, I'm trying to, this goes back to me being bewildered at people getting excited over other people's. I'm trying to think of a person that could get married and have me be genuinely excited for them. I can't think of a single person that could that could generate more than a nice or an obligatory congrats text. I cannot think, he repeats, I cannot think of a single person.
I get really excited about people having babies. That I get excited about. The actual marriage is just, I feel like, congratulations on your legal agreement. Congratulations on your changed living circumstances, usually. Okay. Now the baby's a whole different deal. You've brought a life into the world.
Yeah.
That's really, really cool.
Yeah.
You know?
And a lot of responsibility.
Right, but I'm happy for that. I'm like, hey, this might end up being a much better version of you.
That's true.
It's not a hard task.
That's true.
So we got to ask Lopez when we come at the toss here. I wonder if this is one of the whitest things we do, though, too. I feel, like remember when we went over the whitest things that we do? Mine was, I think, my need to acquire land. By any means necessary.
Right.
I wonder if, culturally, to generalize, if men in Latin cultures feel a little bit differently than us, like pasty whiteys.
About weddings?
Because even among, there's just we'll talk to Lopez about it.
I can tell you, I went to all 3 Lopez kid weddings.
Yeah,
they were a party, man.
Oh, no, yeah, I know, no, and I think just there's a certain, to generalize, again, an emphasis on family that's the flavor necessarily to it than us waspy ass.
Yeah, be careful. This is what got Reggie White in trouble cynical, back in the day.
I know. I'm saying there are cultural differences. That's
Hispanics are into the family structure.
And I'm curious to talk to Lopez about what his feelings on the matter might be.
Exactly.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
100%.
Seth Payne canceled for asking a question.
That's right.
Seth Payne canceled for trying to learn more about the world around him, yes.
All right. Hey, football talk on Sports Radio 610 presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. In honor of DeMeco Ryans screaming awards at his players as they come off the field after making a big play, question: choose one Texan to win an award this coming offseason based on betting value. I've got the odds for about 5 or 6 of them. I'm giving you $100. Who are you placing a bet on for the Texans to win their respective award this year? We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, you want to win $100 or even more? Underdog. It's available in Texas, and it's
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We have a close friend of the show who will remain unnamed, Marconi, at his radio when you were doing your Underdog live read, Seth.
Yeah.
Like D'Amico. He was D'Amicoing you.
I got to start grubbing for awards more.
Yeah,
I've just never, from a young age, I just never cared about awards, and I guess maybe that's something that's broken inside of me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I remember my mom. I threw some trophy in the garbage that I had won in high school. Not for any specific reason, just like I was like, I don't know where to put it, so I threw it out, and my mom was kind of like, I think she was worried about me after that. She was like worried that I was like I hated myself,
like
or
dead
something.
inside. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just weird that way. But then you know why it's broken? It doesn't bother me that I'm not affected by it, but then I think it makes me a little less human because maybe I'm not as happy for others as I should be when they win awards.
Yeah,
it just doesn't mean as much to me, I guess.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah.
I
apologize to anybody who I've never given the appropriate amount of enthusiasm.
People like winning awards.
Award.
Yeah, people like winning awards, man. Yeah.
That's, validation from others. Like, what do you want validation from those people? 98% of people suck, okay? The 2% that don't listen to this show.
Yeah.
And that's about all I care about.
Right.
Do our listeners think I'm a really good radio host? Great. Oh, somebody in Philadelphia wants to give me an award. Go die. I hate that city.
Okay.
I'm all right. Yeah.
The Marconi people are listening right now. Seth Payne's view does not reflect that of those here at Sports Radio 610.
I don't need your approval.
We would love. I would love the approval. Ben, would you like the approval? Would you?
Yes, please.
Sean, I've always felt this as like on a sports team, as a member of any organization or on a sports team. I always felt like the most important thing that I need to worry about is my teammates and coaches' approval.
Yeah.
So whenever I won like anything voted on by the players, like an MVP or most improved player in high school, and I won that a few times. Like that, it meant a lot to me.
Yes.
But I always felt like I had seen like how stupid families are and parents are about their kids on sports teams, and I'm like, okay, so anybody outside the team really doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. That's why I just from a young age I was like, all right, this doesn't really screw those people.
No, I'm with you. Like respect from your peers is the biggest thing. I think I'm with you on that. Speaking of awards, now awards do serve one other purpose, Seth. It gives people like me something to gamble on.
Right, yeah, it's very important. Yes.
I'm
happy for you when you win money in gambling.
I appreciate that. So I'm going to give you $100, and you can choose one Texan to win an award this upcoming season. And we're going to base this on the betting value here, okay? So these are, I've got 6 of them here, and you can tell me which one you would bet $100 on.
Okay.
Will Anderson Jr., Defensive Player of the Year, 12-1.
Okay.
Nico Collins, Offensive Player of the Year, 18-1.
That's an award for anybody that doesn't pay attention to these things, basically.
The non-quarterback MVP.
There's MVP and then Offensive Player of the Year, and it's always the MVP goes to a quarterback, and
There's Lamar Jackson, or no, it was Josh Allen last year, MVP. Saquon Barkley. C.J. Stroud, 25-1 for MVP of the league. Okay, I got 3 more.
I think C.J. Stroud, just real quick, I think because he had so many difficulties last year, like most of them not his fault, that he's going to get an extra bump in any kind of great performance this year. People are going to really give him like extra credit for having been through last year's ordeal.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. D'Amico Ryans, Coach of the Year, 25-1.
Okay.
I'll point out that that's once you've gone through your first year as a head coach, your best chance of winning Coach of the Year in the NFL is in your first year taking over a bad team.
When you turn our team around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because Stefanski won it that year for when D'Amico could have won it.
Yeah, by one vote. He won by one vote over D'Amico because he was able to get to the playoffs with Joe Flacco. So D'Amico Ryans, 25-1. Derek Stingley Jr., Defensive Player of the Year, 60-1. Daniil Hunter, Defensive Player of the Year, 80-1. So Will Anderson Jr. in the Defensive Player of the Year market, this is viewed as his ascension to the straw that stirs the drink on the Houston Texans, clearly.
I almost feel like with Daniil and Will, there's an element of, I don't want to say they cancel each other out because that would be a bad thing, but there are, in a way, there's only so many sacks to go around sometimes, and I think those two very often are arriving at the quarterback at the same time. Or teams are, they're trying like hell to cancel one out, and the other one can take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Of least likely to most likely. This is how I would rank it. I think DeMeco Ryans, he's in an unfortunate position where he already has a lot of respect around the league, and yet he's not at a spot where people feel like, okay, come on, how has he not won a Coach of the Year award yet?
Yeah.
So, and I don't think he'll get credit for an offensive turnaround as much as an offensive-minded head coach would. So I'm going to put him as the least likely.
The least likely for you to vote on it.
Not because of any way I feel about him personally, but because of circumstances.
This is based on betting value. Yeah.
And then I feel like there's another part. Danielle Hunter, for whatever reason, has never gotten the respect he deserves around the league.
Yeah.
J.J. Watt said that last year. Before the Texans signed Danielle Hunter, J.J. Watt was up on a pedestal saying, why are people not talking more about Danielle Hunter?
Yep.
And yet, because that is the circumstance, I feel like the cards are stacked against him. And it might be as simple as that he's just so quiet and mild-mannered.
Yep.
And just has no appetite for promoting himself or not. Or what have you.
So he would be next least counting down.
likely.
Yeah.
And I would have to go to Will Anderson. I'm going to say Will Anderson next, just because a lot of the Defensive Player of the Year is just predicated on how many sacks you have, and sacks are just a random thing from year to year.
Yep.
Just some years you've got 17 sacks, and you could have been better the year before, but it's dumb luck as to which quarterbacks you face and all of those other things.
12-1's not great value either. For Will Anderson Jr. That's not great value, I don't think.
Yeah. So that leaves Derek Stingley.
Yep.
So right now, I've got to choose Stroud and Nico Collins.
Yep.
I'm going to go Derek Stingley, because Derek Stingley, kind of like with DeMeco Ryans, he's established himself as a made man in the league.
Yep.
And he's also at that stage in his career, though, where I don't think he's going to get tested nearly as much.
Yeah.
And he's going to have fewer opportunities for interceptions. So the bling stats, it's the best defense, the best cornerbacks in the league over the course of their career have fewer and fewer interceptions because people just don't test them.
Yes, so Stingley would be next. So now you're down to Nico and Stroud as to who you would be most likely to bet on. I'll also point out real quick with Stingley, Patrick Surtain, I think, won it last year. So notwithstanding that, that is a hard award for a cornerback to win.
For a cornerback to win,
yeah. That's an edge rusher award, it feels like a lot of times.
So then it's between Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud. Which is the better bet to win their respective awards?
Offensive Player of the Year, 18-1 for Nico. MVP, 25-1 for C.J.
And these two are obviously, their fates are intertwined.
They're intertwined.
Quite specifically.
Now, Nico, you got to factor in health. I think for him to win Offensive Player of the Year, you're going to need 16 and 17 games out of him.
Do you remember how many quarterbacks are above C.J. Stroud right now?
The MVP, several. He's fairly far down the board right now.
I like the value. I like 25-1.
Okay.
I'm getting greedy here, and I'm optimistic that C.J. Stroud is going to really have a good season. So I'm going. I think Nico Collins is your runner-up, and then C.J. Stroud is the best bet.
All right, there you go. All right, so in order, the Seth Payne $100 freebie bet. He's getting a free roll here of $100. MVP 25-1, followed by Nico, Offensive Player of the Year 18-1. Stingley, Will Anderson, and Danielle Hunter all in a row at varying odds for Defensive Player of the Year. And I think you're dead on. Like DeMeco Ryans might be the best at his job out of all these people we just named, although Stingley is pretty damn good at cornerback. But it's just hard to win a coach. The only way DeMeco Ryans...
Fewer injury concerns with DeMeco.
Yes, that's true. The only way DeMeco Ryans wins Coach of the Year is if the Texans are the 1 seed in the AFC. Like that's it. He's got to go like 14-3.
It's either it's because they're not. It's not going to be like a dramatic turnaround from last season.
They won the division twice in a row.
And usually it's two categories. It's either an incredibly awesome team performance and you're 14-3 or something, or you're a team that turned it around.
Yep.
So. And like I said, I don't think he's going to get credit for the offensive turnaround, even though I think he's a very big part of this new mindset on offense has been because DeMeco's been spending a lot of time over there.
Yep.
So congratulations to everybody in advance on paying off your mortgages with your winnings.
Bingo.
And you're welcome. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. So I look forward to the first time CJ runs off the field after a touchdown pass and DeMeco Ryans yells, "Most valuable player! MVP!"
DeMeco gets up on the bench and starts the MVP chant. MVP. MVP. Yes.
That's the direction we're headed. All right. Hey, there is one position on the 53 for the Texans that several texters have actually said, hey, you guys just glossed right over this position. This was eye-popping to me about the roster. We'll hit that. We'll circle back to the Astros as well. We'll do all of that coming up next. But let's get you guys out to Sugar Land right now to go see my guy Ruben Mendoza.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
In the air, center field, playable for Brenton Doyle. And the Astros are going to drop this one to the Colorado Rockies 6-1. Astros strand 11 compared to Colorado with 4 runs in the third, all unearned runs, and 2 more in the fifth. Win the opener of this 3-game series and the opener of a 10-game homestand by the final of 6-1.
Good, the walks. He saw a ton of pitches, a couple of plays he left. He judged that it was a high fly ball. He judged the ball really well and make that play on a deep fly ball. So, but he was moving around pretty well.
Okay. That still tickles me that Joe Espada is pointing out. He's talking about Yordan Alvarez, who started in left field and had, I think, 4 plate appearances last night, 2 walks, 0 for 2 at the plate. That he points out in great detail how well he's moving in left field, having missed the last nearly 4 months with a hand injury.
Right. Well, and then meanwhile, when asked about his hand injury himself, whether there was still pain, Yordan Alvarez, as Chandler Rome points out, didn't say no. Yeah. Chandler's asked on Tuesday whether he will have to manage any hand pain for the final 5 weeks of the season. Alvarez replied, "Right now I'm here. I feel like that's a good signal, something good to show. It says a lot that I'm active for tonight, and it justifies everything I've been going through." Yeah. Absent from that answer is a no. So good job to Chandler Rome for pointing that out. I think I think it's reasonable to think, whatever is going on with his hand, we're not 100% guaranteed that it's not still affecting him or bothering him. So,
we had been kind of forewarned about that a month or so ago. Like, hey, the version of Yordan that we get back I always too, Seth, keep 5% hope open that when we get an answer we don't like from any of the Latin American players that use a translator, that something got lost in translation. That there was a no in there somewhere that got missed because you're injecting a middleman into the situation.
My Spanish isn't as good as I would like it to be, but I'm pretty good at picking out no.
That's true.
I didn't need a translator in this instance.
Yeah, Rafael Devers.
No.
No.
I knew exactly what he was talking about.
Yeah. No. So Astros lose last night 6-1. Just a bad night all the way around.
There was the stat that showed up that it was either Kawahara or Chandler Rome that pointed this out. It kind of crept up on us because remember one of the points of emphasis during spring training was let's get back to being those Astros who had incredible judgment at the plate,
selective,
these competitive at bats. And now here we sit with a few games left in the season, and the Astros see the fewest pitches per plate appearance of anybody else in the majors.
Yeah, they're back to their old ways.
Yeah. And it's frustrating, but it's especially frustrating when that's what you're doing versus one of the worst teams in the history of baseball in the Colorado Rockies. It's just, man, you are somehow maintaining this lead in the division by virtue of the Mariners having zero clutchness to them. And that's not the way I want to be maintaining the lead in the division.
The wild thing, too, is the Rangers haven't really been able to creep into the mix either. With both the Astros and the Mariners I think the Rangers would make up some ground, but not last I checked. So the Astros lose last night. Fromber on the mound tonight, so everything's going to be just fine. Don't worry about it, everybody. We got Fromber out there. Yeah,
it will be.
Okay,
Fromber,
good.
Look, we know Fromber every now and then. He just goes through this, and he
5 games,
whips it back around.
Yeah.
I wish you had never done this.
What?
You called it senioritis because he's going into free agency this year, and just like high school students kind of lose some focus in that final semester of their senior year, it feels like maybe Fromber has just lost a little bit of focus somehow.
It's totally what it feels like. He's not backing up home plate. He's letting the pitch clock run out. I
was just like, what if the text messages from his sports psychologist are just a long row of on the left down, unresponded to.
He's
a lot of white space on these text messages. I don't know, man.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, we got a few of these texts Tight end, gentlemen, tight end. What the hell? You skipped over that group. That's a whole conversation. They only kept 2, especially considering that Nick Caley is a former tight ends coach. There's another text. Did I miss y'all discussing tight end? We only kept 2. There's a few more of these on there.
Okay. No, we discussed it, but I think it's okay. This is where, yes, we should have discussed it more, obviously, based on the response of people demanding it. This is the thing. I think that, you watch the way Nick Caley operates. Hey, he's a tight ends coach. This is probably going to be a team, et cetera, et cetera. I think the one thing you have to remember is that Nick Caley himself has been telling us ad nauseum, this scheme is going to be whatever we think the players are good at doing. And you don't just shoehorn players that you don't think are great players onto a roster because you want to run a certain type of offense. I think there's a really good chance that if Irv Smith was healthy, he'd be on this roster right now.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been your third tight end. But the guys that they got rid of or had a chance to look at or whatever, I think Luke Lachey will probably be on the practice squad.
I agree.
But they don't think he's ready yet. That it's as simple as that. They've got 2 tight ends that are healthy that they feel good about, and that it's Dalton Schultz and it's Cade Stover.
Yeah.
The third guy, it might be somebody that they pick up at some point. It might be at some point if there's an injury, maybe they feel all right about Luke Lachey or they'll bring him on. But I like that they're not trying to shoehorn guys in. Same thing with Jakob Johnson. Look, they'd love to have a fullback and a guy that's a proven fullback who's got a lot of experience at it. But if you don't feel awesome about the guy performing the duties of a fullback, you don't keep him on the roster just because you have to have a fullback.
That's right.
So I think so yes, it is notable that they only have 2 tight ends. And even whether you're going to be tight end heavy or not, you should have a third tight end because of injuries.
Yep.
That's where I think I'll be surprised if there's not 3 tight ends on the roster on opening day. Or within the first couple of weeks of the beginning of the season.
I think by week 1 for sure. I don't think they go into week 1 with 2 tight ends on the roster. I would also say, too, to the texter that is bringing up Nick Caley's background as a reason for surprise, there's only 2 tight ends.
Yeah.
To me, that creates a dynamic that Nick Caley, who's been around Rob Gronkowski up in New England, has been around other good tight ends, might be choosier about who is on this roster as a tight end right now.
No, and exactly. I think whenever you bring up the background, okay, let's look at the background. Let's look at the Patriots. Let's look at the Rams. There is no Patriots offense. There is no Rams offense with those 2 head coaches, with Belichick or with McVay. Their offenses have been very much about adapting to the talent they have on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
So, which I 100% like. We had a guy in Bobby Slowick that was going to run his offense come hell or high water, whether it was suited to his players or not. And I don't like that as a way of operating in the modern NFL. When Sean McVay first got to the Rams, he was going to be a heavy tight end usage guy, but he looked at his roster and he thought, "Wow, we've got more receivers than tight ends. We're going to be in 3 wide receivers a lot." The Patriots were constantly changing. Yeah, when you've got Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez before he was arrested on your team, we're going to use those guys.
Yeah.
We're going to be a heavy tight end offense.
John Harris brought this up on Texans All Access last night when I was listening in my car, and he said that. I'm curious what you think at this point. That he and Mark were going through the 53, and they highlighted the fact there's only 2 tight ends. Johnny brought up the possibility that maybe Cam Robinson's role on this team to start out, since it appears as though he's not going to be the starting left tackle, would be that Cam Robinson checks in as eligible guy. And that becomes your third tight. And when you need to go into some heavy sets, that becomes your third tight end.
Right. Yeah. Which obviously it's dicey because you become more predictable. But the Lions have had success with that. Various other teams when they decide to go that way. Then it all becomes then what it turns into is, okay, the defense is going to be loaded up and geared up versus the run. They don't have as many viable wide receivers to worry about.
Yeah.
Can you actually impose your will physically?
That's right.
I mean, we saw this a lot. I think at times with Bill O'Brien, there were times where, who was the guy they would always bring in as the
Kendall Lamb. It was Kendall Lamb for a while, yeah.
And you're like, all right, great. I mean, yeah, you got more bulk out there, but none of these guys really seem hell-bent on destroying somebody physically.
No.
And it felt like you were weakening your team when he did that.
Yep.
I think that I think that's a really good point by John. You might see some of those early on, and they'll see how it goes. And if you can impose your will, then by all means do it. But that's the first prerequisite. You can't just expect that because you've got a bigger body in there that you're going to run all over people.
Someone says on the text page, I've always viewed Justin Watson as a pseudo tight end in Kansas City. I want to say he even lined up at tight end. Am I wrong? I always would get him and Noah Gray mixed up from time to time.
A lot of guys, there's a lot of time. I mean, they'll line up, slot receivers at tight end at times. Again, it's kind of like same thing with bringing in a sixth offensive lineman. Are you actually effective when you do that? And 100%, like bring in Justin Cord block and everything. The Texans had to play. One of their few tackles for a loss in the preseason was Cornell Brown came down to crack block the defensive end last week against the Lions. Poor Cornell Powell.
Cornell
Powell. Yeah, boy, he got destroyed. He just got destroyed.
A for effort.
A for effort. He'd been on the team for about 36 hours.
Yeah.
And they're asking him to come down and crack down on it was a big dude, too.
Yeah.
And the defensive end saw it coming. He anticipated it. The only way it works is if you've got a defensive end who's unaware and you can get him in the ribs or something.
The element of surprise.
There was nothing. Right at the snap, the defensive end turned to Cornell Powell, and that's when the battle was lost.
Blammo.
And then he just bulldozed him straight out to, I think it might have been Woody Marks. I don't know. Is the guy actually good at doing it? And I think it's a really good point by the texter that I think first and foremost, I like it when offense says, look, we're not trying to keep a certain number of players on the roster because we want to use all these guys. We want to have the best guys on the roster. And then no matter whether you're tight end heavy or not, you'd like to have a third tight end.
Sure.
They're gonna take care of that at some point.
I think so, too. Here was C.J. Stroud, as long as we're talking about the offense. C.J. Stroud on First Take when Stephen A. Smith asked him, hey, how's that offensive line? They're going to do a better job protecting you this year.
Did you bribe them? What is it that you did in the offseason to get them to make sure you don't get sacked 52 times this upcoming season like you did last year? Because, damn it, what are you supposed to do if you're not protected offensive line this year?
I feel great. I think, we brought in a lot of great pieces. Of course, we know we traded Laramie, but I feel like we brought in a rookie who is hungry, wants to get better, is doing great in camp. Titus is back at tackle. He looks great. So we got a lot of good pieces, man, and versatile. We're young. We have a new scheme. I think that had to do a lot with it last year. Was like we got to be able to get rid of the ball, move the pocket, help those guys out. Everything can't just be drop back pass. We play action. So that's running the ball. So there's ways we can help those guys out. And by me, I got to do a better job of getting the ball out when it's necessary. So it's not just on them, it's on me as well. So I think we're doing a great job by setting that foundation in camp. And I'm excited, man. Our O-line looks great.
CJ did a good job there at the very end of okay, I got to make sure I take some of this blame for the shade I just threw at the 2024 play calling.
And it's legitimate, too, when he's talking about making it easier on the offensive line. There were times last year where in game situations where he really should have just taken the easy 5-yard reception and whatever run after catch you get, where he turned it down and was kind of waiting for stuff to develop downfield. Well, he had 5-man pass protection in front of him. That's not an offensive line last year that you want to do it with, and you're making it harder on him. So it's a lot of things that you need to make it easier on the offensive line. But a big part of it, about once a week somebody will say, hey, Seth, can't they just use the pass to set up the run? Because we hear a lot of establish the run. So people say, well, can't you use the pass? That's what last year should have been. Yeah. Teams were all but inviting the Texans to run the ball. They were just awful at it.
Yep.
They couldn't do it. Teams were specifically lining up in defenses where they're almost conceding the run, but they managed to shut the run down.
Yeah.
That was the problem of last year. They had already set up the run with the pass without even taking a snap, because defenses are out there and they're saying, okay, we got Nico Collins, we got Stephon Diggs, we got Tank Dell. Let's just be sure we limit the deep ball and then play everything in front of us. And the Texans couldn't do squat with it. And Bobby Slowick, for the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, acted like he was still surprised that that's what he was seeing.
Dude.
it turns out defenses are trying to take away these receivers. It's weird. What's to be done about it?
Remember the Titans game they lost at home, I think, in Week 12, where the Titans linebackers were totally cheating the entire game?
Like they were just sitting there, they were just hanging out, waiting.
Standing there waiting.
Yeah. Or if it was a run to the outside, they'd barely move. They'd be like, nah, this is getting turned back.
Yeah.
Because especially like with Laramie Tunsil trying to run that scheme last year, Laramie Tunsil would just... in his own running scheme, there's times where you got to make a decision whether you try to reach block your guy, overtake him, or just wheel on him and wash him out. Guess what Laramie chose as often as possible as a run blocker? The path of least resistance. I'll just let this defensive end get upfield.
Yeah.
And linebackers are like, okay, cool. I know, it's a run to my right. Yeah, this ball's coming back to me. I'll just sit here and wait. And meanwhile, check to be sure that's not play action and all of that.
Hey, what did you put?
That's that's my finisher medal. It's a middle-aged white man version of a participant trophy for running a 50-mile ultramarathon. Shuffling a 50-mile ultramarathon.
You got a participation medal for that? A finisher?
A finisher.
Oh, sorry, you
don't
finished.
get one if you don't finish.
You finished.
25% of people that enter don't finish the race.
Now, for those who don't know, why exactly are you flexing with that
because
now?
Clint apparently won't shut up about how fat I used to be and how that's why he knows for sure he can beat me in a 1-mile race. Because I used to be heavier than I was right now.
You're 10 pounds heavier than him right now.
Well, specifically being paid to be that heavy.
Right.
It wasn't because I couldn't put down the pancakes, Yes, I eat pancakes with my hands, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
Now I do it to carbo load.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Do you have any other accolades hanging on the wall there in your studio?
This was in a shoebox. This is after I came. This was one segment after me talking about how a lot of times I'll throw away awards because I just don't think about them all that much.
Yeah.
I was like, oh wait, I still have my participation trophy.
Your finisher.
It was in a shoebox full of medals that my wife had.
Full of medals, huh?
Yeah.
You got a lot of medals in that box over there.
My mom gave me a bunch of stuff when I was
stuff you won when you were younger.
She finally turned my bedroom into something else.
So are you wearing that to tell Clint to show him what's up?
I'm just watching it. I might wear it when I beat him in the mile.
Yeah.
3 months from now.
Yeah.
I already have my training plan printed out for how I'm going to train to.
I love to turn this into something here. It sounds.
I'm shooting for a 7-minute mile. Yeah, I think that's a realistic one.
Yeah.
I haven't run in a couple years. Frankly, I don't think my knee is ready for it. And but I'm willing to take a cortisone shot or 7. And I'm also going to do an interval heavy base training program. I can't log a lot of miles.
Oh my God.
But I can do some sprints and stuff and some tempo runs to get ready for it.
I got to see this. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Nick Caserio press conference coming up at the top of the hour, 9 a.m. We'll carry it live here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, speaking of the Rams, Nick Caley's former team, update on probably the biggest story for the Week 1 matchup between the Texans and the Rams. We got one from the Rams side of things earlier this week. What does it mean for Week 1 for the Texans, which is only 10 days away? That's coming up next. You know what's only 3 days away? Saturday, and that's going to be
and Pendergast is driven by on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Sean McVay interviewed earlier this week and was asked about the status of Matthew Stafford, his quarterback, who's been dealing with a back issue throughout training camp. He was delayed in getting started working out for the team, reportedly had been taking epidurals for this back issue. What is the status of Matthew Stafford?
It's going to be the same answer. Yeah, I mean, and I mean that too. He's doing great. He's 100% participant. He's doing a heck of a job, taking care of himself with a lot of different things. As soon as we get off the grass, he and Reggie have a great plan. But, I can't see into the future, but I certainly, if you look at what the last week has entailed, feel really good. And there's nothing that would lead me to believe, unless we have an unforeseen setback, that he's not going to be ready to roll against the Texans.
I can't wait for this game because I think Matthew Stafford is at the very least going to be rusty coming into this game.
Right. Well, and the Rams in general are rusty to start out the season. That's a running issue with LA fans is, hey, these guys don't play their starters in the preseason. They seem to be very much about injury prevention and preservation, and they get off the slow starts. So now you've got a quarterback who might as well be preparing to birth a child, what with his epidurals and everything. Because, he's getting ready to either play a season or give birth. That's what we know about his medical regimen right now.
Yeah.
That I think Puka Nacua, obviously you respect him. Devontae Adams. The Texans, Adams, after Aaron Rodgers looked like the all-pro version of himself, throwing the ball to Devontae Adams with the Jets last year. So they've got Matt Stafford, depending on how healthy he is, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Atwell, all these guys going up against a really good secondary.
Yeah.
I'm amped up for this game. But I'm especially excited that Matt Stafford might be in a wheelchair by the time this game begins.
I'm excited for that Texans defensive front to look like it did at practice, against the Texans offense. Watch Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter get after it. That's funny with the epidurals. Matt Stafford, after you said that, I'm like, Matthew Stafford has gone into the tent. What's the problem? His water broke.
His water broke. He's a big guy. He's birthing an 11-pound baby. That's it. This is hard.
You got to go inside that tent. Here's Sean McVay talking about Matthew Stafford. Maybe not as many physical reps in camp this year. More mental reps.
With Matthew, I think that served him well. You get some time with, your family and, the beautiful little girls, more than you would otherwise. But I think just to keep him feeling like, hey, man, it's fun, it's engaging. He loves being out here practicing and competing. And then, does he need to hear, some of our standard 2x2 formations at the beginning? No, he doesn't need to know that. He doesn't need to be there for those kind of things. And so picking and choosing our spots, that was part of the plan. Obviously, it kind of organically unfolded, maybe a little later than we anticipated. But I think he is having a lot of fun. I think he's enjoying it. And sometimes that absence, you can really have an appropriate perspective of how much you loved him the last week and a half.
They're going to kill this guy. They're going to kill this guy in week one.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Yeah. That's what you're looking for right there. Oh, I remember the love of the guy. Ow!
Yeah.
Oh, my back.
As soon as he said, well, it's good for him. He gets to spend some more time with his beautiful 4 little girls. I'm like, oh, that's it. That's it. He's spending time with the family. Does not have the appropriate amount of delusion and hyper focus that a quarterback needs.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. It sounds like he's got some perspective on life.
Nope,
he's got a needle in his back.
Yep.
And meanwhile, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson are going to be trying to make his life miserable.
Yes.
No, I'd say by the end of the first quarter, he's like, I'm coming for you, Kelly. You're going to be pulling a Fred Sanford out there. Yeah.
And in comes Jimmy G.
Limping off to the sideline. I'll be home for dinner, Kelly.
This is the big one. This is the big one. Oh, man. One more from Sean McVay, who apparently was getting peppered with Matthew Stafford questions. He reiterates he's being 100% participant.
Yeah, we adjusted that plan a little bit just based on him getting out there last week, and so we naturally kind of have a 4-week or a 4-day block anyways where you're kind of deloaded on that third day. So he's been a full participant really in everything. He's been able to feel good each of the next mornings, and so we'll continue on with that, and then we'll see what the in-season approach entails.
Yeah, text message. Like a couple good hits and he's hindered in this game. That's how I feel about it.
I mean, you think about guys that have back issues in basketball, especially because we have an intimate experience in that. Going back to Tracy McGrady,
yep.
You never can tell, or anybody listening who has back issues like that with a pinched nerve or herniated disc or anything. You don't know when it's going to come and hit you, but usually it comes and grabs you doing something less violent than getting tackled or sacked in a football game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's anybody's guess as to how long he holds up. But I think at some point, I wouldn't be optimistic at Matt Stafford playing 17 games this season. Is it going to rear its ugly head before or during this football game?
Well, this is, I would say that a lot's been made in that game, and I'm just checking to see what the line is on the game. Rams are a 2.5-point favorite, so the line has not moved very much since the schedule was released in May when Matthew Stafford's back issues weren't even a news item. So Vegas right now is kind of believing what we're hearing from Sean McVay there. So we made a lot about the Texans and this new offensive line having to go against this Rams defensive line, which is very, very good.
Yeah.
It might be a bigger task on the other side for the Rams offensive line, given the fact that Matthew Stafford's got no mobility, I'm guessing, to go up against what DeMeco Ryans is going to throw at him. This is an under game for me. I think this feels like a 20-17, a 17-14 kind of game, unless the two defenses or one of the defenses or both force a bunch of turnovers that create a lot of short fields. This does not feel like a game where one of these two offenses is going to come out of this thing with 400.
The Rams, though, their defense wasn't all that great last year. Their run defense really wasn't dependable.
Yeah.
Yet they have a really good young front seven.
Yeah.
So I think their run defense will be improved.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to if the Texans are indeed a good rushing football team, that's going to be a problem for the Rams.
Yeah.
I think the Texans, if you're talking about how the odds makers might view it, odds makers and anybody else that wasn't out there at training camp would say the Texans don't have a good rushing offense and they got rid of their best offensive lineman and Joe Mixon is injured. How is this going to be better than they were last year?
Yeah.
They might even be worse than they were as a rushing offense, which was already bad. I think that I'm not saying they're going to be a great rushing offense, but I think they're going to be better than they were last year,
Mm-hmm.
and that's going to allow C.J. Stroud. And I think in pass protection they'll be much better.
Yeah.
I really do. Just by the way they're operating, what they're doing to make it easier for the offensive line, the way the offensive line is working cohesively right now, and C.J. Stroud having more control at the line of scrimmage, I think they're going to be better in pass protection. So just strictly as objectively as possible, I think the line is a little too flavored by or skewed by an expected offensive misery by the Texans this year.
That they've not improved from last year.
Yeah, I think the Texans are going to be better offensively. I don't know what their ceiling is, but they're going to be better. That's where I think in these early games, I think the Texans are probably a little bit more underdog than they should be.
Yeah, I'm picking them to win the game. I just don't think 44.5, which means they're expecting it to be like 24-21. And that feels a little high scoring for these two teams early in this. With a new offense being implemented for the Texans and a hindered Matthew Stafford going against a very good defense for the Texans, and I think a defense for the Rams that maybe is not a great matchup for a first game for a new offensive line.
Jimmy Garoppolo is their backup quarterback, and I was getting really excited about the prospect of this defense facing Jimmy Garoppolo. Sean, let me tell you, if I was excited about that, what do you think my heart rate does when I start thinking about the prospect of Matt Stafford getting these next 2 weeks of game prep for the Texans, and then 6 minutes into the game, Jimmy Garoppolo coming in without having gotten all of the reps and the prep for the Texans? Yeah.
It's fun. I get what you're saying. Garoppolo does feel like one of those guys, though, that like you just throw him in, and there's Like he is a true, like, you just shake the magic 8-ball to see what the answer is, you know?
And he might be better off with zero preparation than with actual preparation.
Don't think it can only hurt the ball club.
Don't give him time to screw it up by thinking about it.
Yeah. Like, intuitively, your point makes a lot of sense, but, like, Jimmy G found his way into a Super Bowl, you know?
He just throws the ball up, man. Yeah. I think versus this particular defense, it's a bad recipe.
Yep, you're right. You're right. We're getting a lot of texts on this about Matthew Stafford. I've had a herniated disc and had to get it surgically repaired twice. Once you have back problems, they don't go away ever, the texter says.
Well, and especially, I mean, we've issues and fixed it, but he was a young man when he changed his routine and figured out how to fix it. I mean, the man had his ribs broken on a massage table. That's how committed he was to figuring out his physiological issues.
Yep.
The courage he showed in that bogus story moment. Yes.
Is that video still out? That video's got to be still out there, right? The video he did on his wife's YouTube channel where he like lifted his shirt up to show like where the rib was that got snapped. Like, I'm like, what are we doing?
I think that all that aside, when it's different when it's an aging athlete and that you've got these issues. It's not that's the last thing I want to hear out of an older quarterback. I think is he's got a herniated disc.
Yeah,
don't worry, he'll be fine.
Yep.
Don't forget. How old is Stafford now? 37 years old.
Yeah. He's an older quarterback, man. Don't forget. This is a text message. Don't forget Aziz making Stafford's life hell. Ooh, that'd be fun. Yeah. Stafford decides to scramble and blammo.
Aziz in the second game, he showed discretion, Sean.
I know.
Yeah, he could have really blasted the quarterback, and he just laid off at the last moment. Good for you.
Yeah. We need him out there. That's true. It's don't dial it back though, Aziz. I mean, still bring the lumber. All right.
You just got to dial it back 1/32 of a second sooner than he might otherwise.
Yeah. Text message: a Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter sandwich. Yeah, that would be good. Just popping Matthew Stafford like a zit. That would be great.
And then one of them kind of go Clubber Lang and is like start flirting with Kelly Stafford. You know, you need a real man. You want to, you know. What does Clubber Lang say to Adrian?
Hey woman, I bet you go to bed every night wishing you had a real man.
Yeah, that's gonna be Will.
Yeah.
Look at this. You're stuck with this cripple. Stafford's laying on the ground like a guy on the Family Guy after he falls out of a window, just all arms all twisted up.
Oh man! All right, Payne and Pendergast. Nick Caserio press conference, top of the hour. Nick will answer all the questions. How many questions in before he gets asked about Joe Mixon? Seth, is that the first question? Joe Mixon? Do you think?
D'Amico's already been asked twice about Joe Mixon.
But he was asked before they officially put him on the NFI list here.
First question will likely be about Joe Mixon.
I think so too. And
then one of the first three will probably be about Graham Mertz.
Yes,
because it doesn't matter. Like third string quarterback gets more clicks than just about anybody else on any position.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you'll get two college fan bases clicking on it too because he went to Wisconsin and Florida. That's the key too. You get the colleges they went to. You get them in the into.
But with neither of those colleges feeling all that passionate about him, I don't.
Maybe
think,
not.
You know.
Yeah, maybe not. All right, Payne and Pendergast. The Athletic did their 25 best players under the age of 25. Who made it from the Texans? The others worth discussing on here though have some serious Texans angles. Not only that for you coming up next. But first, got to mention our first college football watch party. Coming up this Saturday at Boomer Jacks in Katy, 1110 Grand West Boulevard in Katy. Party starts at 11. Watch the games. Ice cold flight by Yuengling. Root for your favorite team. We're going to have some great prizes from Yuengling to give away. See you out there at Boomer Jacks in Katy. I'll be out there on Saturday. Now, that'll be almost 24 hours, like to the minute, because the doors open at 10:30. About 10:30 on Friday.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, woman. Hey, woman. Listen here. Since your old man ain't got no heart, maybe you'd like to see a real man. I bet you stay up late every night dreaming you had a real man, don't you? I tell you what, bring your pretty little self over to my apartment tonight, and I'll show you a real man. You want it, you get out!
See, so that is the dream scenario. The dream scenario of week one, as dreamed up by Seth Payne.
Will Anderson yelling at Kelly Stafford of her former husband. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, woman.
That
was from Rocky 3.
Who flips out there? Paulie flips out.
No.
Right?
That was Rocky flipping out.
Rocky does flip out.
Yeah, because he showed up. They were dedicating the statue. It still sits outside the museum in Philadelphia to this day. They were dedicating it, and Rocky was giving a speech to all the people there, and that's when Clubber Lang, played by Mr. T, walked up and interrupted the festivities there.
Didn't they move? I think they moved the Rocky statue.
They did. Yeah, they sure did.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, now it's at the Museum of Art now.
Yeah.
Oh, and then it's Spectrum, then back to the museum. Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. Amy and
so
I
that's where. So it was moved a few times, but now it's at the museum.
Last I went to Philly, which was like 2 years ago, it was at the museum. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So, because I had to get my picture taken in front of it, man. So Will Anderson, yes, that's the dream scenario right there, people. That's what we're rooting for. Will Anderson, Derek Stingley Jr., C.J. Stroud, all named to the Athletics 25 best players under the age of 25, as determined by nearly 24 scouts, coaches, and front office types. C.J. Stroud, 8th. Derek Stingley Jr., 12th. Will Anderson, 21st. A little disrespectful to Will Anderson, I think, at 21 right there. A little disrespectful, I would say, on this thing. So
if you look at the defensive linemen who are above him, is Jalen Carter the only defensive lineman above him on that list?
Jalen Carter is second on the list. So he's
wow.
He's ahead of almost everybody.
I'd ask you, okay, which guy is still going to be producing 10 years from now in the NFL for the team that he's on? I would take Will Anderson at extremely certain odds on that one.
Why?
Just Jalen Carter's just not in terms of he doesn't have the same Will Anderson type of drive and maturity.
I was going to say I think I know the answer, but I want to hear you say it.
Yeah. No, he's very, very impressive, but I think all the things that you feel really there's a reason Jalen Carter wasn't as drafted as high as he should have been. So I think whereas Will Anderson, he's the exact opposite when it comes to concerns over just how his approach to life.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I think there's some interesting names, just kind of, you run your finger down the list here. Jalen Carter at 2, drafted in the same draft as C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. You and I had this discussion, I think, when another list came out like this, maybe a month or two ago. Like, would the Texans have been better off trading up 3 spots for Jalen Carter because he went 9th, or trading up the 9 spots they did to get Will Anderson? And I think you and I both circled back to kind of some variation of what you just said, which is I just trust Will Anderson more long-term than Jalen Carter.
I trust him more long-term, but also he's on the field more. He has more of an impact on more downs in the game than a defensive tackle does. Yeah.
Number 5 on this list, Brock Bowers. Vindication for Sean T. Pendergast, who wanted the Texans to trade up to get Brock Bowers last year. And Brock Bowers has been amazing. It's actually
if they had Brock Bowers and Cade Stover, like let's say they had drafted Cade Stover as well, then I think there'd be 3 tight ends on the roster right now. Because people are saying, how come there's only 2 tight ends? What the hell? I thought this was going to be a tight end heavy offense. There's a good chance he'd be on the roster.
Yeah.
When Irv Smith gets injured and goes on IR, I think that they look at everybody else and they think, no, we don't think they're as good as we've got 53 other players that are better football players than whichever Harrison Bryant or Luke Lachey. So we'll figure out the tight end, the third string tight end thing at some point. But right now we want to be sure we have the 53 best guys on the roster.
Kyle Hamilton's 9th on this list, and we've beaten the Kyle Hamilton thing to death.
Is he above Kenyon Green?
He's above Kenyon Green. Yeah, Kenyon Green is 25 under 25. If they expanded it to 2,500 under 25, Kenyon might make the list. But yeah, Kyle Hamilton.
Big losers in the Kenyon Green being released from the Eagles were the people who wanted to blame the offensive line coach last year for Kenyon Green not being good.
Yeah.
Maybe that was, hey, 2 things can be true. that maybe Chris Strausser wasn't getting the most out of Kenyon Green, but when Kenyon Green goes up to Philadelphia and he plays for one of the best offensive line coaches this century, you kind of lose the benefit of the doubt there on whether coaching was the issue or not.
If I'm not mistaken, there was at least one relative of Kenyon Green that had issue with Chris Strausser.
That relatives get a pass.
It's okay, gotcha. Okay, let me ask you this, and we're going through the Athletics 25 best players under the age of 25, kind of looking at it through a Texans lens. Bijan Robinson is 11. Jahmyr Gibbs is 14. Both were first-round picks as running backs. Bijan, I think, was the 7th overall pick or something like that in his draft, maybe 8th, something like that. He's a top 10 pick. And Jahmyr Gibbs was picked 12th in his draft class. Are the Texans a first-round running back next year, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Should they be one of these?
Good question.
Because the first-round running back dynamic has started to work out a little bit better for teams.
The pendulum's swinging back the other way. You got a whole lot of defenses that are loaded up to stop the pass, and teams are remembering and realizing, oh, yeah, the run game is actually a thing. Yep. You can win a Super Bowl riding an awesome running back performance these days. So, I certainly wouldn't put it. I mean, you can draft, even in the heyday of disregarding running backs, I think that there are lots of good teams that drafted running backs in the first round, but it's usually at the back end of the first round.
Yes.
Yeah, my appetite is as strong as ever for drafting a running back in the first 15 picks.
To me, Seth, drafting a running back high is more about where the team is in their arc.
Yeah.
And, like when the Giants drafted Saquon with the number 2 pick, that was stupid because they needed so many other things that you were going to burn. There's no position that has more of a definitive odometer than the running back position. If you're a bad team drafting a running back with a high pick, you're probably, in all likelihood, going to burn at least 2 years, probably with him running behind a bad offensive line, before the need for a running back becomes a primary thing. I think the Texans are at their building stage now, and especially if you're going to give CJ and Will big contracts, you might need a running, but you might need rookie contracts playing at that position.
You're just like trying to butter your toast while it's still dough. If you draft a running back too early, you're like, all right. I mean, it might improve the overall recipe, but it's not step the process.
Yes.
I want a nice glaze of butter over the top of it.
That is beautiful. Okay, a couple more here. Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean show up on the radar here. Quinyon Mitchell's number 15. Cooper DeJean is honorable mention. No mention of Kamari Lassiter anywhere, who we know is under 25. I know. Disrespect.
I'll tell you what. The disrespect they show our cornerbacks, our young cornerback and Kamari Lassiter. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it.
Thank you, Bill.
I'm tired of everybody being so married to their damn draft evaluations that they just don't see what's right in front of their face. You know?
Yeah.
You're chasing the homecoming queen. She's a slut. No, the one you were looking for is right there. Let his hair down. Take off his glasses.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
He's standing right there in front of you.
You couldn't have said it any
better.
And
you refuse to see him.
Yeah, I took the words right out of my mouth. The prom queen's a slut. Yes.
Isn't she always?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. If you're listening and you were a prom queen, we're not talking about you.
No, Brandy's going to be pissed if she was.
She was a prom queen.
Yeah. Right. See me strutting into the Portville Central School 25th year reunion with the homecoming queen on my arm.
Right.
Hey, what are you whispering about over there in the corner,
and
fella?
7 guys looking at her. Yeah. All right, we got to get out. Nick Caserio's press conference. The Texans.
She was pure as the driven snow.
The Texans GM, I believe you. The Texans GM, Executive Vice President GM Nick Caserio meets with the media, talking about the roster cutdowns coming up next. We'll carry it live. Let's get you guys into that luxury vehicle first, though. West Point.
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we expect to hear from Texans GM Nick Caserio. Press conference begins. We will take you there immediately. Text message, Seth should get an award as Analogy User of the Year. He's always on point. Here's the problem with that. If you gave Seth an award for it, he wouldn't accept it. He would take the trophy and he would throw it unless it's a medal that says finisher on it.
Finisher.
I didn't even...
The Can Lake 50 in 2010, 50-mile ultra-marathon.
The gravitas with which you pulled that into the shot.
Clint Stoerner seems to think I'm just a big old fatty.
Yep.
No chance in hell old Sethers could beat Clint Stoerner.
That's right.
Dirty red in a
mile.
He somehow thinks the Blue Chew's going to help him on that mile or something. Like, no. I'll tell you one thing about Clint Stoerner.
We got Nick Caserio. You can tell after the press conference. Yeah, well, here's Nick Caserio.
Yeah, excited to get started here. Say really the roster where it is, probably a snapshot of where ultimately it will be. Probably be a lot of changes between now and the end of the season, probably even before the start of the season. It's no different, for us than it is the rest of the league. But I think we're in a decent spot. Try to have a good couple days of practice here today and tomorrow. And then the players have kind of that long weekend there, the mini bye. And we'll come back Monday and kind of get ready to go for, one of the best teams in the league, a week from Sunday in the Rams. So, a lot of work went into this to get to this point. Players worked hard, staffs worked hard, a lot of dialogue, a lot of conversations with a lot of people throughout the building, which will continue. D'Amico and I essentially, he was asked about the team every day. And it just takes a lot of dialogue, a lot of conversation back and forth, and just try to arrive at a good endpoint that we feel makes sense for our team. And if there's an opportunity out there that makes sense, we'll consider it. We're always going to consider it. If not, we'll always be prepared with the group that we have. So overall, in a decent spot and kind of excited to flip the page here and get ready for the regular season.
Adding another tight end, or do you all feel like British Brooks is a person who could make you all flexible there?
Yeah, we'll see. And I've talked about this at different points. Some positions you carry your depth on the roster. Some positions you carry your depth off the roster. We view it as 65, 70 players are essentially available every week at our disposal, and whoever we feel can help us that particular week or game, we'll consider it. We probably very easily could have carried 60 to 65 players on the actual roster, but the rules are the rules. So we try to work within the parameters that were given by the league. So some positions, they'll be on the 53, some will be on the practice squad, but we don't view the practice squad players any differently than the players that are on the roster. Some of this is just mechanics and just positioning and, where do you feel that you have to carry a player or handle a player. So, we'll always look at it and ultimately do what we feel makes the most sense for our team.
When it comes to British Brooks and him making the team again, what did he show you as a special teamer, and what is he showing you just kind of how hard he works, that kind of thing?
Yeah, when you look at our program, what are the hallmarks of our teams and, what's important to D'Amico? Physicality. Who better embodies that than British Brooks? So the way he plays, his mindset, his toughness. The guy doesn't say boo, barely know. There's a lot of guys like that. Doesn't really say much in the building. Lets his actions kind of do the talking. So British has earned his opportunity. The players that are on the team have earned their opportunity to be where they are. And there's a number of other players that aren't on the team that earn their opportunity as well. We'll kind of see how it all shakes out here over the next, call it 24 hours. There's going to be a lot of movement. You'll get the waiver period here by 11 o'clock. Teams have to put the claims in, then you'll form the practice squads by kind of 1 o'clock, midday, and then there'll be some other transactions tomorrow. But by Thursday afternoon, wherever you're going to be, that's where you're going to be for now. But, British has worked really hard, had his season cut short last year with the injury, but when he's been on the field, he's made an impact last year going back. He was active, week one, and he made a tackle, I think, on kickoff coverage or something like that. So, that's when you're a role player, you have to do multiple things well. You're either starter on offense, starter on defense, or starter in a kicking game. So now, again, we can only take 48 players at a game each week. So whether he's a part of that or not, we'll have to see kind of it all transpires. But British is a good kid, works really hard, embodies a lot of the qualities that we covet in this program.
Is there a setback with Mixon, or did y'all anticipate it would be this bad?
Yeah, I mean, with all the injured players, kind of take it one day at a time, and so whatever their timeline is, we kind of handle accordingly. I'd say the players that are on PUP or NFI, I mean, they're out 4 games or 4 weeks, so once we get through 4 weeks, we'll kind of evaluate it at that time.
Something away from the facility?
No, I mean it's not my call, it's the league's call. So you turn the transactions in, and they put the players in categories. So, I mean, that's how it's handled.
Playing this year, Mixon?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression, and then make a determination.
Find what now, you just mentioned, this is the point where we are for now. So how long was that process? You're talking, 96 hours, and then you sort of redo this process again?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'd say it's very fluid. Honestly, it's an ongoing process throughout the year. So when you look at some of the players that are currently on this team, let's just use Tommy Togiai as an example. A year ago, we weren't even talking about Tommy Togiai. He wasn't on our team. He wasn't in training camp. He wasn't on the practice squad. We signed him, I want to say it was like end of September, beginning of October. Kind of started on the practice squad, worked his way to the roster. And, a year later, here he is, on the 53-man roster, with an opportunity to make a contribution. So go back 2 years ago, we were having this conversation. I mean, nobody was talking about Derek Barnett. Derek Barnett, waiver claim in November. And DB's been, I'd say, an integral part of what we're doing here the last, few years. So it's a fixed point in time. I mean, it's just the rules are the rules. Everybody's got to get to 53. Then you form a practice squad. So you're going to see a lot of movement, probably more movement on and off practice squads than you will see on the roster. But at any point, a player could go from the practice squad to the roster, and it's a simple transaction. So we view it as an ongoing thing, no different. We've talked about this. I mean, I think more of a deal is made out of the draft than really should be. It's just a fixed point in time. No different. Here we are in training camp to go from 90 to 53. It's a fixed point in time. But the roster building process really is ongoing, and there's going to be other opportunities out there for us, and we'll always look at it and we'll consider it. And if it makes sense, we'll do it. And if it doesn't, we won't. But that's kind of how we handle it.
Tommy, what have you liked about him since he's gotten here, and has he exceeded expectations for a guy you just brought from practice?
Yeah, similar answer regarding British Brooks. I mean, Tommy's one of the hardest working players in our building. Probably been one of the most consistent players from the start of the off-season program till now. I mean, he started training in February. I mean, I want to say he's like a 700-pound squatter. He's like one of the strongest guys on the team. So, I mean, Tommy was a good football player at Ohio State. 4th-round pick by the Browns. Didn't work out. Kind of had some injuries. Short-changed me there a little bit. But, Tommy's an NFL football player. He's got the right mindset. He's got the right attitude. He works his tail off. He goes out there and makes plays. So, he's been really good to work with. Has taken advantage of his opportunities when they've been provided. And glad he's here.
Become a reality to you guys that Joe was going to miss this much time?
Yeah, we take it one day at a time, and, can't really, there's no crystal ball out there. So, we build a team and take the information and, plan accordingly. So Joe's not available right now. So whenever he becomes available, we'll talk about it at that point in time.
If he isn't able to play, do you feel like this running back room can handle his loss?
Yeah, we feel the players that are on the team right now can help us. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here. So players that are on the team, we're going to need them. The players on our practice squad, we're going to need. So whoever's in the building, the expectation is that you're going to prepare each week and get ready to play, and that you can help our team. There's multiple examples of that. D'Angelo Ross, there's another player, practice squad, has helped us in a kicking game, made an impact. Adar Holman over the course of his career. There's multiple players that have been off a roster on a practice squad who we've activated for games, and they have gone out there. Tommy, we just talked about him. Like nobody was talking about Tommy Togiai last year at this point either. And he's gone out there in playoff games and actually helped us win. So whoever's here, the expectation is we're going to get their stuff ready to play. If there's a better option out there for us, we'll consider it. If there's not, then we won't.
You have a player like CJ, quarterback. You have Davis, who's been his backup for a couple of years now. What goes into keeping Graham Mertz on the roster versus another roster spot at another position?
Yeah, just try to keep good football players in the building. Some of this roster mechanics, like what do we feel makes the most sense. So, every team's going to have a third quarterback in some capacity. Some will be on, some will be on a practice squad. When you look at the numbers, probably half and half. So it's just a matter of, what do you think makes the most sense? We've done it both ways. We've had 2 on. Last year we had 2. We've had 3 at different points. So we just felt like that made the most sense for Graham at this point in time. Graham's worked hard, played well the other day. He's been pretty consistent really since he's walked in the building. It's kind of taking a little bit of time to get up to speed, coming off of, the ACL injury there that he sustained back there at Florida. So, some of it is just whatever we feel and going to be players, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, if our depth's not on a roster, probably going to carry it off the roster, so might be able to supplement it in a couple different ways.
USC, Jalen Smith played a lot of positions. Outside, he also played some nickel. Do you guys like what he could do potentially as a backup nickel to Jalen Petrie?
You talking about J-Rock, Jalen? Yeah, he's taking reps a little bit in, a little bit out. Probably worked a little bit more on the perimeter here. So we'll just try to figure out what makes the most sense. We have a number of players that have experience playing inside the formation. Petey's one of them. Kamari's played inside the formation. Miles Bryant's played inside the formation. I mean, he's not here right now, but Miles has experience there. Even Ceedee, when he was in Philadelphia, has played inside the formation. So we'll just try to find guys that maybe have a certain degree of flexibility. And really, whatever you ask them to do, making sure that you're not asking them to do something that either A, they're not comfortable with, or B, maybe they're better off doing something else. So we'll figure out kind of what makes the most sense. But we feel like we have, a number of versatile players back there in the secondary. Other than Stingley, most of the guys have some position flex. And honestly, if Stingley had to go inside and play inside the formation, situationally, guy's the best corner in the league, so I'm sure he could probably figure it out.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it appears a reasonable assumption that he's on the roster because he could be available in the first couple of weeks of the season.
We'll see. He's worked hard. We'll see if he's, ready to practice here at some point. So, Ceedee's a good player. We think he can help us. So, we'll kind of see how much progress he makes. And again, we're not playing a game for, 10 days. So, there's a lot of things that can happen between now and the start of the season. So, we'll see how it goes. But, Ceedee's going to get progress. So, we'll see, when he's ready to go.
You as a quarterback a former quarterback, know the importance of OC and quarterback.
Bad quarterback.
Well, you set some records at
They got obliterated.
Okay. But you know the importance of quarterback and offensive coordinator being on the same accord. How have you seen that develop over time with CJ and Nick Haley?
It's no different than probably the relationship that D'Amico and I have. You're in constant contact. You talk about everything. So there's communication back and forth. Hey, like this, what do you think? I'm not really comfortable with that. Maybe it's something else. So that's how it should work. Any good relationship. It's about good communication. So it starts there. So whether it's football, whether it's in life, my kids don't like maybe the communication we have, but it's about good constructive dialogue, good communication, and ultimately quarterback's got to be comfortable because he's the one, the ball's in his hand 99% of the times in every play. So in the end, there's only once the play clock cuts off after 15 seconds, you're on your own. So you want to make sure that you're comfortable with the call, comfortable with the formationing, comfortable with, where you're going with the football. Maybe it's a mechanic thing. Maybe it's a technique. Maybe, hey, can we make this adjustment to the formation? Hey, that's a good idea. I've seen the best relationships that I've seen in that situation. There's just a lot of dialogue. Saw firsthand kind of how that went with Tommy and Josh. Honestly, it was, Josh probably got sick of Tom, but, that's all right. But, we're talking from Sundays after the game until Sunday morning before the next game. That's what it takes. Hardest position to play in all of sports. It takes a lot of work and constant communication and dialogue on a day-to-day basis.
Talking about process over results during the rebuild, how would you describe this phase as compared to where you were those first two?
Yeah, no different. I think our program is very process-oriented. If you have good processes in place, hopefully it leads to good results. Sometimes good process doesn't necessarily lead to the best results. But what we've tried to do is just establish some level of consistency on a day-to-day basis, what we're doing on all levels, coaching, scouting, nutrition, player performance in all areas, and just get the right people in the building, understanding that it's a hard business. You're going to face some adversity. You're going to face, some stretches where things aren't going great. So you're either going to withstand that or you're going to wilt. We feel we can handle, anything that's put in front of us. And, that's what you want to kind of build. So you just got to focus on the process because the reality is, Landry, after a game on Sunday, you have to go back and start over, right? So post-game, all right, then you got to rebuild back up to get back to that same point. So you just don't go from one week to the next. So if you have good process, D'Amico and I both believe that strongly. and having good process, being consistent day to day. If there's an area that we can tweak or improve that can enhance our program, we're always going to consider that. And I think as long as we're here, that will be the approach.
Progress very on to your anniversary, and how does that progress and the injury to Cam Robinson kind of affect the tackle position?
Yeah, I mean, offensive line, and we'll put the best 5 guys out there. So however we deploy them, Tay's a good player. I mean, that's why we drafted him. And he's worked on the right, he's worked on the left. We have a number of players in the offensive line that Tice honestly has played all 4 positions on the offensive line other than center. Even going back to 21, I mean, he was out there at left tackle, against San Francisco. He's played left guard. So, again, what we're trying to do on the offensive line, we've talked about this, is try to have enough players that have some position versatility. Because if you lose somebody at one spot, what's the solution? So is it you move a guy, or is you take the 6th, 7th, or 8th player and he goes in, and then you got to move somebody else over? We feel that room, we got a lot of versatility and a lot of flexibility there. We'll get the 5 best guys out there and kind of see what it looks like.
Cam Robinson, and given that you all have an excess of tackles, do you think that's possible?
Yeah, I've said this multiple times. I mean, can't ever have enough tackles in your building. So I feel like, however you count Titus, we have 3.5 tackles, we have 4 tackles, but we have a number of players that can play tackle. Even Deck, I mean, I know we traded him yesterday, but Deck had a good preseason. I mean, there's a guy that's actually started games in the NFL. So, it was a situation where it felt like, all right, kind of made sense. Probably have a good opportunity out there. So you're going to need tackles. So feel like we have some decent ones here. Hopefully we can keep them in the building because at some point we're probably going to need all of them.
When you were talking about the league handling NFI and PUP, do you view reserve NFI for Joe no different than a guy on IR designated to return?
It's the same category. Yeah, some of this is logistics and vernacular. Honestly, I think a lot of it is made more of it than it really is. So whatever the status is, they're on reserve. It's 4 games. Then you see where the player is. It doesn't mean they're going to come back. It just means they're available to start the 21-day window. So those players are all treated the same. That's how we view it. Maybe other teams view it differently, but that's kind of how we approach it.
Sitting here today, you're not ready to say whether he'd be available over that 7 weeks, including that 21-day window?
Yeah, all those players that are on that reserve category, every single one of them, they're out 4 weeks. So after 4 weeks, we'll see where they are.
Besides this, but did you expect or were you surprised that Jimmy was placed on the commissioner's exempt list?
Yeah, whatever the league decide. I mean, honestly, it's their decision, so we'll deal with it accordingly. Kind of let the process play itself out. So, I mean, I don't really have anything to add beyond that.
About just kind of how your relationship with D'Amico, how it's evolved over these 3 seasons, and kind of just talk about maybe how in sync you guys are at this point.
Yeah, honestly, it probably hasn't changed since the day we hired him to where we are now. I mean, and like I've said this publicly, I've said this privately. I mean, I flat out love the guy. I have a massive amount of appreciation and respect for who he is, what he's about. You see, when we talk to players, especially when you're going through the release process, it's not an easy process, but the class and dignity with which we try to handle it, and then what's expressed from the players to him, how they hold him in the regard that they do. I mean, honestly, it's pretty uplifting. So, I mean, we talk a lot. I think we see football through the same lens. We have a massive amount of respect for each do, but in the end, this building is about doing things as a team, and it's doing things collectively. So no one person is bigger than the team. No one person is bigger than the organization. We both feel that way. Philosophically, we're aligned that way. I mean, and I've said this, he's as good of a human being and a person as he is a coach, and he's one of the best coaches in the league. So, I mean, our relationship has been really good from the start. I think it's grown each year, and, I'm glad he's our coach. Really wouldn't want to work with anybody else, and hopefully it continues to lead to pretty good results, and we can keep moving the organization in a good direction. I mean, I say this humbly, but I think, our program is pretty respected league-wide. It's because of the players and because of the people in the building. People want to be here. When a player basically says, look, I hope I don't get claimed so I can go to your practice squad, I mean, honestly, it speaks to where your program is. So, we've come a long way. I mean, look, I was here for, 21. Nobody was saying that. So, we're obviously in a different spot. So hopefully we can just keep doing the right things, being consistent day to day, treat people the right way, just be honest with them and tell them the truth. And it starts at the top with him. Now, he won't take credit, because he's so humble and his nature isn't, but everything starts with him, and then it disseminates throughout the rest of the building. So I've said this multiple times. My job is to support him in any capacity possible, whatever that entails. And for as long as I'm in the position that I'm in, then that's my commitment to him and to the organization.
So you basically saying y'all having all
my ass. Like we work out together, but he's moving more weight than I am. So, but yeah, he can go out there and probably still make a tackle if he had to.
From an organizational perspective, like handling injuries and information and stuff like that, what is the approach that you and D'Amico take when it comes to injury information and players and whatnot?
Yeah, protect the players. So again, it's not public information. So we're trying to do, again, because here's what's happened with injuries, Landry, all right? Everybody tries to make an extrapolation about when are they ready, what are they doing? Well, you guys said it was this number of weeks, then it was early, then it was later. Like, there's no good solution. The solution is protect the players and look out for the best interest of the players. Take it one day at a time. Everybody's on a different timetable. Everybody's got a different process that they have to go through, and that's how we handle it. So, again, like, other teams may handle it differently. So we just do what we feel is in the best interest of the team and what's best for the players. And D'Amico has said this. He was a former player, so he obviously has a pretty good lens. I just think sometimes, there's an extrapolation that tries to get made about every little detail and about what a player is going through. Look, players are dealing with a lot, and I would say in a lot of cases it's very mentally fatiguing and taxing for that particular player. And who else, nobody else really knows what else they have going on top of their injury. So we're trying to be sensitive. Look, I understand you all have a job to do, and you're trying to get information. Like, we understand that. We respect that. But we're also trying to look out for the best interest of the players because that's what we feel our responsibility is.
You're listening to Texans GM Nick Caserio's press conference.
If you know someone's going to be out for 2 months and you don't say anything, then doesn't the assumption kind of work the other way where people think, well, he could be back next week, he could be back next week? Does that kind of put the player in a tough spot too?
No. I'd say in the situations that we're in, the NFL, PUP are our guys. They're off 4 weeks. So let's see where we are after 4 weeks, and then we'll make a determination about the progress moving forward. All right? Thanks.
All right, that was Texans GM Nick Caserio. All right, we got a lot to dig into there. From beginning to end at that press conference. So I've got a bunch of bullet points jotted down, Seth. I'm sure you do as well. There were two big things, I think, two big takeaways from that press conference that we will hit coming up next.
Hey, one big takeaway that you need to
Payne at West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, there was a lot to digest from Nick Caserio's press conference. Boy, the last few minutes of it were saucy, where Nick was getting into kind of their methodology and their reasoning for why they handle disseminating injury information the way they do. He had a nice back and forth there with Landry Locker that I think is very usable. I think for purposes of what this team is going to look like moving forward, Seth, I do think there were two things that jumped out at me. One was when he was asked about the versatility in the secondary. You and I both looked at each other at the exact same time, and he brought up Miles Bryant as an example of the versatility in the secondary, and I think we're both like, wait a second, he's not on the roster.
Well, and he said he's not on the roster right now.
Yeah.
He didn't emphasize the right now like I did, but I think in line with everything that Elsie said about this initial 53-man roster is that there's going to be a lot of changes in the next 24 hours.
Yep.
And then probably more changes after that leading up to week one and against the Rams. And Miles Bryant, I think, very good chance that just for reasons of roster flexibility or whatever they needed to do, they think they're looking at him as a guy that if everything plays out a certain way, they just bring him right back onto the roster. They can get back
now, and who knows? He might have been one of the guys. Nick referred to players now, just talking about the quality of the program. He said, when you get guys saying, "I hope I don't get claimed because I want to come back and be on your practice squad." Who knows? Maybe Miles Bryant is one of those guys. But I thought that was a definite tell that Miles Bryant is going to be part of this football team in some capacity moving forward.
And then the funny thing there was that he said it wasn't like that in 2021.
He's very open about that, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't. Guys weren't saying like, oh, I hope I can stick around.
Yeah. And I think the other thing, the elephant in the room, Joe Mixon. He got hit with a lot of Joe Mixon questions, right. He got hit with a lot of Joe Mixon questions. The two words you never want to hear when you're hoping for something definitive to come out of your Q&A with anybody, whether it's your parents, your kids, your GM of your football team, the two magic words, "we'll see."
Right. And
Don't like that.
We heard that multiple times.
Yeah.
And it was, I think, right now, it's funny. The last time the Texans were super tight-lipped about a position of great importance, it was in the 2023 draft. And when the Nugget Huskies don't get what they want, which is some kind of information or a leak from the team. That's when we had Adam Schefter saying that it was his feeling that the Texans probably weren't going to take a quarterback at all.
Yep.
They just start making stuff up. And right now I'm really, really careful about various people talking about how, well, no, it's pretty obvious that he'll be back week 13 at the earliest and probably not at all based on the nature of this or that. Like I just don't buy into any of it because in the absence of any information at all, people really just let their imaginations run rampant. I could say I'm confident he'll be back in week 5, but I'm not. I just don't know if or when Joe Mixon's going to return this year.
The team doesn't put out any information. The team is very tight-lipped. They're very good at being tight-lipped. I think the thing that concerns me the most is that we've not seen Joe Mixon at all.
Right.
We've not seen him. And this is very similar. I think someone on the text page made this comparison yesterday. And from this standpoint, I think it's appropriate, which is that Christian Harris was absent last year. Not just that he wasn't practicing. Guys that aren't practicing are still out at practice, most of them. And they're
learning
doing
the scheme, perhaps. Standing behind the offense as the offense is running the plays.
Yes.
We just haven't seen any of that with Joe Mixon.
Any of that with Joe Mixon in a brand-new offense. I'll point that out as well. It would seem to me that there would be that would be a productive thing to be standing there. That's the thing that concerns me the most is that his absenteeism-ness, whatever word the fact that he's absent, the fact that he's not out there, the fact that we don't see his face, not even working out on a side field there. That's the part that concerns me, that this thing is really serious and that we might not see Joe Mixon this year. And then I start to think if it's something that's bad enough to knock him out for the season, then how serious is that in terms of the third year of his contract with the Texans?
The other big question is that we don't actually know how he got injured. Yeah. And that's a big part of it, just in that it's a non-football injury. If the Texans wanted to play hardball, or what ends about it, like let's say hypothetically had done it in a non-workout type of situation or something, they technically don't have to pay him, and that's salary cap relief. So, barring any kind of drama there, I just have to guess that there's still some hope at this point. I don't know what the level of hope should be, but the longer and longer you go without information, but I think importantly, Sean, what you're saying, the longer you go without actually seeing Joe Mixon in the flesh, that's what starts to make me pessimistic.
I'm there already. Yeah, I'm there already. Some other bullet points I wrote down, as you pointed out, Seth, right out of the chute. Nick said it's going to be a lot of movement here over the next, I'm paraphrasing, but really it sounds like over the next couple of days. You know, the waiver wire. If I had to guess, it's him bringing up the waiver wire tells me that they probably put in a claim maybe on a player or two.
So for those of you who don't know, you put in a claim on the waiver wire, and it's all based right now on how you finished last season.
It's a draft
and
order,
so basically you put in a claim, and at the end when the waiver wire is up, whoever has the highest position on the waiver wire who claimed a particular player gets that player, is awarded that player. So you don't know until the waiver wire is complete whether you have these guys or not.
If the Tennessee Titans want to pick up 7 guys off the waiver wire, they know they're going to get them because they're picking first.
Yeah, if you put in a claim, you're going to get that guy.
It's the draft order, basically, is what that is.
It's another one of the little ways that things kind of balance out the competitive balance.
Yeah.
Aside from just because it's the same as a draft order. It just kind of gives the.
We should point out that the waiver process only applies to players that are on their rookie contracts. If you're a veteran, if you're a vested veteran of 4 years or more, when the team lets you go, they release you. You're a free agent.
If the Cowboys decide to cut Myles Garrett, or if they decide to cut what the hell, Sean?
I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My God. Yeah. Not you, me, myself.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons, which I wouldn't put it past the Cowboys. I don't know what the hell Jerry's doing these days. He would be on the waiver wire. He's on his rookie contract.
He's still on his rookie deal, yeah.
Or maybe he's not because he's a vested veteran.
Yeah,
whatever.
he's 4 years, whatever the case.
Yeah, whatever. So that's where you're just in the waiting game right now, and you'll find out later today, right? If
I think the waiver. Yeah, I think like noon today is when they start telling you they start releasing who got picked up on waivers. Point being that don't get too married to this 53, or at least 3 or 4 of them probably. That there's going to be the Texans are. I mean, Nick Caserio said it himself. He called this is just a fixed point in time. That's all it is. It gets a lot of attention because it draws eyeballs. It makes for good radio. You're cutting from 90 to 53. There's a lot of content there. He called the draft a point in time. See, Nick Caserio is an enemy to the people in marketing in the NFL. Like, people are trying to market the draft and the roster cutdowns, and Nick's like, just a point in time. That's all it is.
It's all big, same old, just another way to acquire players, and some of them will work out, some of them won't. Get them in the building, et cetera, et cetera.
That's it. All right, so those are some of the things. I have a few other things written down that we can get. So running back room got a ton of attention in that press conference. How is C.J. Stroud feeling about that room? He talked about it on First Take yesterday. We'll hear from the Texans quarterback, and we'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today. We'll do that coming up next. But let's get you guys out to TDECU Stadium on, there we go, TDECU Stadium on Thursday, tomorrow. Wow, that's tomorrow.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, text message.
Really just to stay focused on what I can control, my attitude, my effort, my play in some ways. But, I thought I was proud of our team, through the injuries, through the hard times. We still competed. We made a good playoff run, competed against some of the big dogs in the league every time we faced them. So, you can't always be perfect or play perfect, but when your numbers are called, I feel like we competed last year, so that's what I learned.
That was C.J. Stroud. What did you learn from 2024? That was on First Take yesterday. We'll hear from C.J. again in just a second. We were talking about the waiver process in the NFL because obviously now there's hundreds of players out there that have been waived and are available for teams to pick up, and the process is basically it's the draft order. You put a claim in on a player. If nobody that was ahead of you in the draft order last April puts a claim in on that player, the player is yours. Texter asks, once you claim a player, don't you go back to number 32 and the process adjusts in terms of position? No, that's the waiver order in your fantasy league if you're playing on CBSSports.com. That's how that works, is that when you put in a claim, you go to the back of the line, yeah.
Yeah, why doesn't the NFL switch to a fantasy?
That would be great. Oh, yeah, that would be sweet. That's not how. So the Titans can pick up as many people as they want to.
And that's where it gets interesting when you look at some of the the tight ends only have two guys right now. You don't know which tight ends they might have put a waiver claim in on or whatever. But then also, once you get those waiver claims, you got to make corresponding roster moves to boot somebody off of your roster if you want to get that guy on. So it's that's why, boy, talk about having the rug pulled out from you. I see all these people talking about how stressful it is at the final cut, and I feel like, well, yeah, but then there's the 24 hours after that, too, where you think you made it, but then you find out, like, oh, no, actually, no.
If I
like when your lottery numbers come in and you don't realize that you forgot to, your wife forgot to buy the ticket that day. Like, we've been playing the same numbers for 27 years. Finally, it came in, and your wife's like, well, I wanted some cheesecake, and I needed the cash.
That's right. It is interesting that when Nick was asked about that, he was asked about Graham Mertz specifically, and he was happy. He talked about how Graham Mertz did some good things. But then as part of that answer was talking about how sometimes these things are done. This is how you're managing the roster throughout this process, which told me, if I had to guess, that I think they want Graham Mertz here. I think they thought he had played well enough in that preseason game and maybe was well enough thought of by a few teams around the league where if they did waive him, he'd get picked up. So maybe let the dust settle a little bit. Let's keep him on the run. We're going to have to probably get another tight end, or certainly they need another defensive back. There's no question. They might be able to muck their way through the early part of the season with two tight ends and maybe playing Cam Robinson as a blocker. 4 safeties and 4 corners is not enough in today's NFL. They're going to, so Mertz might be the guy that gets odd man out once the dust has settled a little bit.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is that with Mertz, you still have to worry about him, getting picked up by another team. Yeah. You put him on waivers at any point in the season, and he either gets picked up or goes to practice squad, and another team tries to sign him, perhaps. Yeah. Like, it's not as simple as, okay, now we've got him on the initial 53.
Right.
We got I think they like the upside there.
Yeah.
Davis Mills, if perhaps he decides to test free agency at some point, then
you should.
Like you. It'll be interesting. It gets dicey when the injuries start to mount up.
Yes.
And you've got this useless appendage and a third-string quarterback hanging around on the roster.
Yeah. Okay, good question by the texter asking about the waiver process. That's wild. Do they stay at 1 all season, the Titans? No. First 3 weeks. This order, the draft order from last year, is the waiver order until week 4, and then it's whatever the reverse order is in that given week. So that's how it works.
I've always suspected that the Rams always get off to a slow start, and I wouldn't put it past Les Snead, who I like a lot.
Yeah.
Their GM is a little higher up on the waiver wire this time.
He would definitely
that'd be a bold strategy, but it's
he would definitely see it as a silver lining for sure. They would definitely take advantage of it. Let me put it that way for sure.
Yeah.
Here was C.J. Stroud on First Take yesterday. The running back room as a whole got a lot of attention in Nick Caserio's press conference that we just ran. within the last hour, in part because of Joe Mixon's injury, in part because Nick Chubb is a big name that's in that room. Locally here, I feel like British Brooks got a lot of attention in that press conference. There were 2 or 3 or 4 British Brooks questions. How is C.J. Stroud feeling about the running back room, especially knowing that Joe Mixon is going to be out at the very least for a period of time?
Yeah, Nick looks great, man. I'm, hoping Joe gets back healthy soon. But Nick looks amazing. He looks, fresh. He's powerful. In this type of scheme, I think he's going to do great. I think Dameon Pierce is going to have another great year. This is his type of scheme, downhill running. And then, we got a couple young rookies that are really good. Woody Marks, who we got from USC, is a baller. Great, smart young kid who loves ball. And I think, that room is doing great. Our tight ends are blocking their tails off, running great routes. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be trending up.
Stephen A. Smith, when he asks these questions, it's funny because he's in full-blown hot take mode while he's asking the question.
Yeah.
And then CJ has pointed out this offseason or this preseason is like he's a little bit lower energy, in terms of he's more laid back than, say, a guy like Nick Caley. So CJ's not biting on CJ wasn't biting on the Stephen A. Smith. I think that Woody Marks is probably the one that people are most intrigued by, and I think with good reason. I think his ability as a receiver, but then also as a runner. And we saw, preseason games, but he knocked some dudes back. He's stronger than you expect. Jalen Noel's that way too. Mm-hmm. He's way stronger and more physically tough than you expect based on their size. They can run behind their pads and all that stuff. Woody Marks might end up being maybe like one of the early season, kind of breakout darlings for people to talk about.
Yes.
If the Texans. If he shows up with some big moments, and I think he's capable of doing that, that ends up looking like a really good pick for the Texans.
I'm 100% on the Woody Marks train. I think he's going to be a big part of this team, especially if Joe Mixon is going to miss more than 4 games. Woody Marks almost has to be a crucial part of this offense if you're missing Joe Mixon for a huge chunk of the season, if not the whole season. Here was C.J. Stroud on First Take yesterday when Stephen A. Smith asked him about all the injuries at the wide receiver position last year.
We missed some. We lost some games we should have lost off the strength of just not really scoring points. Our defense held us alive a lot last year, and we were a great offense. I felt when we had our guys. It's tough to say what if, but I definitely believe that we had those guys a little more. But I'm not here to hop on the past. Those things happen and. Now we're moving on. We got some new pieces, some new guys, and I think we're doing a good job of building a foundation. But I think we've done a great job of just passing through the adversity, learning from it, and letting it train us.
Definitely more depth. I mean, they kept 7 guys in that room, so by definition, they kept an abnormal number of guys in that room. How many guys do they have that can make plays like the combination they anticipated having last year of Nico, Tank, and Diggs? Does this room have that kind of upside? I don't think they do, but if they stay healthy, I think it can be a really good receivers room.
I think the ability to game plan and to kind of figure out what's going to work or what is working against different opponents, that's the interesting part for me, because you've got 2 slot receivers, Christian Kirk, who's ready to go, Jalen Noel, who, he's still a rookie. I think he's going to flash, and they're going to use him in certain packages. But I don't know if you get a steady diet of him. But you got those 2 guys that are that buddy type. Then you got Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins, who are almost, in a lot of ways, identical in terms of just how they look and what their measurables are and everything. Nico's just got a lot more polish, obviously, and there's just a little something extra to him in the way he moves at that size. But You've got the ability to attack multiple different ways.
Yeah.
And the receivers it would be really hard for me, other than Nico, to point out which guy's really going to get the most targets other than Nico on any given day.
CJ talked about games where the defense has done their job and we as an offense didn't have their back, basically is what he was saying. Like, they did their job. We didn't do ours and we lost. I'll point back to it again, Seth, and I think this is the key. If the Texans are going to get to where they've not been before, a conference title game, I think the key is to either be the 1 or the 2 seed to make sure that you're home in that divisional round. They've never played a home divisional round game. They played in 8 divisional round games as a franchise. all of them have been on the road because they're either the 3 or the 4 seed when they win the division. But that 4-week period last year where the Jets game on Halloween night, when they made Aaron Rodgers, the defense. I know the defense in the second half didn't really do their job, but they were kind of collapsing under the weight of the fact that the offense did nothing in that game.
Right.
So there's that. The Week 10 game where the defense created 5 turnovers with Jared Goff. They intercepted him 5 times, and the offense couldn't score in the second half of the football game.
And the big part of that game was they kept trading turnovers.
Yeah.
The Texans got an interception. CJ throws an interception. The Texans get an interception. CJ throws an interception.
Yes. And then the Titans game in Week 12 where the defense gets 8 sacks and a pick 6, and you lose at home to Will Levis because the offense can't score.
They'd sacked him. How many times did they sack him in the first half?
7.
7 times in the first half. And they lose the game.
They lose
right.
the game.
Will Levis, in the first half, Will Levis, you're thinking, is going to be lucky to be alive at the end of this game.
Yeah.
They won it.
They won. And you had a pick 6 in that game. I think it was Jimmy Ward had the pick 6 in that game. So yeah.
For those of you who missed it, Jimmy Ward is on the commissioner's exemption.
Yeah, he will
list.
not be getting any pick 6s anytime soon.
It's not the same as getting a tax exemption.
You do get paid still, though, on the commissioner's exempt list. You do get a check. Yeah.
But you do have to pay your taxes on that.
You do. Yeah. Or else,
if you're so inclined.
Or else, other people come knocking.
Personally, I take a different interpretation of the Constitution. And
yes, sir.
I think Seth, you're pointing out one of the things that makes me smile whenever I hear commissioner's exempt list is they've done a great job of branding that because that's administrative leave, right? If we're going to call it what it actually is. That's administrative leave, but they're like, no, you're on a special commission.
Yeah, when you're exempt, that feels like you're getting over in some way,
And not just any exemption, the commissioner's exemption.
Right, Roger Goodell's personal exemption list.
It sounds close to commissioner's commendation, so it almost feels like you should be getting a key to the city, which does not unlock the doors to the facility, but a key to the city.
John Lopez, Reggie Atatula in studio. Hi, do you guys like the medal that Seth's wearing around his neck?
I did see that. I did see that. The most important thing is finishing.
Yeah. Ultra Marathon Finishers Medal. That's right. Finisher.
Because I got Seth heated today because I was listening to the toss between y'all and the drive yesterday.
Yeah. Do I owe Seth an apology? Because I did kind of stir that thing up.
No. Clint's a big boy.
Clint, who was calling me a fat ass, is the one that needs to apologize. I don't expect him to apologize. I expect him to lose when I face him
Seth's
in a 1 mile race. Yes,
he's in on this. So we're putting the WrestleMania card together right now. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And the main event is Payne versus Stoerner.
Okay, so we're not doing the full 4 because that is. Am I gonna have to leg this thing out? Like, am I actually gonna have to
You're
run it?
gonna run against Bijani. I won't. Seth seems to want to put everybody on the track. I want matchups. I want me and Lopez.
You want heats
on that track? Yes.
It's a skins game or something. I don't. Sean and I disagree on this. I feel like there are individual matchups, and it's Bijani versus Reginald. It's Seth versus Clint.
Yeah.
It's Lopez versus Sean.
Yeah.
And yet, I feel like doing it all on the same track at the same time creates more drama and everything.
Maybe.
Do I maybe slow?
I think it does,
slow down to give Sean some encouragement at some point.
And what if Sean's feeling frisky that day and he ends up passing like Reggie or something?
Yeah, that is the thing, which doesn't bode well for me.
It's just
because
so
I don't,
personal with me
no
and John,
offense.
though.
No, there's nowhere for me to benefit. There's only ways for me to lose.
That's true. I should want this. I can draft off of people.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No,
maybe you keep pace with somebody and you find more deep within yourself than you realized you even had.
Yeah.
If it's only one person versus the other two, Sean, it gets real boring if one guy's a lap out ahead.
Yeah.
That's where you got to find some things to talk about on the PA overhead. Yeah.
Right.
Like the Astros getting blown out last night. No, and actually, you know what, Seth? Good point. I'm bringing up it's like the Astros getting blown out last night. I'm like, I was supremely bored. You're right, Seth. We all need to run it at the same time. Okay, I will say this. Like, hearing Ron and Patrick Creighton both entertaining the possibility of beating me in this thing has irked me as well. All right.
Okay, and I saw you almost die in the hall.
Whoa! What are you, no, that's dirty pool. We can't do that. That's dirty pool.
I work out every day. You know, I do something. I'm either on the
You've
elliptical.
been on a kick lately.
I've been on a kick lately. I text you guys from the elliptical sometimes.
I would say it just like a normal race. You're going to have the overall race. Everybody runs together, but then there's categories, and our categories will be like ex-NFL player versus ex-NFL player.
Yeah.
Sean and Lopez, whatever category you two are in.
Aging vets.
Aging veteran category.
Aging vets who claim we work out all the time.
The Trent Brown division.
Yes. Lopez and I are going for.
We can put names on it.
It's a big Trent Brown trophy. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I guess Bijani and Reginald would be, are you fit or are you just Instagram fit? Yeah.
Is it fitness or metabolism is the question.
Yeah. All right. Well, the bottom line is this absolutely needs to happen. So
now I gotta start running
when it
again.
gets cooler out.
My knees and my back are going to go out on me.
I almost feel like the purpose of it, like we should do it tomorrow because it was almost like a right now thing. I bet I can beat you. No, I can beat you.
Yeah.
Now we start training. We might wind up with a bunch of guys running like 7-minute miles.
Well, I can give you my word.
Yeah.
I will not be training. You will not catch me running.
Oh, I already texted Dr. Lowe and I said, listen, I don't know what your ethical restrictions are as far as cortisone shots, but just go ahead and throw them in a dumpster because we're about to push the boundaries of ethics in modern medicine.
Okay. Now, Seth asked me to ask my daughter to put together a training regimen for him.
God.
Seth, I might need her to poison his training regimen. If we're technically running against each other
you
now.
Sprint as hard as you can.
Yeah.
No, for a mile?
Just get out in front of everybody. That is what she used to do.
Get way out there.
She was much better being way out in front than she was trailing people.
Seth would be crawling on the left.
That'd be the advice, yeah. Hey, Judy, here's the guy you coached right here. Hands and knees.
No, I won't fall for that. I'm good at the kick that last,
The kick? Yeah, the kick.
Yeah.
Question of the day.
In honor of Tommy Cutlets.
Yeah.
He gone.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite sports flash in the pan?
Me, when I run the mile. That's you, Lopez. Yeah.
It's a one-time thing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Mine is actually, this is going to show my age. The one that comes up in my mind all the time when I think of like one-year wonders, one-hit wonders, you'll remember, Lopez. There was a rookie outfielder for the Cleveland Indians back in 1980 named Joe Charbonneau, and he won the Rookie of the Year that year. He was a phenom. He was really good, and that was the only good year he ever had because he was a kook. He was a nut. He burned his own hair. He chewed on broken glass. He popped a long neck beer, the cap, using his eye socket.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was.
You sound like a wrestler.
He would have been a great wrestler back in the day.
No wonder you like him.
Joe Charbonneau. He's a Cleveland guy. Figgy.
I have several, but one of mine is an also old school one. I was just fascinated by it, and they had Monday Night Baseball. I used to watch him all the time.
Oh, there's an iconic Sports Illustrated cover of him and Big Bird from Sesame Street.
Yeah.
I liked Eddie the Eagle, the first ski jumper for Britain in the 1988 Olympics. Big old Coke. Speaking of Coke bottles, big old Coke bottle glasses. Had to wear. He's got a little Forrest Gump-like. He had to wear braces on his legs as a kid, and then he ended up to be a really just a horrible ski jumper. But
that's a good one.
He was English, I think, right?
Yeah.
He was Britain's first English ski jumper.
Get out of here. Stop
Who?
it.
Ray Gun.
The break dancer.
Jeez.
Australian.
Yeah. Oh, this will be good. This is a. I say this all the time when you guys do the question of the day. This is a good text topic.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a lot of good ones. All right, fellas. Well, we make way for In the Loop.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and I am right now starting my training regimen and the only reason I'm running this mile is I'm going to up my carb intake. I got to start.
It's a good reason.
I got to start eating like a distance runner. So here we go.
They call him.
I'm off to a loaf of bread, my friend.
A lot of pasta.
They call him the finisher. And it says so on his medal hanging around his neck right now. He is Seth Payne. he's going to
finisher. Read it and weep, non-finishers.
He's going to finish the race and finish a bag of potato rolls today to carb up. All right, well, we're done. We're out of time. Hey, Crosstalk was brought to you by D&M Leasing. Squared. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Leasing. That was me saying it twice right there. All right, you're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports. Sports Station. Biggie there in the loop, and they start now.
I should start by welcoming you in to another edition of In the Loop. Happy Wednesday to you. It is indeed Wednesday, right? Yeah. Yep. The problem is, the more that we talk about this running thing, the more that I think we're actually going to have to do it, which is the worst part of it.
I'm kind of getting mad.
I like it in theory. I even kind of appreciate that people think that I'll be, pretty good at this. I hate having to actually back it up.
I know I have it in me to at least beat Sean, but my knees and my back, I'll be in traction for a week.
Yeah.
I'll be in traction for a week.
To be part of the scoring system.
Yeah.
How do you feel the week
How
after?
long is the bounce back?
I can tell you. I'll be. That's why I stopped. That's why I stopped running.
Well, it'd be a great sales opportunity because a massage company would have to just come through and get us all right, because otherwise we'd be we'd take the week off. The whole week of programming after would be off because none of us would be able to get back up.
You know what? I'm trying to think right now. If it's me racing Lopez, would I rather beat Lopez and Lopez feel fine afterwards, or would I rather lose to Lopez but he's in traction for a week? What would I gain more satisfaction?
Oh, the latter.
I think the latter.
The latter.
I think the latter.
That's not true, John.
It kind of is.
Fair enough. All right, let's get going on a Wednesday. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. You guys are already answering the question today. We'll get to that at 10:40. But also, another way to get involved is courtesy of the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
On the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And ladies and gentlemen, actually a lot less satisfaction than I would hope.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 53-man roster for your Houston Texans.
We do.
And the reason
for now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because there is a number of oddities on this that really leans into the Nick Caserio kind of perspective of, we don't view this as a 53-man. We view this as a, 69 or 70-man roster with the additional 17 practice squads. And it makes sense because some of the stuff that happened really caught me by surprise. Now, of course, you could just look at this and go, all right, some of these things might say something about these guys. What were your interpretations from the final 53-man roster that we actually got yesterday?
5 things. 5 things came to mind immediately. And I'm just going to go down the list. This is in no particular order. I'm looking at I got their final 53 like you did, like everybody saw, and I saw 3 quarterbacks.
It'd be weird if you had a different 53.
That'd be hilarious. Like, let's send Lopez.
Wait, how did you get a bootleg 53-man roster? Where did that come from?
Wait a minute, mine has Russ Yeast. No, so 3 quarterbacks. That's not going to be the case, I don't think, for long. Well,
you sure?
He's going to be on the 53. But here, this is my interpretation of it. Graham Mertz was good enough, especially in the last preseason game, that the Texans believed someone would get him. Someone would pick him up. It's a quarterback, needy league. He's a rookie. He was good. He clearly is smart. So they had to keep him. They had to put him on the 53. Because I think they were worried that he might end up somewhere else. That's number 1.
I think you go further than that. If it's beyond just he would view him as the heir apparent to back up for C.J. Stroud.
Ultimately, yes, that's part of it. 100%. But I think they were worried.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think they were worried.
I mean, that would be the reason why you ultimately keep him on the 53-man is that you don't think you can get him to the practice squad because quarterback is the place where you absolutely are fine with getting a guy to the practice squad because of the emergency quarterback thing. You can save yourself a valuable roster spot by having your third quarterback actually be on the practice squad, and you could just elevate him when you need him as an emergency quarterback. That is an incredible rule to help this team out. But they decided, nah, we don't want to go that route for fear that he gets, that waivers end up taking him somewhere else. But I think you do that not just because you like him, but because you go, we have 1 more year of Davis Mills on this contract. I don't know that you pay for Davis Mills to continue to be the backup.
Yeah.
We need to have somebody that we feel has the system down pat and not just go next year and find somebody in the offseason. And it feels like they're grooming Graham Mertz to be that.
No, that is absolutely the case. The second thing that jumped out, and I'm just going down the list. British Brooks, man. I had a hunch.
Reggie was over here hating. And British Brooks said, I don't care about it, man. I'm going to be on this roster.
No Jakob, and British Brooks makes the squad. I was actually kind of happy for him, not because I was predicting that he might make the squad, but the guy was here last year and proved himself. And, I think that was ultimately the final box that they checked. He's been here. They didn't change. I mean, they changed offenses, but not special teams very much. It's the same. So that was number 2.
And he's a standout special teamer. It's really not just
good.
that he's, he knows the system.
Mm-hmm.
He makes plays and he makes hits, and being able to do that on special teams matters. Like, when you don't have those guys, that's when you give up an additional 15 yards on returns. He gets down the field, he makes hits. And then it seems like they have a level of respect with him in like actually offense. I don't know how much he'll factor in, but special teams, he keeps showing up.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to show up on special teams. So I think that's
especially all special teams, which I thought all along was going to help him.
Especially, and they lost a couple of those guys that you would go, are they going to be special teams aces?
Yeah.
So I get that to some respect to, give somebody for Frank Ross to have that side of the ball look good.
Third thing, and I know you're going to have some thoughts on this, 7 wide receivers, including Justin Watson. Interesting to me. I thought Barrios would make the squad. He did. But Justin Watson is the 7th wide receiver. A little bit of a surprise there, especially as you combine it with 2 tight ends.
That's the thing, right? We've leaned into the notion of former tight end coach Nick Caley, and he loves him some 12 personnel and having those 2 tight end sets. Is he going to go crazy with it and get 3 tight end sets? All that. You have 2 tight ends on the roster as of right now. Now, I do wonder if there's a third one. Is it a Luke Lachey on the practice squad? Is it a Irv Smith who maybe gets in there? Is it a Harrison Bryant returning at some point? Like, these are all possibilities because, again, this initial 53-man roster ain't even the 53-man roster you're going to see for week 1 of the season in, what is that, 11 days. That is understood, but even with that, you would need to figure out what's happening, and it seems like they're leaning into the idea that, hey, we have a lot of wide receivers that we trust, and they might utilize them, right? That even if they find a way to get another tight end on the roster or maybe a practice squad with call-ups, you would have to get rid of a wide receiver in the future if you wanted to do some level like balancing of this, I imagine.
Right.
This seems like it says something about how they like these wide receivers, which I think is easy to get to because there's reason to like all 7 of them, but maybe even more so how Nick Caley maybe intends to use them.
Absolutely, that's it.
And I am intrigued by that because, again, I've had questions about how much this line is holding up for longer durations, for more deep developing routes if they do that. And I feel like that might be more, you might be more inclined to do some of that if you have 3-man or 3 wide receiver formations or 4 wide receiver formations that might come up.
I always say it, man. Watch what they do, not what they say. And what they did was they had 7 wide receivers. That leads right into the versatility that you're going to have with these wide receivers. Maybe even in the backfield occasionally, as decoys or not. And then the 2 tight ends, very bizarre to me. That could change, probably will change at some point. But nevertheless. And then the last thing.
Wait, real quick before you get that in, from the 281, you got to remember Justin Watson played a lot of tight end sets in Kansas City. I mean, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe even, use them that way.
Watson is one guy. Xavier Hutchinson, we've seen kind of in maybe some like big slot situations. Maybe those kind of are the alterations here. But it is still kind of notable, worthwhile.
And then the last thing, 10 defensive line and Folofadakasi, which to me was a little bit, I don't know if that struck you as odd, but it was a little bit to me.
I mean, that's a lot. That's
a lot.
What, 10 defensive linemen, plus there's still guys on your injured reserve that stand to come back. This, again, feels like we're not done here. We just can't – we're unwilling to let go of what happens. And it's just they're not really too much respecters of that 53-man number is ultimately what I took away from the large part of this is we just want to see, by hook or by crook, if we can keep – as many of the guys that we like, and we'll figure out how to finagle it once we get to playing football and as we continue playing football, because another part of this, in addition to the idea that you have these weird numbers of guys in various rooms, which I guess weird is kind of a judgmental term that I don't necessarily want to use there.
Yeah.
They also have I think this is a official term, a metric bleep load of dudes in injured reserve situations and stuff that very well could end up coming back in various places. Like, I think that those also are interesting, or guys that feel like wink wink will get you back here somehow, some way.
Yeah.
It feels like there's just so many more of those opportunities for this roster to morph and change, not just before the first week of the season, but in the first 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks of the season. I could still see a lot of machinations happening that changes this roster.
And then I'm curious your thoughts on this one as well, because my initial thought was I'll be dog. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is on the 53, so he's going to be around. Now, I don't know when, but he's going to be around.
And I think I resigned myself to that when we were like, oh, is this going to take him out for the season or a majority of the season or at least the first 4 games? Very quickly when it was like, actually, we escaped the scariest parts of this. And this as a reporter. Reporters will report what they can actually stand behind, but they might get some more information that maybe influences the way that they color a report.
Right.
The coloration of the reports that we got with C.J. Gardner-Johnson was like, oh, yeah, no, he could play week 1. And I think that might have been they're kind of looking for him to play week 1. We'll see, because you don't want to say that definitively. Maybe you haven't gotten reports that could put me in that place, but it looks good. And as of right now, it feels like it looks really good. I mean, even Caserio today, and we'll get to some of the things that he said in his meeting with the Assemble Media. He said, like, there's still 10, 11 days till the game. We'll see what it looks like for him, which again seems to be like they're putting him in place for possibly week 1 or at the very latest week 2 to play for your team.
Yeah, no, and it surprises me. I mean, we saw the injury. We saw, the reaction, et cetera. That dude must be made out of rubber or something, because it looked a lot worse than it's going to end up being. Then we also saw him, even though he was wearing a brace, we saw him walking around on the practice field, 4 or 5 days later? He was already out on the practice field walking around during one of the joint practices. And just as far as like a sweeping take of the entire 53, if you look at it all, you sort of absorb it, and you look at it all, I feel like we're kind of shortchanging what this offense might be, because we're not going to have Joe Mixon. And I think the depth of this offense, the fact that they kept all those wide receivers, all those running backs, I think they're feeling pretty good about it. Either they were going to lose them or they feel pretty good about the guys that they have on the offense.
One more time for me.
I just feel like this offense, we probably shortchanged it a little bit, the confidence level that they have in running the ball and their wide receivers, because that's a lot of them. Their skill positions are deep.
They are. Yeah. They are. Quantity does not inherently mean quantity, or quality rather. But I mean, they like a lot of these guys, and you can see why. Like, it's not like they're deluding themselves with these guys. You've seen with all the guys that they keep running back wise, you've seen them for the most part. Dameon Pierce is the one that I think more recently that you go,
yeah,
what are we seeing? But I mean, again, we've seen at least him be at the level that you want at some point in his career, and maybe they're chasing that. We can debate that at another point. But you've seen these guys, these various running backs deliver, and so it's not a stretch. It's just interesting when if you were looking at what we'd imagine to be a finished 53-man roster, like fully polished and ready to go for the entirety of the season, you got some numbers that kind of fluctuate in an interesting way. But I think I'm a lot more confident knowing kind of the way that they have, and knowing also the way that they view this, and that they're going to have practice squad, and they're going to make most of the use of those 3 call-ups for a practice squad, and they're going to move guys around on the roster. I feel good about the depth that they're establishing in damn near all of the roster. Yeah. It's just now, right, you figure out that depth, you have your starters largely kind of figured. Now it's just how do you play the football games, because that's all that remains, like football games. How much better can the defense actually be? For how much more can you wring? No, not even worry, but how much more can you wring out of what was already a really good defense? Those are the questions that really matter as we start to move forward, because those are the questions that are going to determine your altitude as a team. Are you going to be a team that just wins the AFC South again, maybe one game and out again, or are you going to be a team that pushes now further into that tournament and maybe into the upper echelon of the AFC? Yeah. A lot of things happening with your Houston Texans as we're starting to get an idea somewhat about what this team will be for Week 1, Los Angeles Rams on the 7th of September. But coming up next, Nick Caserio talked to the media about the 53-man cutdown. There were some interesting things, including what he did not say about Joe Mixon. We'll talk about that more next.
All right, ability trees.
610.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's a terrible cackle. I don't think I ever acknowledged that. That's really
stop being hard.
Just that before we turn the mics on.
Never.
You're too hard on yourself.
Every time he hears his voice, he complain about it, man.
Literally.
That was fine, man.
30 seconds
That
before
was
you
worth
said
the
that.
cackle.
I'm a high-level hater even of myself. Deal with it.
Hey,
All right.
that was worth the cackle.
He hates himself more than he hates anybody
That's right.
else.
You can't out-hate me. You can't out-hate me. Happy Wednesday to you. In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We've been talking about the Texans. Cutdown day was yesterday. They did indeed get to that 53-man cutdown with some real spice in that 53. Only 2 tight ends, 3 quarterbacks, 7 wide receivers. damn near 15 defensive linemen. I mean, just a very, very intriguing 53-man roster. And, of course, whenever you have an opportunity, you get to talk to the people who made those decisions. Obviously, we'll get to hear from D'Amico Ryans a little bit later today as he will talk to the assembled media. But earlier, Nick Caserio talked to the assembled media about the 53-man cutdown. And we won't play the entirety of it. However, there's a few things that really caught the imaginations of Texans fans, I imagine. I know that me listening this morning, there was like, oh, well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the big ones is Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon is one of the best players on this team, as evidenced by being one of the 6 guys that you had on the top 100 list, because I feel like we're done unless something crazy happens and just all of a sudden
Kamari Lassiter,
number 10. All of a sudden, like, whoa,
Austin Brinkman.
Yeah, that's right.
Aziz coming in at number 9.
Yeah,
just all of a sudden, Jaden Hicks. I didn't even know we could let rookies be on here. But
Kirk.
Yeah, Christian Kirk. No, and on top of that, especially on offense, he's one of the guys that you look at and you can go, he can make a little bit of something out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, we weren't surprised by it, but it hit us real hard when we had the full realization that he will be on that reserve list to start the season, and he will miss 4 games. And so, what does this team actually look like when you don't have him for an extended period of time? And how extended is that time period going to be? Well, who better to ask than the man who, signs his checks, I guess in theory, right? Or the guy at least who is
makes
in charge,
those decisions,
right? So Nick Caserio was asked, and the wording of this question is very important when you get the response. And maybe I'm making a little something out of nothing myself, but you let me know. Nick Caserio, is Joe Mixon going to play this season?
You anticipate him playing this year, Mixon?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression and then make a determination.
When your mama used to tell you, we'll see, what did it mean?
It means I hope that you forget that you were asking me for McDonald's and we never come back to this conversation.
Figgy, when your mama said, we'll see, what did it mean?
It ain't happening. Or I have to think about it.
I'm not going to go that far, but we'll see has meant the same thing forever. It's leaning one way.
No, my thing is, he asked about Joe Mixon, and he said, we're going to evaluate all the players.
Yeah.
We ain't talking about all the players. We're talking about Joe Mixon.
How about that one player right there?
Yeah.
I kept going back, and maybe I'm biased because I was listening to that doctor that we played yesterday, Morse, who was a specialist, and he broke it down in detail about where the injury was, what the inflammation meant. If you weren't listening, I'm just kind of recapping here that he would be surprised if it was more less than 4 games. It could be half the season, and then he said could be all the season. I don't know exactly what it is, but he knows a lot more than I do. So I kind of bookended that with we'll see, and I'm like, whew.
Because, I mean, it'd be one thing is, hey, do you know when we're getting Joe Mixon back? We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
That's very ambiguous. Is he going to play this season as a 17 plus game window?
Yeah.
We're talking about literally 4 to 5 months of, window for, he can come. Like, the answer yes there is very easy. And he just goes, we'll see. Now, you can still interpret
or even,
that.
I think so.
So you can interpret that a lot of different ways. And so the idea of not feeling confident enough or comfortable enough, even though I don't know if that's exactly what's happening, and I'll explain the reason why here in a second, but not being able to just be like, yes, he will play this season, but we'll find out when. That one has thrown a lot of people into a level of concern. Did that do that for you?
Yes. It's very obvious. I mean, I appreciate the candor because, he could have danced around it a number of different ways, but was flat out, we'll see, and then kind of shifted, to what Figgy was talking about. We'll evaluate all the players. It's not encouraging. It's not a be-all. It's not a definitive, he's not going to play. But when you kind of take the context, seen in a walking boot, deep into the summer, hasn't been, active at all, that we've seen much on the field. It's definitely leaning in one direction, and it ain't a great spot.
No, it's not. And I mean, you were talking about that doctor that you would, obviously as a specialist, he seemed to imply something that, something like that midfoot injury, something maybe akin to like a Liz Frank injury. I think I've seen a number of people mention that as a possibility. And that's not a quick one. That's not a quick recovery. If surgery is necessary, supposedly recovery can extend to 3 to 6 months, which, I mean, if you look at middle of the summer, 6 months takes you damn near to the end of the season.
Yeah. So, and it's also very telling. I mean, they made the move to get Nick Chubb in here relatively quickly.
Yeah.
You know, so they know before anybody else. And so Nick Chubb getting here, getting the first team reps, we were all thinking what a great 1-2 punch that could be if Nick Chubb, is healthy. And now we're like, okay, maybe that wasn't a 1-2 punch they were looking at. Maybe that was like, we got to cover our bases.
Right. From the 832, when my wife says, we'll see, I already know I need to just turn over and go to sleep. Yeah, brother. But with that being the case, I think
I'll take we'll see.
It's causing wow. I'm starting to understand Lopez a little bit better now. But this does call into question, again, the way that they handle injuries on a larger level. And I appreciate Landry for asking the question in the meeting or in the media. He just wanted to get this on wax. Nick Caserio, what would you say is your and D'Amico Ryans' approach to injury news?
Yeah, protect the players. So, again, I mean, it's not public information. So we're trying to do, again, because here's what's happened with injuries, Landry, all right? Everybody tries to make an extrapolation about when are they ready, what are they doing? Well, you guys said it was this number of weeks, then it was early, then it was later. Like, there's no good solution. The solution is protect the players and look out for the best interest of the players. Take it one day at a time. Everybody's on a different timetable. Everybody's got a different process that they have to go through, and that's how we handle it. So, again, like, other teams may handle it differently. So we just do what we feel is in the best interest of the team and what's best for the players. And D'Amico has said this. He was a former player, so he obviously has a pretty good lens. I just think sometimes, there's an extrapolation that tries to get made about every little detail and about what a player is going through. Look, players are dealing with a lot, and I would say in a lot of cases it's very mentally fatiguing and taxing for that particular player. And who else, nobody else really knows what else they have going on top of their injury. So we're trying to be sensitive. Look, I understand you all have a job to do, and you're trying to get information. Like, we understand that, we respect that, but we're also trying to look out for the best interest of the players because that's what we feel our responsibility is to them.
And he was holding those reins, wasn't he? He was holding it back a little bit.
He said, listen here, buddy.
he was trying to stay in control, but you could pick up a little bit.
I know you guys have a job to do. I know you got to write your little articles and your radio shows.
And sometimes that can be condescending. I think he does.
No, he does.
Appreciate that.
No, he do.
Yeah.
And they believe strongly in this. D'Amico, you can tell that, with all his heart and most of his kidney, he is in this place where he goes, I want to protect my players. I don't want to expose them more. And I do think that all of this comes from a good place. I do disagree with the idea that this is the only way to protect that player, because I think that in a vacuum of information, either misinformation or less than stellar information is going to take hold, because he's like, yeah, well, I guess they think that if you don't give oxygen to the opportunity to talk about these things, that they won't exist. We're going to have to talk about these. Like, when we're not seeing Joe Mixon, we're not seeing Christian Harris, we're going to ask the question, why aren't we? And if we don't have any information from the most credible sources that we can lean on, which is Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, as to give us some insight, then we're just going to have to try and figure out and even parse even further details, that whatever details we can get, because that's the only information that we can operate off of. I think that you actually do more of a disservice, because we're going to constantly ask questions and we're going to try and find information wherever we can from maybe the less than stellar sources than rather from you directly.
No, and to be clear, I probably, if I were in that position, I'd do the same thing. I'd want to protect the player.
100%.
Not draw a line in the sand that if you fall short of that line, great. But if you go over that line, all of a sudden, the sky is falling. So I would do the same thing.
Yeah, it's good for the players, too.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is you could tell he was just a little bit irritated about it. He knows, I think, anyway, my opinion, he knows that it's so unpredictable right now with Joe Mixon. Even as much information as they have, as he said, every this is different, every person is different. In how they respond to whether it's treatment or rehab or whatever.
Yeah, and it could be a thing where maybe they don't have a real answer on what's going on. Maybe it's not, and that's the part he don't want to, I guess, give the details to it.
Right.
But maybe it's something with the ankle or the foot that's not really healing how it should heal. And you can't really jump in front of the mic and just say, yeah, it's not really healing fast enough or all that stuff. So maybe he really don't have an answer.
Yeah.
And I think that you in kind of holding whatever information, even if you don't have an information, I think, or don't have an answer, I think that probably comes across. And I understand, like the media reception of this isn't the highest priority for them. But I think that, again, you lean into opportunities for people to then question the player. Like people have questioned Christian Harris last year.
Soft. These guys are soft.
And we don't have much to combat because we don't have any information to say, no, this was the expectation given this idea. Now, I do think that one of the things that's clearly a concern for him is, well, what happens if you end up in an Astros situation where you think you diagnose it one way and then you end up being wrong?
Exactly.
I think if you get to extreme portions of that, which I think the Astros have reached, you open yourself to criticism. People understand there's a little bit of wiggle room with injuries. People understand that, like, the human body is not a machine to where this is absolutely going to hit this place. Hell, even dealing with machines. I took my car to the shop. They're like, will it be a week? Will it be a week and a half? Who knows? I understand that there's wiggle room there, but I don't think that then is the reason to then, completely clear out the place of information, because I think people are a lot more understanding of, we thought it was going to be a month, there was a setback, or we thought it was going to be a month, and actually, hey, look, the progress is better. I don't think that ends up harming the player nearly as much as we're making it out to seem there. And I think that, honestly, this vacuum of information, and of course, I understand I benefit from more information. I recognize that I raise my hand, but this vacuum of information probably doesn't help the supposed protection of the players that I think they want. Again, I think they're coming from a great place. I just don't agree with him on that.
Exactly.
Somebody said, early confession, Texans injury responses compared to Espada. Laughing. Okay, all right. They need to stop using the Astros medical staff. See, and that's the thing is you open yourself up to those jokes.
He was actually more candid when he said, we'll see.
Yeah. At this point, I think I'd rather take a we'll see instead of saying, oh, he'll be back week 5.
Yeah.
And then week 5 roll around and it's like, we're not sure when he going to.
Foot discomfort.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not necessarily, like, again, I get where they're coming from. I don't know that this really helps necessarily, but this is the MO that they've decided to take, and it leads us to the place where we go, is Joe Mixon going to be 4 weeks? Because they're basically like 4 weeks, and we'll evaluate in 4 weeks, which actually, even that says a good amount, right? Like in the 4 weeks, and then we'll evaluate where we are.
Yeah.
I mean, with dudes on the IR, you could start that return time, that 21-day return time before that, so that they could be ready and eligible at that 4 week. Evaluate 4 weeks. That again says something. And here we are evaluating details because we don't have any level of set time or not even straight set time, but anything like this is what we're kind of thinking right now. We'll still see. That's still a possibility. That's not what we got from the Texans here. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A lot more interesting things than Nick Caserio talked about, talking about Tommy Togiai, talking about British Brooks, and a lot of other things that we will return to as we continue on this day. But coming up next, question of the day, John Lopez. In honor, or maybe, I don't know, is honor the right word here?
Yeah, sure.
Tommy DeVito, Tommy Cutlets, cut. So a nice flash in the pan story with all due respect to him. Who is your favorite sports flash in the pan of all time? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
Yes, Fakey Fig holding it down, and man, it feels like the night before Christmas because Cougar football is back tomorrow night with the Lone Star Stampede game at TD-ECU Stadium. The Cougs take on Stephen F. Austin at 7 o'clock. This is more than just a game. It's a tradition. And I already got Stephen F. Austin fans telling me they going to the game, but we got to show and let them know this is our house. Man, I'm super excited for the season, and I think the Cougs going to make a statement this year. But don't forget, you got to get there early for tailgating. It starts at 4, and the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is turning this into a party. I'm talking lasso practice, line dancing, coloring walls, giveaways. Howdy is in the mix. And don't forget the rodeo photo booth where you can win rodeo season tickets. Don't miss this. Be a part of it. Grab your tickets now at US/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. That's 713-GO-COUGS. Come early. Be loud. Wear red. It's Cougar football, baby.
The countdown is on. Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Time for the question of the day, inspired by Tommy DeVito. Tommy Cutlets, as some of y'all took to calling him affectionately. His time with the New York Giants is done. In fact, they feel like they might be close to a new era there, but we'll have that conversation and around the NFL. However, Tommy DeVito, his time is done, so he ends up being kind of a flash in the pan that I think a lot of people enjoyed, and that led to the question, what is your favorite all-time flash in the pan athlete or sports flash in the pan? Because I guess that could also happen with like a team or maybe something like that. Coach, 713-572-4610. Sports singer?
An artist is what I'm saying. One wonders. Yeah, we're focusing on sports. Forget all that nonsense. I got so many that just came racing through my mind. You want to go Wayback Machine first or more recently?
I mean, pick one.
Yeah,
we'll bounce it around.
Wayback Machine, Mark the Bird Fidrich. I'm not going to say I was like a big fan, but he was one of those guys I just could not watch. You know, he was just animated on the mound, Tigers pitcher. I think he won 21 games. Absolute monster.
Do they call that he got some lettuce? Is that what they call that?
He had the long lettuce, the long hair, got the money, cover of Sports Illustrated. He was one. Charlie Kerfeld. You remember Charlie Kerfeld, Old Timers?
No.
From 1986.
I definitely don't remember that.
Look up Charlie Kerfeld's numbers. That dude was very animated as well.
I like me some numbers.
Yeah, big time season in 1986 when the Astros won the division, made the playoffs, all that jazz. More recently, Will Fuller counts, doesn't he?
Flash in the pan. Yeah,
there were so many.
Was it that first year or second year?
It was
with
the second year.
Second year where it was, man. That was kind of like
I was like, this guy's a stud.
Yeah, especially when
he's out.
When he got with Deshaun,
not just going somewhere else, he's gone.
Yeah, he disappeared.
Yes.
And Will Fuller was my favorite type of athlete. Like I've learned about myself that the quickest way to my heart as an athlete is be incredibly fast.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just, I'm taking 9 routes or die, right? Like I'm just taking you over the top and I'm hitting you over the head with it. Mm-hmm. And he was so good at it, except out with it.
Yeah.
That was very, very frustrating. So already on the text line, you guys coming in strong, and one pops up, which is funny because I thought about this, but I was like, actually, I was not that much a fan of the dude. It was more the phenomenon and something that happened around it from the 832-281-713. Jeremy Lin Sanity.
Yes, sir.
And
that was the best to me, man.
It was really fun, but you know what the most fun part about it was to me? Is that NBA players on the backside were like, you know what? This ends today. This ends to when was it the Miami Heat?
He had 2 or 3
He had 2 weeks.
Yeah.
He had 2 weeks of like really good, and then he had. Remember, the Rockets ended up signing him to a pretty solid contract afterwards. Like he was a solid player in the league, and it's a highlight.
Didn't he go off on Kobe too?
Yeah,
because Kobe respectfully said like he didn't know who he was like that, which nobody really knew.
He didn't know who he was.
Yeah, then I think he dropped like 38, something crazy.
Like he had some game winners and everything. Like I think it highlights how much there's a lot less division when it comes to some of these players. And I know there's a lot of division when it comes to the best versus the worst at these leagues, but there's a lot less division than sometimes we can make. And sometimes it's just the role that you exist in, right? I can do all these things, but he's better at that. So I'm not going to do all those things. I'm going to focus on my role of, playing defense or knocking down spot up shooting.
Yeah.
And then if the stars align and you have the opportunity to do that, maybe you might have 2 weeks of being the biggest thing in all of sports.
And it's in New York City.
That's the thing.
And it's in New York City.
But my absolute favorite is he got the Miami Heat. If this happened, they was like, LeBron, you pick him up. Like, we stopping this today. Today.
How about you guys?
The one that came to mind for me, and it's because, look, I'm going to bring up race. Everybody batten down the hatches.
Switching the music.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that it was such a fun novelty, and I think we all knew it was a novelty as it was happening, so it made it even more fun. You remember that year that Peyton Hillis was really good at Toting the Rock? He made a Madden cover, and we were all like, this is not sustainable at all. We were like, this is going to stop happening, but while this is happening, let's all get involved with the white running back right here. Let's do this. Peyton Hillis was cold that year.
Yeah.
Peyton Hillis was absolutely cold that year.
I'm looking at tennis right now, and the first person I thought about, and I thought he was going to carry tennis at one point, but Nick Kyrgios.
Oh yeah,
that brother was so entertaining. I'm like, man,
what happened?
That's why I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's. I think some of it is the mental aspect of it. Like he has a good amount of that, and then like just the way that he views tennis, it seems like he's not as much of like a robot as some of the best players are. He has a lot of other interests as well.
He kind of lazy with it too.
Yeah,
like you can see him whenever he's not serving. You can say he don't even want to try to run and get the ball. So yeah, I thought he was going to be the one to kind of put I don't want to say put tennis on the map, but make it cool and not the typical proper tennis type deal.
Yeah,
with the talking smack and all this other stuff. But nah, I damn near forgot about Buddy.
Hey, someone said Damian Pierce.
Well,
it's trending.
We might be.
Keep saying that he's not the same guy.
That's right. You know what? I'm with Andre.
Yeah.
I'm with Andre on this one.
Keep criticizing Damian Pierce.
That was to you, Lopez.
It was not.
It was to you. Some other answers that have come in. Jose Lima.
Okay.
21 and 10.
So Sean
99.
Sean and I were talking about him before the show, and he is an interesting one because yes, maybe 21 and 10 in 1999. He went 16 and 8 in 98. So he had like 2 years, but then they opened Enron Park. He walked in there and said, "Yeah, that ain't great. I hate that left field wall." Sure enough, went 7 and 16 the first year.
Damn.
It was in his head. I mean, it was in his head. Like I said, then it was called Enron Field.
What about this one? Remember a couple years ago, this might have been around 2016, 2017. Remember for the Astros, the dude by the name of Tyler White? And we used to call him Big Shark, or
I forget what it was.
I forgot what it was.
Yeah.
The Big White and all that stuff. Man, we were going crazy over that dude. That dude just, I don't know what happened.
Hey, does Ray Gunn count, the breakdancer from the Olympics?
No. Because she wasn't good. We was just
That's why I'm asking.
That she wasn't even the Flash.
But she was a Flash, but maybe for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, it wasn't a good Flash.
Steve Slayton.
Yeah, that's the one that just came in from the 832. Absolutely. Somebody said I can't temper his name, but the last name was White. Rockets drafted. Royce White. That wasn't even a Flash.
He was never good.
Did he really play with the team? Because I remember they tried to create.
He didn't travel.
Yeah, they tried to create accommodations for him to like bus around the league, and then it just that
was crazy.
Ruined his relationship with the squad. A guy that drafted out of Iowa State. Why do I remember that? I have no idea.
Yeah.
But thought Royce White was going to be cold, and then just like, and he was dealing with mental health things. I know that was, but it became so hard to try and navigate the Rockets. For like, you know what? We're washing our hands of this.
Matt Maloney,
baby.
Yeah, boy, he got paid for like 10 years. And he wasn't here for 8 of them.
Those are my favorites, by the way, of the Flash in the Pans, of the dude that could turn the Flash into pan into some money. You mentioned Jeremy Lin. How about my guy who is a legend at the bank? You remember former Packers quarterback and then Seahawks quarterback and then Raiders quarterback Matt Flynn? Yeah, baby, legend at the bank. He got paid off of what, like 3 games for like 6 years? I was like, shout out to Matt Flynn.
I remember that.
I love that. Some other ones that have come in. Somebody said their least favorite was Brock Osweiler. Josh Gordon. I don't even know how much that counts as Flash, because every time, the first year was.
He was on a legendary run, man.
Yeah.
That brother was at like 1,500 yards in like 12 games. He just something wild.
I felt so bad for him because that felt like a case of a dude who you could tell wanted to do right so bad but just couldn't. Like he almost just couldn't get out of his way.
It's more of a sad story.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, it is.
And maybe you could say, well, hey. Because it was like it was the weed, wasn't it, that was getting him? He just kept getting on that weed.
Yeah.
Maybe you say that he was just a bad decision maker or whatever. But it just felt like whenever he came out and had conversations, he sounded so damn sincere about trying to get right. It felt to me like, he can't help himself. Because nobody wants to be in that situation where they keep giving up all this money with all this talent.
Yeah.
But he just couldn't get right.
That brother was, I want to say, like 3 straight weeks of 200+ yards.
Just a
on an awful team.
I don't know if y'all will even remember this one, but it's a fantastic answer. Ickey Woods. Remember the Ickey Shuffle?
Yeah. Bengals defensive lineman.
Super Bowl. I think he scored in the Super Bowl and did the Ickey Shuffle. Then nowhere. Nowhere.
Man, there's a number of these coming in here.
Yeah.
Somebody said, hell no to Royce White. He was trash. Is Zion considered a flash in the pan because of college? Yeah, that's the tough part. Some of the people that are coming in, I'm like, I don't even know. Like somebody said Vince Young. And if we're including college, ain't no flash there, brother.
Nah.
That was a supernova.
That was a light show.
That was crazy. So we'll come back around to this, but appreciate you guys getting involved on the question of the day. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into Around the NFL, talk about some of the notable NFL roster cuts, and maybe the teams most likely to make a change midseason at quarterback as we're starting to get that together. We'll do that next.
My name is Mark Ryan.
Oh, yeah, there's all kinds of. Anyway, Underdog is here. Football season is here.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL real quick here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. A Texans note, and I think we're going to get a number of these over the next 24 hours is probably what I'll put this as. Look up and you see Harrison by the Texans. Is that right?
That is correct. Harrison Bryant is going to expect to be back with the Texans. We talked about the two tight ends in the room, and things are going to be sort of fluid in terms of the roster. So he's going to be an option there. No, yeah, exactly.
Needed to happen though, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like it makes sense. He's vested at least for the sake of not reaching waivers. Like he could make that decision on where he comes back. But it also needed to happen because you traded for him, and it felt like he didn't have much of an opportunity in just that third preseason game and whatever practice that he was able to get in. And, I don't know that Luke Lachey is in a place where you think he's ready. Irv Smith still has to get healthy going on IR. So this felt like you had to do this. And it makes sense. Again, it points to the idea that they're not looking at this 53-man roster as 53 alone. They're looking at it holistically and how the roster will come together as time goes. I want to get to this before. Actually, there is a little bit of developing news. Rashee Rice, wide receiver for the Chiefs. The Chiefs' wide receiver room in general and pass catchers looks interesting, especially because Rashee Rice is probably the best wide receiver that they have, maybe the more singular one. Maybe if you want to get to Xavier Worthy with the speed that he brings and the way that Andy Reid can move him around. It seems like the NFL is aiming for at least a potential 6-game suspension for Rashee Rice for violating the personal conduct policy, obviously going back to kind of his reckless driving and stuff. And so that puts him as missing Chargers week 1, Eagles week 2, Giants week 3, Ravens week 4, Jaguars, and Lions. Whew.
That's big. Oh, boy, here comes another slow start by the Chiefs, and everybody's going to kick dirt on them. How much can they withstand, though, of another slow start, given, teams like the Ravens coming, potentially the Texans, Chargers. They're facing the Chargers there, so there's a potential tiebreaker. Ravens, potential tiebreaker. How much can they withstand?
That's a good question. I mean, they still get really good play, but there's a number of guys that you can go, are you seeing a decline in some of these guys? Obviously, there's people that were doing is Travis Kelce going to be distracted now that he's engaged?
Why is that?
But then also, like, he's a year older. People are talking about this possibly being the end of the line for him. I mean, that wide receiver room, Marquise Brown, who was not he wasn't a revelation last year for them. Xavier Worthy, I did mention. Juju Smith-Schuster, I don't know how people feel about him. Jalen Royals, the 4th-round pick. Now,
they still have that defense.
They do still have that defense, but defense, as we talked about, not always a year-to-year, is not always one of those things that you can depend on. But it feels like they might have to lean on a little bit more. And there was a lot of just getting it done in the nick of time for them last year. Does that change with not having your best wide receiver for the first 6 weeks? And as you mentioned, what feels like a stronger AFC.
Yeah, and those games. Those games that are going to come back, they still count at the end of the season. Who won those?
All right, is this too bold to go and ask the question, is this going to open the door on the AFC West for someone else to come and win that division?
Well, the Broncos will tell you yes, absolutely. They've been something of a trendy pick, maybe just to be different, in some circles. But I think the Broncos opens the door wide for the Broncos or someone else. But there's a crack in the door. I think they both feel pretty good, Chargers and Broncos.
Okay, yeah. All right. We rounded out, I think, the Texans portion of the NFL top 100 here, but we'll continue doing that process to get a feel for who actually slots in ahead of your Texans. We mentioned Derek Stingley was 18th yesterday. He is the highest-ranked Texan, at least barring some sort of really wild thing that we had not foreseen. Dexter Lawrence came in at 17, the defensive tackle for the Giants, coming in at 16. And, I mean, still high up here considering his age and where he's going. Fred Warner, linebacker for the Niners, still this highly rated as a linebacker. Is that surprising for you at all?
Well, he hasn't declined. So, until you start showing that, it shouldn't be much of a surprise. He's just a monster.
Only linebacker this past season with 100-plus tackles and an interception return for a TD.
Did I mention he hasn't declined?
Yeah, because that's the thing about Fred Warner. Fantastic dude who runs the defense, but then also, like, he could cover his ass off.
Yeah.
Which, again, that's a defense that's similar to what D'Amico does here, and it speaks to just the value of that linebacker position. We should probably put a little bit more respect, even though I know we put a decent amount of respect on Aziz's name, and why it's going to be important that he went to Hawaii and worked with the DBs, and hopefully that coverage takes another step.
Yeah.
And then coming in at 15 on this, quarterback for the Detroit Lions, Jared Goff, a 33-place jump. How does this hit you? Because this is a very particular. This is a man that the Lions in what felt like a salary dump.
Now, I know you're not the biggest Jared Goff fan, but I think, to be fair, I think this is probably a little high, for him. But I think he's just continued to do it. There hasn't been, speaking of not a real big drop-off, I mean, they continue to win. He continues to lead them. And the other thing that he does probably doesn't get enough credit for is he makes big plays in big games late.
He does.
He really does. And I think that probably put him over the top.
Here we go. This is what I'm trying to incite. Yeah, I'm stirring it up. Kicks rocks. In what world is Jared Goff better than Derek Stingley Jr.? Apparently, in the world of the NFL players voting on the top 100, and you said that I'm not a huge fan of Jared Goff. I like Jared Goff in the right circumstance, and that's so particular to him. He has probably the largest delta of a good quarterback of really, really good when protected,
right.
And it gets damn near untenable when he's not. Which, of course, like, there's a drop off, but it should not be as large as it seems to be there. It's going to be real telling what it looks like this year without Ben Johnson.
I was just going to say the same thing. Yeah, well, let's see what he looks like with a totally different play caller, not totally different offense, but different offense.
Yeah, they still have the talent, right? Amon-Ra and Gibbs and the guys that they have, the talent wise, the offensive line. It's not the same level of offensive line, but you've seen some guys go. We mentioned Zeitler obviously going and some of the other stuff, but that they have that mentality of toughness that starts from the very top with your very own Aggie, Dan Campbell. So it'll be good to see, like, for him, if he's able to sustain the same 37 touchdowns, 12 interceptions last year from Jared Goff. But there you go. We're getting into the nitty gritty. We're getting into the top 15 of the top 100. I can't wait to see how the players voted that out. And I guess very interesting that, yes, Jared Goff is indeed ranked higher than Derek Stingley Jr. But yeah, we'll revise some of these things as we keep going.
I was thinking about him being ranked higher than the other quarterbacks that have been ranked already.
Sure.
So like a Justin Herbert, I think.
Well, I don't think you'll find many people listening under the sound of my voice who will be upset about Justin Herbert being ranked
How about
lower
C.J. Stroud?
But yeah, the C.J. Stroud.
But see, Jared Goff get a lot of flack, as a quarterback. I think he's really solid.
I do too. I'm a big
fan.
And
a lot of people like to put Justin Herbert on the top 10 list. So I think that part was kind of shocking to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the using the word again, the delta between Jared Goff and C.J. Stroud, that feels like that's a lot closer than what is demonstrated there. So this year will also be.
But there's also other players involved.
Yeah,
it's not a quarterback.
It shows you the players really respect Jared Goff
a lot,
and it's not a quarterback ranking. Derek Stingley deserves to be higher than C.J. Stroud. And you can argue Jared Goff, but it's not a quarterback ranking.
No, but that falls in, right? Like, that's part of all of it. But there you go. Around the NFL here in the Loop, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, I did want to get to this here, Lopez. To me, that's live. But with the 53-man cut down, let's talk about some of the notable cuts and some of the more interesting kind of ways that this factors in, especially which quarterbacks are most likely to make a change mid-season at quarterback. We'll do that next.
The countdown is on. 3, selection of the year, and we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We were just talking about Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice apparently has indeed accepted that 6-game suspension from the NFL, so they'll be without him. Somebody was like, dude, the Chiefs have weapons galore. Isn't Hollywood Brown still there? Yes. And just because he got that name Hollywood, I think that's got you tricked. Like, he was not all that effective.
Where was those weapons at last season?
Yeah.
That's it. He was there. He was there. So, like, they have some weapons, and if there's one person I believe in to wring some more value out of a player, it's Andy Reid. However, they're going to do some ringing because Rashee Rice absolutely
they are going to do some ringing.
Wide receiver 1 on that roster. They'll miss him for 6 weeks. All right, real quick before we try and get to D'Amico Ryans, who will be talking to the assembled media. Well, I feel like there's some notable cuts, but honestly, there's ones that are notable, but I don't know how impactful they are. Like the biggest one not biggest as in like most notable necessarily as the name.
You're relating it to the Texans.
The one that matters, no, just for the team.
Just
actually.
in general. Okay.
Robbie Chosen, the wide receiver, was cut by the Niners. And if you look at the Niners roster, they're carrying 5 wide receivers.
Dang. I did not notice that.
They are carrying 5 wide receivers. And remember what that offense looks like and how they try and operate. I think that's going to be really telling for how the Niners ultimately go about their season. And of course, as we know, this time you're still going to figure out what your 53-man roster looks like going forward. But I was like, that's wild. So guys like Tommy DeVito, Hendon Hooker from the Lions ended up getting cut. Cam Akers did not make a roster this year, even though, he was a little bit of a steer here in Houston, didn't make a roster.
Flash in the pan?
Ooh.
I think
here.
I guess here. And hey, they did. Nick Caserio got a little bit. He got some value out of that, as he did with Austin Deculus. Is still a wild one. We didn't talk about this at all.
Got something out of that.
Something out of Austin Deculus, who's like, I get it. Nick Caserio talking earlier today was like, he started games in the NFL, and I'm like,
hey,
it's a lot of people that started games in the NFL.
Nick, the trade's over, man. You don't need to tell us.
Johnny Manziel started a game in the NFL.
You don't need to tell us that. I know somebody already fell for that.
What's the wide receiver that had to play quarterback for the Broncos that one time? He has started games in the NFL as a quarterback. That's not how that means. That's not how that works.
Daria Gumbawali can kick. He's kicked field goals in the NFL.
So I think that, but again, salute to Nick Caserio doing that. Real quick before we try and get to D'Amico, I did want to ask you this, though. We now have quarterback situations solidified, and there's 5 teams that I'm looking at that I go, these teams feel like the most likely to make a change mid-season at quarterback. I kind of want you to power rank them, or not actually power rank them. When might those changes happen for these teams?
Ooh.
And it feels like the easiest one is the Browns feel like they're going to make a change at some point.
Yeah.
When do you see that change happening for them?
I wouldn't put them at the top.
Really? Okay. So the 5 teams, the 5 teams
Joe
that I have
Flacco
here.
Time, man. I mean, not Joe. I don't think I put New Orleans. I think they're just going to be spitballing.
All right. So the teams that I have: Cleveland, New Orleans. New Orleans only kept 2 quarterbacks. It is Spencer Rattler and Tisha, who is a 2nd-round pick this year. So Cleveland, New Orleans, the Giants, I feel like are rife for a quarterback change. I'm surprised you didn't put them up there. The Indianapolis Colts, I feel like possible for a quarterback change. And the Seattle Seahawks, I feel like those 5 teams are the teams that I would put as most likely for a quarterback change at some point.
Top 2 are New Orleans and the Giants, right? Jackson Dart.
I could see that for sure.
I've been saying all along 4 weeks
because he looked pretty good at preseason.
Yeah.
And Russell Wilson ain't looking good.
Yeah, he's going to struggle somewhere. It's inevitable. And Jackson Dart, you know what? Maybe the Giants is number 1 over New Orleans because New Orleans, I think they're just going to be spitballing, trying to figure something out. But you're right, just 2 quarterbacks, and they have named the young guy. Are they going to bail that quickly on Shuck?
I just feel like Shuck did not play better than Spencer Rattler, but you're right. New Orleans is going to be up here because Spencer Rattler, I feel like even in college, which is, I imagine, better landscape for a quarterback to show you the fullness of who they are before they get to the NFL and it gets more difficult. he was a real boomer bust player. Oklahoma fans, you'll be able to tell me, agree with this. So you get that in the NFL, and if he has some bad games, we go, well, let's try the other kid. I feel like that could absolutely happen.
There's gonna be pressure to bring Shuck in. There's gonna be pressure to bring Jackson Dark in.
So New Orleans,
Giants,
and then the Giants.
Yeah.
And then how would you finish out? Like, do you feel like, because of course I throw this in here because of the Colts and Daniel Jones, do you feel like they'll make a change, or do you think they'll just thug it out with the clear lower ceiling quarterback, but also probably the lower, clear higher floor guy?
I probably, not because I have that much confidence in Daniel Jones, but I think they're just going to ride it out with him. They've made the decision, and who knows with Anthony Richardson. I think I'd put them at the bottom.
Wow.
Yeah, I think they're going to ride it out with Daniel Jones.
Okay.
So it'd probably be New Orleans, Giants, Cleveland, Seattle, Indianapolis.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Okay. I can see where you're going there. 3-4-6. Wonder why the Saints haven't called the Texans about Davis Mills. I do it. Do you think the Texans would be willing to trade Davis Mills this year?
Not this year. No, they're going to ride it out. Speaking of riding it out,
I think they might do him a favor if he have a chance to actually play and be a starter.
So if a team just like lose their quarterback and they just really need a starter,
let's say New Orleans is not working out at all, and we need a guy that can ride out the season with experience. I think they'd give him a chance to kind of.
Not this year though, man. They have such high expectations, and Davis Mills can really run this offense. Had a good training camp.
He looked at points. If you really wanted to get spicy, you could try and make the argument that he looked better than CJ at points.
Early on, he did.
Yeah.
No, absolutely early on. So
I think if that opportunity come, they'd give him a chance to.
I don't
start.
I
somewhere
don't.
else.
I think they're like, we have a shot. He's good. He can win us if CJ Stroud is out 2 or 3 games. He can win us maybe 2 or 3 of those games. I think they're going to stick with Davis Mills at the back.
Yeah, it feels like you're running up against 2 ideas. That idea of you want to be good and you want to make sure your backup is good enough if you need him. But then secondly, you can get value out of an expiring guy, and quarterback can get you some good value. So we'll see what that looks like. All right, D'Amico Ryans is talking to the assembled media after the 53-man roster cut down. This is what he had to say. Oh, is he not? Is he not there, Fig? Are we holding off for him?
No, y'all got to be ready to go, man. Y'all ain't here messing around. Trying to figure out the scoop. Y'all got to be ready.
Just call off.
Yeah, nah.
When it comes to the roster, as Nick was saying earlier, how do you feel about overall just the quality of the team and kind of where things stand, regardless of some of the...
I feel really good about our team. Our initial 53 roster is set. That, it's initial. The things are always in flux. Things are always moving. We're always looking to improve our roster as best we can. But we feel really good about the 53 men that have made our team so far. And those 53 guys definitely deserved it. And there are more guys who are deserving. We just couldn't keep more guys, but I would have loved to keep more guys, but had to make some tough decisions there. But we feel really good where we are.
You all kept 10 defensive linemen. Why was that? I think that might have been the most you've done in your 3 years, but why was that important?
For us, when you come to the defensive line and keeping 10 guys, we feel really good about those 10 guys and how those guys can help us when it comes to, playing how we play. We like to rotate our defensive line a lot, and we don't want to wear guys thin at the defensive line spot. So it was important to keep as many of those guys as possible. Again, all those guys are very well deserving.
At this point last season, he wasn't even on the team, wasn't even on the team's radar. Now he comes in practice squad. Now he makes the team this year. Has he exceeded expectations since he's gotten here? And just what have you seen from him?
Yeah, Tommy hasn't exceeded expectations. Tommy, again, he expects high things for himself, and he shows that every day in the manner in which he works. I don't think there's a harder worker on our team than Tommy. I can vividly remember coming in a building in February after the playoffs, and the first player I see in our weight room is Tommy. He's in there working out, squatting, grinding already. So it's not a surprise to us just what Tommy has done, because in the background he's always working, just as consistent as ever. And that's what it takes to be a pro. Guys who make it in this league, guys who play for a long time, they're consistent. You can count on them. Their teammates can rely on them. You know what you're going to get down in and down out, and that's Tommy. And that's why he made our team. So I'm very proud of Tommy and very happy for him, because he's the guy who definitely deserved to make our team. He made play after play throughout training camp, and he's here for that. I know Tommy can help us win games.
Coach, with missing so much time as far as training camp and preseason is concerned, and now we know that he'll miss a minimum of 4 games. How is he going to be able to come back and fit into this new offensive system that you all have, especially trying to work himself back into game shape?
Yeah, for Joe's situation, Sarge, we just take it one day at a time. And, Joe has played a lot of football. And whenever that time comes for Joe, it won't be anything revolutionary that he hasn't seen before, or he hasn't done from the football perspective. Joe's an outstanding football player. So whenever that time comes, I feel like he'll have a very easy transition back to football.
Is your expectation that at some point this year he'll be available to you?
My expectation is for Joe, we're taking it one day at a time, and when he's ready to be back, he'll be back. No.
What about just kind of how you've evolved as a coach over these 3 years, and how much different this year feels than maybe your first year?
Well, for me, when you talk about evolving as a coach, I wanted to, it's for me, I feel like I've grown in a manner of, I've talked about this a lot, of just delegating more, taking more off my plate, and I feel like we're in a really good spot as a team, just trusting more my staff and people around me to help me. I got a really great staff, so just when it comes to that part of it, just being able to delegate more, I feel like I've evolved in that area. But every year it starts over for me, and right now it's like the intensity level is up. It's game mode. Like, it's all in on how do we go get the Rams. So that's where I'm at right now. Whatever I have to do from the head coach position, whoever I have to help, staff, player perspective, I'm always in position to help the people around me as best I can to be successful.
I know you are big on protecting players when it comes to injuries and trying to keep things as in-house as possible. I think with the Joe situation, it's been kind of vague a lot, and I know you're trying to protect Joe and things that you like to protect players. There is a flip side to where now more speculation can fester. We're kind of like the pros and cons to that, because again, like, speculation festering could then lead to inaccurate thoughts and inaccurate speculation, which could and then hurt the player and hurt how he's perceived and things of that nature. So we're just kind of like that balance between being transparent, but then also not being transparent, fully transparent, to where it's speculation and things of that nature.
Yeah, everything we do for when it comes to injuries, and I don't, talk about the injuries much because I'm thinking about the player. Like, it's different for me. I played the game, so I can see all the news and media that circulates on everybody speculating. Well, it's not us speculating. It's everybody who's writing the stories are speculating. So it's more so of, let's not speculate if you don't know the true information. And why is everybody so quick to find some story on a player when he's dealing with whatever he's dealing with? That's his personal information. I don't think anybody would speculate on, the people who are writing the story wouldn't speculate on your medical situation, because would that be fair? No, it wouldn't be. So it's all out of respect to the players and the men who put the work in the locker room to grind and what they put their bodies through to be on the fields. Like, that's always the forefront of my thoughts. Everybody really doesn't care about our players in that manner. Everybody kind of just wants to write a story. And now, in the day, everybody wants to be first with a story. There's no repercussions for people writing inaccurate stories about players. You can just put something out and you don't really know the information. It's not true, but nothing happens. You just, take it down. So where is the old school reporting where people used to fact find, take time, really information on players. That doesn't happen anymore, right? Everybody wants to get it. I get it. It's the microwave society. Everybody wants it quick. Everybody wants it now, and that leads to inaccurate information. Well, I would just say that's Joe's business. That's whoever's business, and don't talk about it. Let him be at peace. Let him do what he has to do to recover and get back right to play the game that he sacrificed his body, time for. All these guys do that. So the speculation, it isn't from our end. It's from everybody else who wants to be first. And I get it. It's the clickbait. I want to be first. I reported it first, so I'm the best. Well, how is that helping our players? It's not. And it's inaccurate. And what happens to you when you put out an inaccurate story? Nothing. So who's the benefit from this? Our players aren't benefiting from it. Joe isn't benefiting from it. So what are we talking about here, right? So for me, it's always about protecting our players because I truly.
One of the two things that all of us have had questions about was the offensive line in the offseason, right? How do you feel about where you are now with the line, as you are almost set, I guess?
I feel really good about our offensive line situation. We have, you got guys who we feel really good can play tackle. We feel good about that with Cam, with Titus, with Tay. Feel really strong about our tackle position, inside guys as well, and that you want to be strong at that position. Similar to what I spoke about the defensive line. As we know, as you go throughout the season, things happen, and you don't always have the same guys that you start the season with. So as many depth players as we can have, as deep as our roster can be, we're going to need everybody, right? And that's always my line to our guys. Like, you never know. You're one play away. We need everybody to be dialed in and ready to go at any given moment, right? Something can happen first play of the game. Like, are we ready to go? Are we ready to adapt and adjust? So feel really good about where we are with our depth.
Is it fair to say, along the lines of the depth, that the depth at the linebacker position and the athleticism has you perhaps more comfortable this year having three linebackers on the field when Petrie's not out there than last year?
Our linebackers are very athletic guys. Our playmakers is really I'm really encouraged with getting Christian back in the fold, getting EJ Speed, like two very athletic, fast linebackers, and I feel like they can take our defense to the next level, right? So feel really good about those guys. When it comes to different packages and stuff, it just gives me more flexibility. Like if we want to play base, nickel, and guys who can run and be athletic, make plays in space, it really opens up the playbook for me.
I know it's the initial 53. You guys kept Graham Mertz, the third quarterback. You've got C.J. Davis, established behind C.J. What goes into that decision, and how do you approach that third quarterback? I know sometimes you've had him on the practice squad. I know Mertz is currently on the roster. What kind of goes into that decision making going into game day and planning if you need that?
Yeah, great question, Carter. One of the most valued positions in our league is quarterback. So when you have a young quarterback who shows some promise, as Graham has done, he showed a ton of upside. You want to keep as many of those guys around as possible because as we see the trades and things that happen around the league, everybody is searching for that backup quarterback. And as we know, if you're not deep at that position, you don't have a guy, if something happens to your starter, you don't have guys behind him who can go out and perform and keep the team moving, then most of the time your season is just done when you don't have that next quarterback to step in. So feel really good about Davis. Davis has had the best camp that I've seen since he's been here. Graham has came in, worked himself back off an injury. He missed a ton of time during the spring. So really just training camp was where he was just starting to get started. But I feel like he has a ton of room to grow, and he showed in our last preseason game, he showed that he can have the command that it takes. He has that leadership ability that it takes to be the quarterback for our team, and he's done a great job. And I want to see him continue to blossom and grow at that spot.
Coach, as you move towards the first game against the Los Angeles, there are a lot of mixing and matching when it came to the offensive line. Have you all, without asking you who, but have you all got a clear picture or solidified where you want certain players to be on the line now heading into that first week?
Wherever they can help us win. Oh man, we got. I think we're 10 days away, so we got a little time here to figure it out. But I mean, it's a good problem to have, Sarge. We got guys who played a lot of ball, guys who have grown and gotten better, play well together. I feel good about the guys we have and whoever's out there. Right, we just expect our guys just to do their best, or whatever comes our way. But I feel good about the O-line. We'll see who lines up there in 10 days. I know you guys are going to ask me again next week. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
I do have a quick follow-up, and I'm not asking you who, but how important is it for whoever plays at a spot, whether he's inside or outside? How important is it to have them play that consistently? Instead of having to, I know if there's an injury, you've got to move people. But how important is it to have people solidified at a position?
I think it always depends on the player, right? And some players, they certainly can handle, like when you get on the O-line, there's certain players who probably can handle one spot, or they've done that one spot, like Lakin. He's been at left guard for his entire career. He's done a really good job there. So some guys have done it for a while. Then there's some times where you really can't control it, and you have to move guys around. But for me, you have to move guys around in practice, like a guy's been in that position. So that's why we move guys around in practice, as you guys seen in training camp, just so if something happens, hey, I've been there before, I've done that before. And it's not only the offensive line, it's also defensively. Like, think about linebackers. I put different guys in the Mike linebacker spot to give them the communication and see how they handle it. So we get in a game, they can't say, oh, coach, I've never done that before. Well, yeah, you have. Remember in OTA's training camp, I kind of put you through that gymnastics, not just to put you in a bad spot, but just so you have an awareness for what it takes to be in that position.
From a communication standpoint, secondary, how much have you just kind of seen it grow over the years? I mean, there was a play against the Panthers where, I'm not going to discuss the coverage or whatever, but where it looked like, they were trying to do something to exploit you guys' coverages, and Kamara was able to pass it off to MJ Stewart and be able to get back where he needed to get. MJ was where he needed to be. How have you kind of seen that communication grow throughout, I guess, the time you've been here?
Coach DJ, I'm ready to hire you, man. Now, our communication has been great. You see, the guys have done it for a long time. They've been doing it for 3 years now, and the more you do it, is the easier it gets. So you see guys passing off things in coverage or making the right checks and things, getting us in the right spot. It helps. It's time on task. It helps, and guys, they work hard at it. So you'll see if we do it the right way, we should be in a good spot to allow our D-line to get home.
Speaking of year three, Coach, speaking of year three, you, Will, CJ, all came in here together. When you look at the growth the maturity that they have matured over these last 3 years, what have you seen from them? And also, how has their growth, sprinkled down to players like Kamari and Kalen? When you talk to them, it's almost like they've been in the league for 4 or 5 years when it's only year 2 for them.
That's the cool part about leadership, seeing Will, CJ, just seeing them flourish as leaders, not so much worried about themselves and doing what they need to do on the field. We know they're going to play at a high level. Now, not just to play, how do they interact with their teammates? How do you bring other guys along and show them what it looks like, not only on the field but off the field as well? I feel like both guys have matured, and as they should. Both are more mature, and just every day just being off the field, just seeing these guys interact with their teammates. They're more mature guys, and therefore it allows them to be better leaders when it comes to leading the locker room. So I'm proud of the leadership that Will and CJ, they've shown. Stingley, how he's shown Kamari and Kalen, like the things that he does to take care of his body, like taking those guys under his wing, getting them in early, doing all those little things. Everybody sees the production. They see the big play, the interception, but you don't see the work that Stingley does right behind the scenes. And so for the young guys to see that, like, oh, you want to be a great player? Well, this is what one of the best players in the league does. To take of it, like Stingley, is just his actions. He doesn't has to say much, but you can see by his actions, like guys, they look to him. They're looking up to him. They're looking up to Will. every single day, and those guys are leading in the right way. I couldn't ask for better leaders. From a coaching perspective, for me, it's like I don't have to say as much, right? Like Will, CJ, other guys in the locker room, Zeke, like we have a ton of great leaders who our young guys can follow.
Without being biased, do you think that they were, the way that your players were ranked in the top 100 players of 2025, do you like their rankings, or do you think that, you know, could have been moved around a little bit?
Oh, man. We pay attention to the top 100? No, I'm not. No, it's a credit to those guys. That's a big deal. It's a big deal to a lot of our players. So, you know, just for bragging rights, I think it does mean a lot to those guys. Who's our top guy? Sting? Sting, yeah. So it's so we had a few guys on there, I think, well deserving. A lot of guys made it because they're great players. They're some of the best players in the league. So I'm proud to see our guys make that and get that recognition. It's pretty cool when, you know, you're working a lot. Texans don't get a lot of coverage, but when we do get the coverage, to see our guys get recognized on that national level, that's big for them. I'm proud of those guys for that.
Okay. Obviously, the offense, there'll be a lot of attention on it because it's most new. But if I could take you back, what was most important when you were looking for an offensive coordinator? What was most important for you?
Looking for offensive coordinator was the connection piece. Right? It's about how you interact with the players. That was the most important piece to me because I feel like coaching is all relationships, right? And it's if I can build that deep relationship, that trust factor with a player, and I can, as players and coaches, we can accomplish anything because we have that tight relationship. And it goes to the guys I'm looking for in our team. I talk about looking for everybody to come together, right, and be a tight-knit unit, right, to be together because when the ups and downs of the season, it's going to happen. There are going to be some high moments. There are going to be some low moments, but who are you in those low moments? The only thing that can allow you to survive those low moments is having a trust, having that true trust, having that true deep connection and relationship, with your coaches and players, and that'll allow you to get through everything. So that was the main.
The matrix of your 53-man roster, I think we discussed this last year. You got roughly about a handful of guys got 10 years in the league. Why is that still important for you to have those guys around? Even though you got a majority of them are still young players. They young pups when you look at them, when you compare them to the 10-year vets. Why is that important?
The league has definitely gotten much younger, but you still need those those vets who've done it at multiple places, done it at a high level and different times throughout their careers. I think it's always important to have the veteran guys because the vets are the ones who they pass it down to young players. And we only, in this league, for me, myself coming in as a young player, I was able to stand on the backs of the guys who paved the way before me. And so it's important for those guys to understand the history of the game and understand, the game doesn't grow, right, without the guys, the sacrifice they did before you. So it's important to always have those guys in the locker room, and also not just because they're 10-year vets, because they're good players as well, and they can still go perform at a high level.
You've talked about wanting, obviously, to run the ball. That's been one of the things you said since you've been here. What is it this year that makes you feel confident about your room? Is it the scheme? Is it the changes up front? Is it all of it? Personnel? What is it that gives you the confidence about your run game?
I'm more confident in the run games because of what I've seen through training camp. I've seen our guys improve on just their blocking combinations up front. I've seen us, run the ball and not give up immediate penetration in the backfield to allow our backs to stop their feet. So I've seen it time and time again since we've been here throughout OTAs and throughout training camp. I've seen the production that our run game can have strictly because of what those guys are doing up front. I feel like our tight ends are doing a much better job of blocking at the line of scrimmage. Our O-line is doing a much better job of knowing where they're going and working in combination, working together, making the right calls, the right checks. So we're starting cleaner. We're starting right, and that allows me that we should be able to run the football this year. All right. Thank you, guys.
There you go, D'Amico Ryans, the head coach of the Houston Texans, and wow, there was a lot in there that could take you in all different directions. Let's start where he finished there. I thought that was a fantastic question by Kim Davis about what makes D'Amico Ryans confident about this run game, which, as we know, feels like it's going to be foundational to their offensive and maybe the entirety of their team success this year.
I think a lot of these things, these answers tied in with a previous answer. That run game, answer about, not giving up immediate penetration. We knew that was a problem last year. Tight ends doing a much better job. We knew that was a big problem last year. The O-line knowing where they're going. Again, huge problem last year.
Starting cleaner?
Right, starting cleaner. All these things were things that we were frustrated with, and they were frustrated with the run game last year. But that ties into a couple of things. When he's talking about the connection piece with the offensive coordinator and communication and having the trust. And that ties in with an earlier comment where D'Amico Ryans was talking about delegating more himself.
Yeah.
Being able to trust the guys. So I think it was fascinating, very interesting, press availability there. But I really feel like, he feels really strongly, not just about the players that they brought in. We knew that and the talent level, but about from the top down where the coaching, starts and that communication.
It's funny because early on in the availability, I was like, D'Amico sounds kind of worn down and not like this is a tough period of time where as a dude who's upbeat, who clearly cares so much about his players, having to tell dudes that we're cutting you, and that, we're taking your playbook and you're having, we're taking the basic list opportunity for this job away from you. We know that taxes on him. He's talked about that. Getting through that time period. But as he went through talking about the football, you hear the life come back, at least in the course of that, at least as to my ear.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things to get to. Do you want to come back and kind of hit some of these?
I do, and especially, you're right. I think most of it, he was kind of bummed out because he had to make these cuts. He referenced that a couple of times.
Right.
Good players that he wished he could have kept, et cetera.
And this year more than others, it feels like there's also just a lot of guys that even might not make their way back that you still go, I would like to have him on the team.
But there are a couple of things, and he sort of doubled down on what Nick Caserio said earlier. Sorry, D'Amico, I'm going to have to speculate. I know you don't like speculation, but they are very, very, very closed-lipped about Joe Mixon and the prospects there. And it was very that kind of set him off a little bit, like it did Nick Caserio.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. He said, big takeaway. Stop asking for Joe Mixon, damn it. It's not just Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
And when he was asked about that, I thought, the company line is very clear, right? We don't want, or we want to protect the guys,
player,
right? That's very clear. I think he took it to a different place than Nick Caserio did, talking about the idea of like media members and, the really like inaccurate information. But that feels like it juxtaposes pretty poorly with what you're talking about where, hey, we want information from the people we can trust, which is you.
We don't want to speculate.
And I think if you want to,
when you don't tell people stuff, that's when they start speculating a little bit.
And if you want to kill the oxygen on inaccurate reporting, well, if I get it from you, I have a feeling that it's not inaccurate, right?
So exactly.
I think that all of this comes from a great place, and D'Amico being a player, knowing, as he mentions, right, you don't know all of what's happening there. Sure, and I don't think we want to pretend that we know all of what's happening there. And I think that, yes, we on this side can be more responsible at times with when we do get information from teams and whatever. But at least give us a general idea. All we're asking for is a ballpark, and we're getting absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and I feel like the Texans, their PR staff did a really good job building a relationship with the media people and stuff.
Yes.
Where they could potentially be like, yo, just, everything cool, but, just kind of keep us informed of what's going on type of thing.
Right. He said when he's ready to be back, he'll be back. Well, that leads to speculation. Terrific question from Jonathan Alexander, by the way, the follow-up.
And I hear you on Kicks Rocks on this YouTube page, and I promise, the last time I'll bring this up right here. Why do you have to speculate? Sports Talk Radio, covering sports, we're all kind of speculating unless you want us to just read the box scores and leave it at that. Like, that's kind of the nature of conversation, is it not?
And it's your starting running back, man. You kind of want to know, hey, is he good? Is he going to be out for the season? Do we need to look into somebody else?
Yeah. I'll bet you all the listeners want to know.
Yeah. just imagine get hurt and they say, "Oh, we don't know when you gonna come back." You gonna be a little worried, right?
Exactly.
Can we get an idea of generally so we can kind of
It
have
was
some
bizarre.
thoughts?
Like, all this.
Do we need to trade for another running back, or are we good for the next couple weeks?
Right. It was bizarre, especially when you couple it with Nick Caserio. It's just like it doesn't give you a good vibe. And if you wanted to change that, maybe you could avoid speculation by giving a hint of a timeline.
I mean, here's the thing. It's not going to change. This is clearly the way that there's a synergy in that organization on this is the way we'll handle it. So that's the way it'll be handled. The stated goal, I respect it. I agree with it. I don't know that the way that they're going about it gets them to their stated goal.
Yeah,
but I appreciate
these reporters ain't going to stop asking about it.
Right.
They ain't just going to say, "Oh, okay, that's it." So let's not check on Joe Mixon again.
How long before we get the Nick Saban from D'Amico or Caserio?
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
How long? I feel like we get it before the bye week. I feel like it's going to happen. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, actually, let's go ahead and hit the Astros because we haven't had an opportunity to hit them. Unfortunately, they didn't do much hitting themselves yesterday. A 6-1 loss to the Colorado Rockies of all people, really tarnishing what should have been a fun day of Yordan Alvarez returning. Why does this keep happening to the Astros? Why do they seem to play down to competition, especially of the likes of the Rockies? Let's talk about that next.
The Texans in Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Appreciate also hearing from Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans after Cutdown Day. Some really insightful stuff about this team as we gear up for the 2025 season. All that's left, man, between us and that is practice, and then we are into week one here in about, 10 days, 11 days, something like that?
Yeah. I mean, it's happening.
It is indeed happening. Also, something else that's happening. The Astros just don't want to take the opportunity to extend that lead in the division now, do they? Not yet. As of right now, Yordan Alvarez did indeed get activated and everything. He was in the lineup playing in left field, playing baseball, baby. It was good. Before we get into the clear negatives of the situation, how did it feel to have Yordan back?
Oh, it was fantastic. And, obviously not just seeing him, what do you have, 2 walks and 0 for 2 otherwise,
right.
But the impact was there. You could see it in his first at-bat. A guy that doesn't walk batters very often at all. I think
was that a 4-pitch walk?
It was a 4-pitch walk, not wanting to mess. I think there's a runner on first base, not wanting to mess with Yordan in that situation.
And just because Yordan's up to bat, you have a runner in scoring position straight like that.
Immediately. So the impact was felt of Yordan. Great to see him, et cetera. Was that a downer of a game, or are you just sort of shrugging your shoulders and saying, well, we'll get them next time?
No, that was a downer of a game, and that leads kind of to the question that I have, 713-572-4610. Why does it seem like this continues to happen with the Astros? It feels like, now, of course, it's 162 games, and maybe I'm just memory holding the instances where it doesn't happen and just kind of cherry-picking instances, but it feels like more often than I feel comfortable with, the Astros are playing down to competition that it feels like they should definitely be above, especially in an instance where we're not talking nearly as much about injuries. You have some of these guys back. You have a lineup that looks pretty damn solid. You have one of your better pitchers on the mound in Hunter Brown. And then you have, Hunter Brown having to deal with 4 unearned errors, unearned runs, rather, because of an error trying to turn to double play.
2 errors.
Then, a couple of errors. That's right. That then turns into runs scored, and then that puts him tilts him of sorts in a way that was a little disconcerting. Also, that feels like, again, not just you had a bad game and the other team won. It felt like you very much played lesser than your typical capabilities, and allowed a team that should not be with you on that field to really get a win. And really a runaway win of sorts.
For me, it wasn't necessarily a downer of a game. It was almost, even though there were some definite downers, that are alarming. The errors, a little sloppy out there, quiet bats, all these things that we've seen here and there. The opposing pitcher, yet another tomato can with a 7-point-something ERA, shutting you down. So there were some downer elements. It wasn't so much that as resignation. Like every time we think, all right, they're on to something, or every time we think, well, they can't hit a lick. It doesn't stay that way. This is going to be an up and down ride the rest of the way. And I guess all encompassing, it might be considered a downer, especially when you did it against the Rockies. There's only, is it 31 games left?
That sounds about, at 30 games, because you're at 72.
Yesterday was 31.
30 games left, and you still don't know what this team is. That's what it was. It was more of a feeling of resignation, like we're not going to know. We're not going to know. It's going to be like this the whole way.
Oh, you mean like identity-wise, right? Because this is a team that in theory should be able to hit, but at times during the season, some of that due to injury, they have not hit well. But some of that also, you can just say some of the big guys that should be big hitters were not swinging well. Christian Walker, one of those guys, he went 0 for 3 on the day. Yordan Alvarez had a rough stretch. Obviously, the injury to the hand is a large part of that. But you've had times where the offense should be good and it hasn't, or times where the offense has been really good. You've had times where your starting pitching has been really solid and it hasn't. You've had, and of course, injuries factors in there. And then now you're dealing with the lower stretch of, the bullpen in a time where it should be good. Yeah, that's probably part of it. Like, just there's been an inconsistency in identity to where, going into a game, what you should expect from the Astros as a team altogether.
And also, you can't waste, again, 30 games left. You can't waste a Hunter Brown outing. Hell, you can't waste a Fromber outing, and we don't know what we're going to get from Fromber tonight.
Yeah, that's and I ask this question a lot. What's your confidence.
We're not going to know. Kind of like I said about the game last night and this offense and this team. We're just never going to know what to expect one night to the next, no matter the opponent, because that was the Rockies. But Fromber, we were on board, man. We were on board for a pretty good stretch there. Like, all right, no bad Fromber this year. And then Fromber hurts himself, mentally and doesn't perform, physically. And so it's almost like, tell me what I'm going to expect from Fromber. I can't tell you.
Yeah, I was kind
of
talking to you rather about this before the show. It feels like there's three. It's like if there was like a three-way light switch of sorts. It feels like there's three modes for Fromber. And there's the middle mode, which is just where there's good Fromber, bad Fromber. We never know any day, and it could be either of those. And then it felt like we got to what I imagine is the higher level of that, which is Fromber is just on. I don't have to worry about where this goes.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that we were in that peak, and that was kind of where we had gotten to. Over the last 4 or 5 outings for him, I do wonder, is he in that middle mode, or is he in what could be a worse mode that I think Sean Pendergast has talked about, where he has some sort of senioritis, where he sees the end of this time with the Astros? Because again, reminder, there's been no deal worked out for an extension for him, and they haven't had conversations about it since we started the season. There was just no conversations. Yeah. Is he looking at it and he sees that final 30 games and he goes, at that point, maybe what we say 40-some games, where he looks up and he goes, man, I'm seeing the end of this, maybe all the trials and tribulations the team has, and is the mental portion of his game matters so much? Is he possibly in that bottom side where you're not going to have the possibility of good Fromber, where he's just dealing with the worst of it because of the mental side of it?
I was gonna answer that with maybe subconsciously, because we all know how strong the subconscious mind is. But I don't think it's subconscious. I think it's consciously. Keep in mind, he's the guy that complained about defensive alignments, and
he sure did.
And has shown frustration, on the field in key moments. So it's not even maybe subconsciously he's kind of checked out. I don't know if it's checked out. That's the right term, but I think there's frustration that he's clearly showing, and it's affecting him. It's just flat out affecting him. And keep in mind, this stretch with the Rockies and then the Angels. After that, you got the Rangers. You got the Yankees, Rangers, and Blue Jays. You're elevating the standard of the opponent there.
Yeah, no, I guess that's fair. But you do have these games here. It just feels like they're not able to line things up.
No.
And this is a fair question to ask. Somebody said it feels like the Astros have a number of light switch players on the team in the way that I was describing Fromber.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those do you see at this? Because Fromber is the clear one that I think of.
Yeah.
But I don't know, some of these guys, it just feels like they've moved into some poor places, or there's a few of them.
There's more.
Because Carlos Correa is on a 10-game hitting streak. He's been good for you since he's come back, which is really good.
I don't know if Cam Smith is a light switch as much as a fatigue.
Yeah.
But
McCullers, I think he's just off. I think that's just the light switch is off there.
Yeah, and then but maybe Christian Walker, maybe Yonner Diaz.
Are you good?
Yeah.
What happened there?
It just came out funny. I think but that reflects the team, the hitting. And when you get a few of these guys, not hitting at the same time, all of a sudden that's why the entire season becomes unpredictable.
Okay. Yeah. So the Astros have an opportunity today to maybe get a game, but it does feel like we're talking about lining things up. Thankfully, the Seattle Mariners have decided to line up a lot of their losses with the Astros' losses as well. So
still a game and a half.
Still a game and a half. But, man, this felt like a great opportunity to maybe expand that, especially if the Mariners were going to drop games.
Yeah.
You dropped one yesterday as well in kind of a real frustrating fashion. And I don't know if it would have been more frustrating. I hadn't thought about it till this moment. If it was just like a genuine loss as opposed to where it felt like they really just were sloppy and they gave the game away. Of sorts. I don't know which one frustrates me more. All I know is I really would like to see a good Fromber game, because actually, let me ask you, would it change how you feel about Fromber headed down the stretch?
No.
That resignation you have?
No, not at this point. I mean, look, we're 132 games into the season, and we're still wondering, after a year of wondering last year and a year of wondering the year before that. He can dial up dominance, but you can't predict it. You can't. Every time he takes the mound, you're just wondering which one you're going to get. And I don't think that's going to change. We thought it did, but I don't think it is.
How much do you put that on Joe Espada? Because, when you talk about consistency in any sport, we typically go to the head coach or the manager about about that. A lot of credit for steadying the ship in what was some really dark times with injuries. There's also been a lot of there's been some uneven performances that I do wonder, is he capable of kind of steadying it, or is that beyond the pale of what a manager
I
can
actually
do?
don't put much of this at all on a spot. I know fans will. It's human nature. Your team
got to blame somebody about it.
Your team is it's the manager, and I get it, and I've done it. But in this case, I wouldn't put a lot on a spot. You can go back to the injuries and everything that he's had to manage through that, and been able to do quite well. They're still in first place, and in this case, I think it's more the players are not having the years that we thought they would consistently.
Yeah. Well,
is that on the manager? I don't think so.
I don't know. Yeah. And it's been there's been so much variation that it's hard to isolate the variable to the manager. But I do have some frustration. I'm going to think more about it, like how much I bring it to Joe Espada here, because again, consistency is something that at least in some places would be helpful to get you to that place. But I guess, hey, you got to remember that you're still at the number one spot in the AL West, and that means something considering all of the things that you've traversed. Real quick before we go, did you see that baseball released their 2026 schedule? It's kind of funny how this comes out. Most sports, you get done.
Baseball does a lot of weird stuff like that.
Draft in the middle of a season, and then obviously getting your schedule out for next season during this season. 2026 season for the Astros will open with the Angels, a 3-game set. Before they get the Red Sox. It's a 7-game homestand to start the season. Way to start. Do you prefer like the big matchup on opening day with like a really good team, or do you prefer what I imagine the Angels to be next year, which is not that great of a team?
Look, I want the big matchups just as a fan. To me that makes the biggest difference in the world, just kind of getting the energy going, et cetera. But in terms of wins and losses, having a chance to start quick. And look, we don't even know what this team's going to look like next year. I mean, like nothing hardly. Altuve is going to be here, but we don't know a whole lot about pitching staffs and aces and all that other than Hunter Brown. So I did like it being at home. They always play at home, it seems like, to start the season. But I'd much rather start with in terms of wins and losses. I don't care as much as the marquee. I want to see the big.
Starting at home, just that feels like a little bit of deference to what has been a consistently good baseball team over the last decade, right? It's like that feels like
that and the weather in other cities.
Yeah, which funny enough, that's one of the oddities about the 2026 schedule. Earliest opening day in MLB history, in starting March 25th now, which technically, which is 14 games before traditional opening day. So. With that being the case,
White Sox don't want to start at home,
Yeah, that's the thing I always think about is like for the first couple weeks of the season at least, there's a few places that are miserable to play their first.
And that's why Houston, by and large, gets a lot of home games and dome stadiums.
Yeah, but I was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you make anything about that? It feels like they might be trying to, and of course, creeping little by little football as well. Like, are we seeing more and more of the stratification of sports where leagues are trying further and further to not compete with football as they expand and expand?
Absolutely. This October, it's going to be hot and heavy, not just here, across the NFL, and baseball's going to be competing with that 100%.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from around the mound for your Astros as they try.
Fingers crossed.
Okay. I mean, yes, but also come on. As they try and get one back in a series versus the Rockies. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's the time where we get to our lunchtime confessions, and we will do that next.
All right, Synergen X.
Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, don't put that evil on me.
Nah, before you get to your confession, a couple waiver claims have come out for picking up players off of the waivers in the NFL. No waiver claims put in by the Texans, so they didn't get to any of those. However, Jalen Thomas will return on the team's practice squad. So just a couple of notes there. I'll see if I can keep an eye out for anything else that happens for your Houston Texans as they're trying to, find what that roster looks like headed into week 1.
Yeah.
Or at least they weren't awarded any players, I should say.
These are my confessions.
All right, so C.J. Stroud made the rounds, went through the car wash, as they say, yesterday. Why, Figgy? Because of Applebee's, right? Applebee's. He was promoting Applebee's.
That's right.
He's got the new endorsement.
I thought you was about to say something else. I saw some Tyler tweeted.
What did Tyler tweet?
On that quote?
Yeah,
we might get to that later, actually, at some point. But no, I was thinking about when I saw that he was making the rounds and promoting Applebee's and answering questions and such, and we'll probably hear from some of CJ's comments as well. I started thinking about Applebee's. Two things.
Wait, when did you stop thinking about Applebee's?
Well,
I think about Applebee's all the time.
About 15 years ago, to be honest.
Okay. All right.
And that's part of my confession. I haven't been to Applebee's in at least 15 years or so. And then I figured out why. Because a lot of these chain restaurants, they have a signature item that you kind of go for and crave. Applebee's has no signature item.
I strongly disagree.
Really?
I strongly disagree.
Like Chili's, you got the baby back ribs and the queso that I like a lot. Olive Garden, what is it? Breadsticks. Onion. Texas Roadhouse. They used to have those peanuts that I used to always eat.
You were one of them people that was eating the peanuts?
Oh, yeah.
Texas Roadhouse is absolutely the rolls.
And the yeast rolls. I was going to say, the peanuts and the yeast rolls. Every one of these chain restaurants has a signature item. I could not think of a single thing that I would go, oh, Applebee's, I need to get some of that.
Figgy, I wonder if you know the signature item that I'm thinking of.
I actually don't know the signature
they don't
item.
have one.
I got it. It's the Dollarita, baby.
Oh, get out.
Club Applebee's. It's one of my favorite things in the world that I also thought about.
Alcohol.
Well, not alcohol, but it's just seeing the Applebee's go from family establishment on that one night of the week
to a bar
to the grown and sexy lounge because the Dollarita's coming out.
That doesn't count. That's a one.
How does that not count?
That's a one-day thing.
How does that
like
not count?
On Thursdays or something?
I mean, basically, but you can make it go up any day that the Dollarita available.
My confession stands. I know why I haven't been to Applebee's in a long time and why maybe they needed CJ Stroud to help them promote their product. They don't have a signature item.
I imagine CJ Stroud will not be pumping the Dollaritas, though.
Yeah.
I imagine that's not how
exactly
that would go. And I do realize there was one time, just tangential to this, there was one time that I was like, Chili's and Applebee's basically the same thing, right? People hate when you say that.
No.
People will fight you.
I like
about
Chili's
that.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Chili's.
I didn't realize that there was such a clear demarcation for folks. People like, nah, Chili's is a grade above Applebee's. I was like, oh, really? Oh, my bad.
Yeah. I would rank probably Chili's 1, Texas Roadhouse 2. Somewhere in there.
Chili's over Texas Roadhouse, huh?
Yeah, I like Chili's.
Okay. I mean,
yeah.
I also like Chili's. I just did not think that that's how that would go.
Yeah.
Applebee's riblets.
Riblets.
What is a riblet?
I don't know what a riblet is.
What part of the animal is the riblet?
Here's
Is it similar to the McRib?
That's exactly what it sounds like.
It might be.
My point stands.
A McRib on the real plate.
Yeah, exactly.
These are my confessions.
So shout out to DJ Bijani, and shout out to all the assembled media for the Houston that cover the Houston Texans. Really solid pressers today. But also shout out to DJ Bijani. Wrote a really interesting piece about the Texans and their, how they're perceiving this upcoming season, the expectations that they have. And one of the quotes that he got in there was from Titus Howard, the seemingly right tackle of the team for this year. And Titus Howard he brought some heat towards Bobby Sloak as well. Here, quote, "The biggest difference is our mentality. This type of offense fits a lot of the guys that we have in the room, being able to start the game off strong as an offensive line and able to finish games. Also running the ball and then using the run game to open up the pass game. not coming out and getting effing negative yards on outside zone run plays, stuff that didn't really fit us, close quote. And the confession is, I really do feel bad about like just piling on and banging on somebody.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't feel that way with Bobby Slowick. Like, it just feels like more fair game than any other circumstance where you're like, hey, isn't that enough? I feel like we might have hit him enough. Bobby Slowick is like, nah, let it keep raining.
You know what it makes me feel, and you're right. I'm right there with you on your confession. But the other thing is, like, how did we disconnect this, my way or the highway? We talked about, like, how the system and all that stuff wasn't working, but there was some real tension in that offensive room, man.
Yeah, and it's become more and more clear. And it's not just amongst coaches, like those players. The way that they talk about it, it's bordering on disdain. I'm not saying it actually gets there, but the way they talk about it, this quoting especially, he threw that F-bomb in there, not bleeping those things that we were doing on first down. I'm like, yo.
Yeah, exactly. It was bad. It was worse than we ever thought.
Do you think I'm right, though?
Yes.
That, generally in sports, you don't see people pile on a dude.
Throw him under the bus.
He has been piled on here. And I'm not saying that they're wrong for it. Clearly, there was a lot of issues. I'm amazed that we've gotten to this place. And I don't think that we've reached the place where it's like, if somebody has more to say, that they'd be like, all right, it's been enough. They don't say it, too. They don't say, oh, man. I imagine that we probably still get through the first couple weeks of the season like, damn, man. Bobby Slowick was ruining it
anymore.
So long.
Glad we're not doing that anymore.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I've been really intrigued about seeing other people's 53-man roster just kind of around the league, because looking at the Houston Texans, they tweeted it out and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I be kind of looking at what they value the most, like what they have more of in certain positions. So, like, if you're looking at the Texans 53-man roster, it was surprising they only had 2 tight ends. Now, I know that's going to change and all that. They value the most. And then I look at the Browns 53-man. They only got 2 running backs on there.
Wait, what? I missed that.
They only got 2 running backs. Now the other rookie Jenkins or
Quinshon Jenkins.
They probably going to sign him sometime soon. But I'm like, damn, they only got 2 running backs on. And I think they got like 4 tight ends. So I'm like, okay. And then I'm looking at the Ravens. I'm like, damn, y'all got like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 running backs / fullbacks on here. So and they only got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 defensive linemen. So I'm like, damn, 5. So I know it's all with schemes and all that stuff, but I find myself kind of bouncing around like, hey, so y'all only got this many amount of people.
It kind of speaks.
I was kind of intriguing.
Yeah, it is
kind of intriguing.
Very much, and it kind of speaks to, I guess, somewhat their style, their approach, whether it's offensively or defensively, but also like the Texans, man. They've got D'Amico wasn't lying when he was talking about, like, I feel great about all 10 of these defensive linemen. That's why I have 10. It really does. I mean, they're in a good spot.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm looking at the Ravens right now. They got like 10 defensive backs and only like 3 tight ends. And I always look at them as always having a million tight ends for some reason.
Yeah.
But they only got 3 tight ends.
They got the 2 that they know matter, Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely. Now, I think there's one team that has like 11 defensive linemen, and I'm like, damn, how are we gonna get all these guys on the field? No, that it does speak to how everybody is doing like tax evasion, sort of like everybody's just like, we are manipulating the hell out of this 53-man roster because that's what you have to do to get yourself by to where you want to get.
By the way, I didn't know Cooper Rush was with the Ravens.
Yes,
so
I didn't know that.
He's the second quarterback. They only got 2 quarterbacks.
That's right.
On the roster.
That's right.
Dang.
And it has been fun watching people realize, like, hey, who was his backup?
Cooper Rush.
Okay, that is not Lamar Jackson at all. Very good. By the way, they did bring Snoop Huntley. They brought him back. He's on the practice squad.
Oh yeah,
so
come on home, buddy.
That is their emergency quarterback. Home. You can always come home. You can always come home.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I know there's going to be in some circles a big eye roll about this topic, this confession.
Here comes the Taylor Swift talk.
Taylor Swift.
If you say, I'm looking at you, Figgy. I'm looking at you.
Don't look at me.
I'm looking at all our listeners, all the viewers on YouTube and Twitch. If you honestly say, I haven't even talked about the Kelsey and T Swift engagement. Oh, I don't care about it. You're lying. It's been all over. Like We talked about it on the Fight Me podcast yesterday. It came up. Like everywhere, whether you want it or you don't have to like it, but it is like front. If you're saying it hasn't been mentioned, hadn't been talked about in your circle, your friends, you're lying.
Yeah, but you just said if you lying if you say you don't care about it.
Yeah.
It could be all over the place and you not care about it.
Well, but talking
it's
about
a lot
it
of
means
stuff
you have an
it's a
opinion
lot
on
of
it.
stuff I don't care about that's all over the place.
Maybe I see your point, but I think like, I don't care about it. That in itself is an opinion.
I will probably fix your statement by saying people that say, "Oh, don't nobody care about this."
That's
Yeah, I think that's more.
And we're getting
accurate.
some of that. Oh, we don't care. Well,
I mean, they might not.
Millions of other when
but
they say people don't care.
using we like
people don't care.
We don't want to hear about this.
I did in one of the discussions. I did have a couple of questions I want to bounce off you guys, just in general, and we'll move on. Who's going to be this? It wasn't me. Somebody asked me this. Who's going to be Travis Kelce's best man?
That's Jason.
Got to be his brother, right?
It's going to be Jason.
Yeah,
it's got to be his brother.
Yeah. They ride or die. Who else would you think? You think
Patrick Mahomes?
Nah, I think Pat could be a groomsman. Jason Kelce. That's they. I mean,
they're tight.
They are tight.
Yeah. And the other one is, and I brought this up with you guys yesterday. Is this going to be an ultra secret private wedding, or is this going to be, because there's a lot of Swifties out there, very public, like an American royal wedding kind of thing?
I'd guess private.
Yeah, I think Travis Kelce probably will want a little bit. I ain't gonna say super private where there's only a few people there, but I don't think it's gonna be broadcast to the whole world like it is a royal wedding or anything.
There's a lot of demand for it.
Can I split the difference here? Because and it's based off of the idea. What was it? People. They gave their engagement photos to People magazine. I think they'll split the difference in. It will be a private wedding with the stars and celebs or whoever ends up being there. I think you'll get photos in like one of those type of People magazine type places of it, but it's not going to be a
last thing prenup.
That part I never understood.
I don't care.
Is there going to be a prenup?
I don't know.
I'm not. Yeah,
there has to be. There has to be.
Sure.
Yeah.
She's
a billionaire. He's a millionaire.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it'll probably be some type of agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what that agreement means, but it's probably going to be some type of agreement. Because the last thing she need is them getting a divorce.
Yeah.
And he's the one that's getting the alimony and all that stuff.
Travis Kelce.
Give me these masters you've been fighting for years.
Talk about Talk about multiple.
He's gonna get half her masters.
He's gonna get the masters, gonna get the mansion, and he's gonna get like $5 million a month.
Wow. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Some you like more than others. Here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys rocking with us. And coming up next, this is Wednesday. Let's get a little Judge John Lopez going. How does the judge weigh in on these various sports discussions? How do you? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans initial.
Present the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you hear the music. Time for a little Judge John Lopez here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. How this works, myself and Figgy Fig will act as the counselors, and we will make our arguments for these particular things in the sports realm and maybe outside. And the honorable or dishonorable Judge John Lopez will make his ruling. You can play along, 713-572-4610. Let us know how you feel on these things. What is happening here? We got some audio in the studio happening? Okay, got it. Anyways, all right, we begin. Because we're now past the 53-man cutdown, as I've said a few times. The only thing that's left is, some clerical things before we get to week 1 of the NFL season. And so as we look forward to that, we got to give our predictions. And I think we'll get into that through this week. But one of the things that it seems to inevitably happen is one team goes worst to first in their division.
Oh, okay.
What team is most likely to go worst to first? Counselor Figgy Fig?
Yes. How you doing? Your Honor? Because I was coming in to the courtroom listening to Taylor Swift.
Oh, nice.
And I know you a bit time Swiftie, so
this brown nosing. Why does all this brown nosing have to keep happening?
Appreciate the sentiment. Thank you very much.
So, Your Honor, I just want to present to you the Chicago Bears. They were in last place. They had a rookie quarterback that was trying to find his way. It was a rough offense, but now they have a pretty good head coach, and they took him from the Lions, who is a division rival. And I think this is probably the best chance for them to go from worst to first.
Okay,
because Johnson, who has pretty much a really good offensive scheme. We seen it with the Lions, and they were one of the best offensive teams in the league last season. With the Bears now, and I expect the Bears to really take a big step on the offensive side of the ball. And I'm not sure what the Lions are going to do. I know they were one of the best teams last season, but they lost both of their coordinators.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of questions. We're going to be keeping an eye out on the Lions to see what they do. I'm not really sold on Green Bay just taking over. I'm not sold on the Minnesota Vikings because of their quarterback situation. So I think the Chicago Bears probably had the best chance to go from worst to first. If they win the division, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Okay.
nose here as I try and take a stand and protect the sanctity
of the courtroom.
Of this courtroom.
Yeah.
Can I take you, ladies and gentlemen, to the NFC West?
Okay.
Where last year the division winners were a 10-7 Los Angeles Rams team, followed after by a 10-7 Seattle Seahawks team, who, mind you, traded their quarterback to the Raiders this offseason, Geno Smith. Following and after that was the Arizona Cardinals at 8-9. And finally, bringing up the rear in that division was a 6-11 San Francisco 49ers team.
Okay.
Again, I told you the Seattle Seahawks, they traded away their quarterback. Now, of course, Mike McDonald is doing a decent job, trying to establish his system, but they've sent away some things, some pieces that matter. The Los Angeles Rams, it seemed like their quarterback needed a backiotomy. I don't know how long that lasts. Like, even if he doesn't break down with Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter getting after him, he's going to do 17 of these things and not and lose time. And then Jimmy Garoppolo is going to get out here and play at the same level. I have my doubts. And the San Francisco 49ers last year, although, I still look at, they only have 5 wide receivers right now. The wide receiving core isn't incredible. It seems like to start the season, Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams are healthy. And those are seemingly the bedrocks, at least over the last, handful of years, as to being bellwethers of how that season goes for the Niners. Plus, you still got a very good head coach at the very top of that, and a defense with another year under Robert Saleh that I imagine is going to look pretty damn good. That feels like is a shoe-in. Is either stagnating or at least maybe going backwards, and a Niners team has an opportunity to bounce back. And mind you, the winner won 10 games last year. I think that is the opportunity, the biggest opportunity for a worst to first performance.
All right, so the court is in an interesting position on this one, because my job is not to rule on which one of you I think is right.
I'd be interested in hearing which one of us.
I will after I rule, but my job is to rule on who stated the best case for worst to first, which is what you said. So I'm going to set aside which one of you I think is right, which is a hint. But I think the best case stated for worst to first was by Reggie, simply because of the records, the losses elsewhere, at quarterback position in particular. So I'm going to rule on this one for Reggie, Counselor Atatula, but I actually believe the Bears are going to have a better chance.
That's interesting because the Detroit Lions, a 15-2 team last year, as you were mentioning. The Bears, a 5-12 team. I did like the Bears.
Lost both of their coordinators, though, man.
You're right.
We don't know what that offense is going to look like.
No, it's strong.
The number, 16 player in all of the NFL, Jared Goff. No, but, I mean, the Chicago Bears, they've invested strong in protecting Caleb Williams and helping him become the best version of himself. How many wins do you think that actually changes for them? Because that was a really strong division. We're not talking about the Packers being in that division and still being really strong. The Vikings, it feels like their coaching is really good. I'm interested in seeing how that defense is also going to be a menace for the Vikings. There's more teams to really consider in the NFC North.
I just think, again, setting aside the ruling, I would my personal opinion would be the Bears, because I think the Lions are going to come back a little bit. And they're going
the Vikings going to come back a little bit.
And there's going to be losses within the division, more losses within the division. Tighter race. I think the Bears might do it.
Any of the other teams, because obviously we're just focusing on 2 divisions here with either of us picking one. Any of the other divisions you think have a possibility? The Saints were last in the NFC South last year. The Giants were last in the NFC East, the division that notoriously doesn't have the same winner every year.
Not really, no.
Okay. The Raiders were last in the AFC West, and they bring in, Pete Carroll and a quarterback that can actually maybe do something.
I feel like that's a little bit of a chance, but not. I wouldn't say hell no to that.
A 4-win Raiders team.
Yeah, that's more of a chance than the other ones you named.
Patriots in the AFC East.
No.
Okay. Browns in the AFC North.
Come on.
Nope.
Well,
are you going to skip that one?
Are you going to get in with Mike Tannenbaum here and how he feels about a potential worst to first? Because he on ESPN was advocating for a worst to first in our very own AFC South.
Cam Ward, the first pick overall, Molly, is going to lead the Tennessee Titans to the AFC South Division champion, and he will
lost your damn mind this year.
Right now,
you're insane.
Are you kidding?
That's ridiculous.
Look at his track record. He started off at a Carnegie Word. He went to Washington.
I'm not saying what he's not going to. Actually, do you?
Who's better in that division?
C.J. Stroud?
And he's also going to be the best quarterback. I love C.J. Stroud, but when you have 5 new offensive linemen, Mr. Woody, you will attest to that. That doesn't happen overnight, and he was sacked 52 times a year ago.
You brought that up, Stephen A.
So Cam Ward is going to have great protection. They signed Dan Moore from Pittsburgh.
I got reservations about Houston's offensive line. I got reservations about everything in Tennessee. Everything.
You should be.
What are you talking about?
They got 2 veteran receivers in Tyler Lockett and Calvin Ridley.
Oh, my
They
Lord.
got good.
Have you ever been happier to hear a exasperated,
Stephen A.
flummoxed Stephen A. Smith?
Oh my God!
I never agreed with Stephen A. Smith more than this.
Me neither. But I will say this: outside of the Niners and the Bears, you could probably the other ones were probably less, much less easy to state a case than the Titans. Although I think it's nuts, just because of what he said.
And I'm not trying to defend Mike Tannenbaum or anything.
He needs no defense.
No defense.
Yeah, I feel like I could see people trying to use that whole rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
A couple years ago, CJ. This year, or last season, it was Jaden Daniels. And now I can see somebody trying to roll a dice, especially if they betting on it, trying to say, "Hey, maybe he could." And it's not the strongest division, so I can see somebody trying to make an argument with that. But nah, Tennessee need a lot of work, man.
I love how Mike Tannenbaum starts leaking oil as soon as he goes, "Who's better than them?" And Stephen A. doesn't even say the Texans. Mike Tannenbaum's next statement is, he's going to be the best quarterback in the division. He just said C.J. Stroud. Like, nah, Cam Ward will be better than him year one. It's cool. All right, let's get to the second one here, if you don't mind. We mentioned this yesterday on the broadcast, the uproar that's been happening about Cracker Barrel, Old Country Store, changing their logo. Well, after we talked about it, I don't think there's a correlation here, but after we talked about it, Cracker Barrel CEO got out and said, we will go back to the old, or the new logo is going away, and the old timer will remain. Should they have gone back and maybe bowed to the pressure that was out there?
I like it.
I think, Your Honor, Cracker Barrel did the right thing by going back to the old logo. Now, this is a place I know a lot of people like Cracker Barrel. A lot of people don't. Me personally, I think it's okay, but they didn't need this much. A pub. I think they did the right amount of, I guess they got the right amount of attention, but this was going a little too far where people were really upset about it. Some people got a little political with it. I'm not sure how much that have to do with it, but I think they got the right amount of attention with this where they necessarily don't have to change it back. So they could just keep the old logo and be totally fine. And they got a lot of people talked about Cracker Barrel more than any time ever at this point. So I think it's kind of a win-win. I don't think a lot of the new logo. So they just kind of threw it out there. They took it back. And now everything is all cool. Now we're gonna be eating that grandma special.
There we go
on that menu, and that baked potato casserole or whatever that is.
I think that they should have stood on it. I think they should have stood on the new logo, especially. And I understand some people think that there was political component or whatever. I can't speak specifically to that. I think when you look at kind of the way that they tried to go with their logo, it feels like their consideration, or at least a large part of the consideration, was, hey, the people that eat at Cracker Barrel, they all here for the senior special. You know what I mean? Like, we want to be able to sustain this company and increase investor, value or whatever, stockholder value. We need to get younger. We've seen many companies worry about that. So they went with this kind of generic, kind of almost modern, really, uninteresting, basic logo. But I think those ideas and that problem still remains even if you go back. Yeah, you got publicity, but you would still be in this place where are you getting the attention of 20, 30-year-olds in that? Now, I don't know if this fixes all of it, but if you were going to try it, go ahead and write it out. Like, let this, because, again, I don't think you answered the question that I imagine you made the change for.
Another good one, another good stating of your respective cases. And on a personal level, I kind of feel bad about this because my gut ruling has split your wins the last couple of weeks. But I'm gonna. It'll be a 2 no split this week. I'm gonna have to side with Reggie on this one, only because I feel the court feels that the investment that they put into rebranding, including rebranding the entire inside of the restaurant, is probably something that they wanted to commit to, and they just buckled to the pressure.
From the 703, Reggie, they lost $200 million in market value. Yeah. That's not coming back just because they brought the old logo back. Yeah. I'll tell you that for sure.
Yeah.
So if you were going to change it, you already took the hit. Might as well see if it's going to work on the backside, I think.
Yeah.
But here's the beautiful part. I don't have to worry about that. You know who the real winners are, as you mentioned? The consultants that got to make the decision on, this is how I think you should fix the problem.
They made their money.
They are... I think we need to start a consulting firm.
It's expensive to rebrand it and redo the restaurant.
I still think we need to do a consulting
firm. Are they still redoing the restaurant, though?
No,
there's no way they keep going with that.
No, they might. They might just keep in the old logo, but they might change the inside.
They redesigned everything.
Yeah, they might keep they might change up the inside, but just keep the old logo.
You think they win if they redesign but keep the old logo? You think they end up winning?
I mean, the only thing they did was go back to the old logo. They redoing the inside.
Name? The guy who's leaning on the barrel? I forget.
Uncle Herschel, because I remember I thought about Herschel Walker immediately. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the practice squad starting to come to fruition a little bit for your Texans. We'll talk about that, but then also Jimmy Ward, right on time, ends up on the commissioner's exempt list. Have we seen the last of Jimmy Ward for this Texans team? Let's talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about that. Let's talk about Bronze Roofing right now.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday as we're beginning to start to firm up what this Rockets. Sorry, I was reading something else in the break, but what this Texans team is looking like for this season, for the 2025 season. We got a few names that are going to the practice squad. Jackson Woodard, the linebacker, is returning to the Texans practice squad, as is, of course, I've forgotten some names as I was going there. Solomon Byrd, Trent Brown, we talked about that. That's interesting to have now that maybe, depending on how you feel, a fifth tackle that you feel comfortable playing, he'll be on the practice squad that you can maybe elevate. And yes, I think the coach aspect of it, the ability to be like a tutor of sorts that understands the system, or at least what the system has been historically. Jalen Thomas, Jared Wayne, still with you. Miles Bryant, who Nick Caserio let that one kind of out the bag earlier today. Eli Cox, shout out to my Nigerian brethren, Casey Osai and Haggai Ndubisi. Don't forget Haggai Ndubisi as well, international slot there. Junior Tafuna. Jakob Johnson are the ones that are the most interesting one. Although Harrison Bryant, I'm not sure if he makes the 53 or the practice squad, but he will be back with the team. Those ones are going to be very interesting because Jakob Johnson, I could see easily early on them using those three elevations and then figuring out how they get him on the roster if they do want that fullback. And then Harrison Bryant, again, is a guy that they brought in that trade where they sent out John Mechie. And it just happened so late in camp that I don't think you got a good full accounting as to what he would be for a tight end for you.
Yeah.
I think you get to keep him around and get a better feel for that as you go.
No, that's exactly what that is. And really, a lot of these guys right now, they're really just still kicking the tires, still doing training camp basically with some of these younger guys.
And what's tough is I don't know how much you can kind of replicate what you get in training camp.
No, but scout team stuff, et cetera.
Yeah. Right. So, I was about to ask you how you feel about the practice squad, like how you would kind of view it, but it's a practice squad. I don't know how you necessarily look at it otherwise, but definitely good to see some of the players that they were able to get signed as we, again, move towards what's happening there. All right, coming up next. Let's talk about this because one of the things that we caught, and it was right before the buzzer. I'm talking, it was that last hour.
Like 2:45.
Yeah, that last hour, the last 20 minutes of sorts before we got to the 3 p.m. deadline Central Time, for teams to have their rosters cut down to 53 men, we found out that Jimmy Ward would indeed be placed on the commissioner's exempt list, which obviously would make it's a list that only Roger Goodell controls, both on when a player goes on and when a player comes off. Access team facilities or practices or anything, they will be paid. But that is just, it really operates as administrative leave. When we have something that makes us a little uncomfortable, we want to be able to kind of freeze this player, but not penalize the team, so to say. We put him on this list, and that seems like it's very much where Jimmy Ward exists. But with that being the case, I feel like, Lopez, you have a question on whether or not we might have seen the last of Jimmy Ward with this team.
Well, I do, and let me lay it out for you and see what you guys think, because when I saw, we were always sort of speculating, wondering, is he going to be on the commissioner's list? Is he going to be on the commissioner's list? Because that kind of kicks the can down the road a little bit.
Certainly.
It kind of protects the Texans from having to make a call right now.
That's the beauty of the list. Is as much as teams like doing especially when go backwards. Roger Goodell came in and he wanted to be the hammer commissioner, right? I'm going to come in and I'm going to be law and order. And I think very early he realized dispensing justice, especially ahead of our legal system, it often doesn't play out well for you. So it feels like the NFL as a whole has decided we're going to try and let the legal system play out, and we can maybe piggyback off of some of there, and we'll figure out afterwards. Well, that's tough because the timeline of the football, you got deadlines like a 53-man cutdown or a game coming up, and that makes those decisions way harder on a team that's like, we don't want to make that decision to a legal system that does not work on your timeline.
Yeah.
In comes commissioner's exempt list where, hey, let's stash them over there, administrative leave, and we'll get back to them when we can.
And it insulates the team.
Agreed.
From having to be the bad guy or whatever, however you want to characterize it. Thinking that is going to happen, it could happen. It does. And we're thinking, okay, and we texted about it. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, okay, now that he's on that list, would you expect him to be off that list within 4 weeks, 5 weeks?
And again, this is where you go.
If you're there for the let the legal system work,
right?
it's going to take more than a month.
I would imagine so.
Right?
I don't know that they're expediting this for him. I'll need to go back and double check and see what if we've had another date kind of set. But I don't know how this progresses. But it could very, very easily be knowing that just generally how the legal system can work at times. It can be slow. It can be slow and its wheels turning.
All right, so let's put this together. If he's going to be gone, let's say 4 or 5 weeks or longer, just until there is
some resolution on this.
some sort of resolution somewhere. There's that. There's also, while you're on this list, you can't participate in anything with the team. You can't go to the building at all. So anything you're going to be doing is going to be out on your own. On top of that, he's 34 years old. On top of that, when he does come back, he's going to need a ramp-up time. On top of that, he might get suspended. I mean, we don't know how it's going to play out. So there's 5 things right there that now that he's on the list, you have to consider. And so it leads to the question, if he can't be around, it's going to take 4 or 5 weeks. He's 34 years old. He might get suspended, and he's going to need a ramp-up time. I'll just ask you both this. Are we going to see him?
If I just make the binary yes or no, I'd probably lean towards no. And you're right, Champ Slice. He can do rehab. He just can't meetings, practice games, those important portions of it. I would lean towards no. But what's weird is if we were in a another universe where we did not have legal issues and he was not dealing with that foot injury as well, Jimmy Ward is still your best depth defensive secondary guy, right? Sliding in as the guy after Kalen Bullock and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it would be Jimmy Ward with respect to Jalen Reed. Sliding in after after Jalen Petrie in that nickel spot, it would be Jimmy Ward. I think still as we speak right now. But would that still be the case whenever he returns? Whether that's 3 weeks, 4 weeks from now, 8 weeks from now, would that still be the case? Is a question that I don't know that I know that there's not a definitive answer to. I don't know where that answer lands because by the time you get there, you're talking about a rookie in Jalen Reed who, he's dealing with some injuries of his own, but has he acclimated to a point where you feel comfortable at that point? Has any of the other players, Nick Caserio earlier today was talking about how, and when it comes to depth behind Jalen Petrie, well, there's a number of guys that have had snaps inside with also Kamari Lassiter and so on and so forth. Do you get Jalen Smith? Do you get to a point where one or multiple of those guys have gotten enough of practice or whatever that they could feel comfortable? Like you were already in the end game of his career here as a Texan, or maybe just in general. I think you were waning that kind of relationship. I think this might expedite it.
No, and that's another big point right there. Do you want to quote unquote, and this is I think what you're kind of saying, do you want to upset the apple cart? If Miles Bryant steps in and is productive, if Jalen Reed, can slide over there and be productive, if you're running, as you've mentioned a couple of times, the 3 linebacker set and it's wreaking havoc on opposing teams, if who knows, Kamari Lassiter, any of these names you mentioned, if you're having success defensively, do you really want to say, okay, it's been 6 weeks, whatever the number is, let's get him back to practice and let's plug him in? Do you really want to do that?
And so, again, I think that these are all
34.
These are all kind of the things that eventually you get to. But I think that the Texans, it was always going to be this way that they handle it. You see this, right? The continued messaging falls in line in various different avenues, and it points back to the central point of we want to be a player perspective team in an organization. When it comes to the ways that they handle cut down, they're going to wait till that day. They're going to make sure that we try and handle it in a way where we can look guys in the eyes and treat them well. When it comes to injuries, we're going to do what we believe to be the best thing to protect our players. And I think even here, when it comes to, hey, there's allegations out there, we're not going to jump to judgment. We're going to wait till, everything else plays out to then make our decisions. It just feels like there's so many things pointing to the possibility of the decision going that way, Texans, or at least impacting them on the field compared to, which again, if he's exonerated and in a relatively good time, sliding back in, it just feels like, there's a number of things where the next man up mentality and those things would make it so that we might have seen the last of Jimmy Ward on this team.
I think so. If I had to if I had to say one way or the other, as you pointed out. And then, there is the possibility of he is exonerated. There's still the commissioners, there's still the commissioners ruling on this.
Do you think the NFL
they've done it?
They have in the past.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember precedent more recently. But do you think that they would what would have to be the circumstances for?
Well, there was a magic word involved there, and I don't know if that's going to be proved in any. Even if he's exonerated, if there's any
with
blood
the
test,
allegations of domestic violence, particularly strangulation, whatever. I'm saying if he's exonerated on that front, but if they find out that he did use substances,
right? He
ends up in the substance abuse program. Is what you're looking at,
or suspended, or whatever it might be. These are two separate things working, and the time is working against him. The timeline is working against him. On top of some of the things that this defense might just be crushing fools, and all of a sudden, hey, let's bring Jimmy Ward back.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is a fair point I see from the 832. The NFL seems to pick and choose when they want to let the justice system do its work its magic before they act. No, well, that's 100% the case.
Yeah.
If I have given you the impression that I view the NFL as a nice and good moral authority on anything that we're doing here, please let me, absolutely not. Far be it for me to look to the NFL to be the bastion for my moral authority and moral judgment. I think that that's one of the reasons, especially, is that they've tried to, after they having put themselves in that place, they've tried to, extricate themselves from that place of having to be a moral authority that they put them in, where they're like, our hands are up. We're waiting for somebody else to come and make this decision for us, and then we'll act accordingly. So we'll see how that ultimately plays out with Jimmy Ward. But yeah, it does feel like that's the case. What I will leave you with here, Lopez, is a question. How confident are you, now that we're seeing the 53-man cut down, now that we're seeing the way that this comes together, that they will be able to, handle the depth portion of this without Jimmy Ward?
Oh, I think I've been confident, at least in terms of depth, but the confidence lies in serviceable. Miles Bryant has been serviceable. I don't know, the progress of Arthur Maulet, and of course you do have Jalen Reed. I think, I think the people like to say this: the floor is not high, but sufficient. As a depth piece. So I'm relatively confident they can withstand it, especially if the alternative is, you got to ramp this guy back up, and you don't know what you're getting.
Any positions that you do see with the 53 and the practice squad kind of being practice squad? I don't know if I'm going to say it's fully set, but it's largely taken shape. Is there any position that you go, ooh, I'm still have some questions here, or are we set? Because as much as there's only 2 tight ends on the roster, you got another one. You don't have a fullback. Jakob Johnson's on the practice squad. I imagine he'll have some elevations. But so with that being the case, is there any place that you look at in the holistics of a 70-man roster, so to say? How do you look at this? Is there a place that you look at and see a weakness?
Running back. And
that's because of the top end, right?
Yes, because, Mixon, don't ask. Nick Chubb, we don't know yet. It's been pretty good signs so far. Dameon Pierce, we definitely don't know. You have a rookie who looks good, but we don't know. I said it yesterday. The backfield right now, the top 3, as you would project, Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, and Woody Marks, 625 yards last year combined. Running back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll continue talking about this as we go throughout the day, figuring out what the 53 and now what the practice squad is. We know that they view that practice squad as valuable. Talent matters. And as D'Amico said in his press conference today, we need everybody, right? We're going to need all of them. So that'll show up. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right. Coming up next, it's about that time when we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, I got to tell you guys about a hot exercise trend that people are currently doing, and I want to know if you guys would do this. Plus, somebody had a really hot take about Star Wars, and it might tick some people.
Apparently making people mad. Let's continue that in the mixtape next.
The Texans' initial 53-man for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
John McClain said, "Thank you, Faggy."
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Before I get to the hot exercise trend that everyone is trying to do, just a little quick update. We talked about the Cracker Barrel thing already. They crawfish back.
You think it was a crawfish? Because I asked you guys when I saw this. So. Did you think it was a PR stunt the whole time, or did they get out here, say it with their chest, realize the people didn't like it, and walk it back?
Nah, I think it was a crawfish back, man. Me personally, if you would have told me this rebrand would have cost this much stir, I was like, no, it's not, man.
Yeah.
It's Cracker Barrel, but apparently it was like a big deal. I think they probably said, you know what, let's. Yeah, I think they probably reading too much of the internet and all that stuff and felt they just keep it how it is.
I love a good conspiracy theory, but I'm with you.
Soft.
Yeah. But here's another update. Remember, I used to get updates every single day about the inmates that broke out of that New Orleans.
Derek,
he's not still out there.
He's still out there.
Wow.
He's still out there. He's been on the run for over 100 days. And
man, Derek.
So
wait, hold on. He was
the mastermind.
Did he break out after Yordan Alvarez was already on the IR?
I think Yordan was probably playing, right?
Yordan was still playing.
Was he in the lineup?
Because Yordan missed, it was 100 games.
Yeah.
So we right around, that's
100 days.
Wild.
Yeah, so the two prosecutors that helped convict him, the reason why he was in jail for a long time, along with their families, had decided to skip town.
Wow.
So they was kind of fearing for retaliation.
Retaliation from who?
From him. He's
from
out.
The old boy.
He's out.
He outside.
Why would he go back there? He's long
or he might want. They fearing he might want revenge on. I don't know. But
I'd be booking it, man. I'd be out of there.
Hey, they dip, man.
He over in Bali somewhere.
Yeah. But that was just a quick little update on that. It's been a minute. I can't believe he's still out there. Man.
I couldn't either. I thought he got caught.
And I wonder how the people who did get caught that's in jail right now, they probably thinking like, man, I should have just stuck with him, man.
He had it figured out.
What, so you could have drug him down?
No, I would have just, I'm lockstep with you. Whatever you doing, I'm down with it, man. Like, I ain't about to be picky. I ain't trying to get fresh and go back to the block and all that. Nah, man, I'm right with you, Mr. Mastermind. All right, so it's a new, I wouldn't say new. This ain't new because I did this exercise before, but apparently it's a hot exercise trend that's going on called running on all fours. Have you guys did this?
What, crawling is what we're talking about here?
I looked at it as bear crawling.
Yeah,
so doing bear crawls
in the hands like you did in football. You know,
when I didn't turn in my homework and stuff.
Yeah, bear crawl. So apparently the New York Post said the hottest new trend in fitness is running and jumping on all fours like animals. One person says a full body workout. I actually lost a lot of weight and started getting a six-pack. So I know we was talking about the whole beer run, the beer mile run with the morning show and all that stuff. Would you guys be interested in this type of workout?
No, I did it enough way back in the day in
'79.
Yeah, when I played football, I learned quickly how much I hate it. It's really hard. You're not wrong about that. The New York Post is not wrong about that. It's really difficult to do, especially when you have to consistently do it. I actually saw this, I guess, on Twitter, wherever, and I thought it was like a joke. Like people are this is their workout now. They just go everywhere on all fours and jumping over fences and stuff and all that.
Now it's tough. I was actually doing this, not this exact